Good morning, beautiful people. It is Monday, the 27th of July. Welcome to TDA, the day after your favorite news platform and the home of popular culture, as defined by you wonderful people that make up this glorious and divine culture. And of course, we're hosted by the very best. Please introduce yourself.
Christy, Queen of BOE.
Come on. And they call me E-Man, the pro-black activist, TDA producer and news analyst, melanin jam-packed. Brent, you in the building?
Good morning, beautiful people. Good morning. I hope you all had a fantastic weekend. I hope you all got a lot done. I hope you all got nothing done, but enjoyed the rest and reset time. And I hope you all are ready for the week ahead. Got a good conversation for today. I'm certain of it. Yeah, you can. Come on, sit down. You know where the toilets are, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be a powerful conversation today. I hope everyone is in the mood to learn and contribute.
Yeah,
and
shout
listen
out
as well.
shout out Iman.
Big up.
She's in the chat. I don't know why I'm shouting out Iman. She went to the festival, man.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, man.
Okay, of course.
She provided videos as well.
Come on.
I hope others went there.
Yeah, man.
If it is that you did, you would have come across a lot of Trinidadians.
That's it.
A lot. And obviously, your life would have just been made better immediately. You'd have come back a better human being.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
I saw a clip on my stories.
Mm.
Someone I follow that went.
Okay.
Yeah, they was having a time.
Mm.
And the white people on looking like,
So the white people were enjoying themselves as well.
yeah,
Or
like,
just-
and they were watching like, one from the clip I saw, they was watching some people like having dancing, a couple
Okay.
of black people dancing and stuff like waving the flag, and I was just sort of like, you know how they do, trying to look like they wanted to get involved, but then they wasn't really sure.
Imagine getting so much of this before Carnival. You're lucky, man.
Yeah, it's true.
You're lucky.
And the summer's been summering
It has been.
for once.
Indeed.
I can't remember like a long stretch stint of good weather like this
Yeah.
since I was in like secondary school.
But you lot have been complaining though.
Not me. Not me.
You know, everyone's been running away from the sun and saying this and saying that. Can't win in this country, man. Can't win. But I think it's been good. It's been good. And August is probably going to be just as hot, innit?
I hope
If not
so.
hotter.
That's my birthday month. I hope so.
Come on. Yeah, so it'll be a good one. But yeah, man, today's going to be a good one, man. We got some videos as well in the intro that we're going to play. One of them I wouldn't normally play in the intro because it's more sports sort of thing. But I got to give him his props, you know what I'm saying? So I figured might as well just put it in there as well so that everyone can see it. But Brent, when you're ready, we could play any of these clips, man.
You know, you don't have to stay out there, you know. You don't have to stay out there. You can come in. Yeah, you can come in. You can come in. Out there being polite and that.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Alright.
Yes.
Okay. Let us get you situated. 1, 2, 3. That's number 6. So I should put
1 second, people. Oh yeah, Christy, let me ask you, because one of these clips here, you don't have to play it, but it's some people seen what's his name, DJ KHALED somewhere, and they're asking him again, say free Palestine and all that stuff. Like, we don't have to play it because we've seen many of those clips.
They're pressing him again.
Like, why though? Hasn't he showed that he doesn't want to say it? Is that enough?
But I think people still just want to make.
Why though?
They still want to drive the point home that he's still like.
And he says the same thing. Love everybody.
Is that what he said again?
Yeah. The same line just comes out.
I can't lie to you.
Mm.
I don't even, is that a level? That's a level of coon I don't know. To be honest. No. That's the level of coonery to me is crazy because I'm sure he was born there, right, before he came to America. He
I
wasn't.
don't know nothing about him.
He wasn't born in America, or was he?
Honestly, I don't know. I'll just be speculating. I don't know.
Okay.
I think I only knew he was Palestinian maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, max.
Hmm?
I only knew 2 years ago that was Palestinian.
No, I knew from before.
Yeah, I had no idea.
I knew, but I don't know. I didn't know. I don't know. That's what I would love to know if he was born there. If he was born there and then they came over and then that's the level. Like I said, that's the level of croonery is crazy to me. So that level. No, let me not say croonery. Sellout. That's a sellout level to the highest order, to be honest. But he don't care. He's living his mansion.
Enjoying life.
The black culture has adopted him as their own, you know. They invited to the cookout, you know.
It's true.
So might as well say he's black, innit? Some would claim him as so.
He tried to, though. You remember when he was saying the N-word in the track, innit? Did he have to come out and apologise? He did. That was many years ago, innit?
Did he?
Did he apologise, sir?
Wait, hold on.
What happened?
I must have missed this.
What, N-word thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, what song was this, man? I can't remember. It was like, I think it had Drake in it. It might have had Rick Ross and Baby in it or something, too. Yeah.
Say East London. That's what that reminds me of. Yeah, say Palestine, say East London.
Oh, man. It's crazy, man.
Gotta say it's sexy, guys.
But you know what? Saying this, though, yeah, there are obviously some people who believe that Palestine, at least the way the regime or the people who are in power are conducting themselves is wrong, yeah? Could it be that he thinks that? Could that be the reason why he's saying that? Or not saying anything?
He may not like the regime at all. I mean, he may be like one of the, I don't know if there's a few that don't like the regime. But I doubt it.
I don't think so.
I doubt it.
I don't think it's that. I'm sorry.
I don't think he cares about Palestine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking.
No, you don't care.
I'm just trying to see it from the other angle. Like, what if it was a thing where
He's getting
like,
money.
Yeah, but he's not getting money to not save Free Palestine.
But he's getting money from those who, if he says Free Palestine, it will stop.
Take away.
Exactly. I mean, people that run the music industry, they dictate the paper.
Yeah, I guess so.
So
He's not even talented.
I mean, let's not say that.
He's not. I'm sorry. Every single time I hear somebody say produced by, I'm assuming it's how I see produced by.
Okay.
And I'm not even talking about Kanye West produced by. I don't think he's doing all of that. And he started off as a DJ, right?
Yeah, he don't make the music, no. But he gets the people together.
Yeah, it's going. Yeah.
There you go, man. It's something.
Yeah, man.
If he wasn't there, they wouldn't be there.
Yeah, I want to hear him DJing though.
He must be good at DJing though.
Why?
He's a DJ.
Have you heard him DJing?
Not at all.
Why did you say that?
No, but that's his thing. It's like saying doctor. It's DJ.
Cheyenne.
No.
exactly.
Fair enough.
That's like saying DJ academics.
But he must be able to DJ.
So he says. He said he DJ'd in
bad,
college.
Man.
That's what he said.
Yes. He doesn't have to continue it. You don't need to give black people a chance. I'm saying? Taking away people's qualifications.
What?
That Cheyenne thing is still going on, you know?
Yeah, I know, man.
Yeah, but that's
back up again.
That's because she did that.
Oh, did you see that clip with her wearing the
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what brought it back up.
That's insane, though. Man.
Apparently, she got a degree. She got like a PhD.
Yeah, she's a doctor, man.
No, as in she got one.
Oh, now.
Yeah, from some university, some Christian university.
Okay, big up.
That got started 6 months ago.
Everything has a start date, though, man.
Fair. But then Mark Lamont Hill interviewed the president.
Oh,
No, have you seen that?
he's a hater.
I thought that was no. I thought that was a skit. Was that real?
I don't think it's a skit.
No. To
To be honest, the fact that you've just brought this to my mind, maybe it is a skit. Because
No.
he's on his profile on Facebook, he's an actor, comedian, and apparently not a president of a university.
Wow.
Yeah, no. I to me that must have been. I feel like that was a skit. They brought that.
As in Mark.
Yes, that must. I'm sorry.
That's nastiness, man.
I'm sorry. That was no way. How can he say he was the president of the university?
If it is that Mark has done that, that's very nasty.
Yeah, that's
Very
not to say,
nasty.
man.
Because he asked him, like, how did you know that she was attending classes on some other course? And he's like, well, I heard from one of the people that were there that she attended. Plus, it was on her wall in a Netflix video. And then Mark was like, what? You now put trust in her because you zoomed into a Netflix doc?
And they said her name was written in lower capitals. Like that, he was like, that don't even make no sense.
I don't know why it is that it's continuing though. In such.
Yeah, but
like,
she did that.
But just doing what everybody else was doing, getting ready for a Netflix doc.
No, but she made it worse because she's gone and put the gown.
Yeah.
And it totally wrong colour of the PhD that she's meant to be have gotten.
Yeah.
And then the people zoomed on the walls. They zoomed in. I was just like, wait, there's not like.
And somebody showed that gown was got from Amazon.
Amazon.
Yeah.
Dr. Umar didn't like it.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he didn't like it.
They're like, what?
He didn't like what was happening.
Oh, because he's light-skinned and black woman is getting.
No, he was suggesting that if it is that she's actually gone in front of like actual people to do like madness, then cool. But if it is that she's just a coach and then they've helped, she's helped, then cool. He said, I worked a long time for mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people they're questioning even today whether it is I'm a doctor or not, whether I have my PhD. So, I mean, I'm in her boat.
Yeah, I mean.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
because he's produced transcripts. He's actually produced the transcripts. Like.
But that's true though. Early on though.
Yeah, they know. They 100%.
But he said even though I did, people are still questioning.
Yeah, no, and that's fair enough. But at least he's actually.
Yeah.
You know, get what I'm saying. Compared to the school, he's actually produced his transcripts. You get what I'm saying? Till this day.
That wasn't it before.
Yes, I know. I was gifted it.
Oh.
By a doctor in the room.
What's my gift?
It's part of it. We're all sharing.
Give it to him then. You put it on the empty chair.
This guy.
I appreciate your gift. Thank you very much.
Would you like to partake right now, bro? Okay then.
No, I can't eat the mic.
I hear it.
Yeah, I'll partake afterwards. Thank you very much.
Come on.
Before.
That's what?
No, I stopped him before.
Have you eaten a mic before?
Huh?
Have I eaten a mic before?
Yes.
Serious?
Yes.
What I eat?
You was eating your croissant and ham. You was loving it. Yeah, I could tell you was hungry that day. And you was trying to be discreet.
I actually left. I said I need to eat. But I didn't put a mic in front of my mouth.
No, but I could still, like, you could still. No, even to like, was like, who's that rustling? And he was like, oh, sorry.
You know full well when it is one is hungry, right? And then you taste that first bite of whatever it is.
Yeah, I could tell you was hungry that day.
Sensory, raw. Anyway, man. So we have some videos.
Yes, we do.
And the first one.
In fact, let me introduce my good brother first. We're going to get into a proper introduction. But since we've shown him on the camera already, let the people, you know what I'm saying,
Come on.
understand
Bit of
who
a
this
legend.
esteemed guest
Bit
is.
of a legend.
You know what I'm saying? Big up my good brother, Habeeb. Good morning, man. How are you?
Morning.
Come on, who are ya?
Tottenham forever. Wow. I have to start with that one, you know.
Wow.
Now, good morning, people. Honest answer, I love the studio. I love the new look. The pictures and the video that you showed, it doesn't do justice actually when I came and actually just saw the layouts. And yeah, big you up for the work that you're doing. And yeah, hopefully it's going to be an informative conversation.
Yes,
Come on.
Definitely will, man. Definitely will, man. Appreciate you, obviously, that Brendan's just saying, man, coming through, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's good to have a conversation with you, man. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so obviously, wherever you feel, just chime in. You know what I'm saying? Till we get into the main conversation. Yeah, Brent, any video I'm going to play it? Any order?
Let's start with this one.
Okay.
I just want to understand who set up this event. Nala Baby X LATTO. Because I find it a bit strange. I find it a bit odd that someone said, yeah, let's put LATTO with a baby skincare hair care brand. Now collabo. It doesn't make any sense. It's not making any sense. We have LATTO, whose brand is all about women empowerment through sexual imagery, through shaking her bum, baby daddy, baby mummy sort of energy. And we have something to do with little kids. And I'm seeing the mascot basically kind of naked, and then Nala's just walking with the mascot. That's not really child friendly. Like, who is the target market here? Who is the target audience? Because I'm a bit confused.
It's never slow.
I'm sorry, but the Nala and fucking Lotto event was fucking weird. I'm sorry. The event itself weren't weird, but seeing baby Nala with that figure that was half naked, basically twerking, it was just weird. It was weird. I watched it and I was confused as to why Nala had to be there herself, parade holding hands with this Lotto little freak little figurine. Because I'm sorry, that's what it looks like. It's not Buzz Lightyear and it's not fucking Woody. I'm so sorry, but that blow up doll, low key, she looked like a blow up doll. That looked like a blow up doll. It's just the most confusing thing I've ever seen. I'm just staring at it, confused. Looking at Nala, then looking at the blow up doll. I'm sorry, but the Nala and fucking Lotto event was fucking weird. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, but I don't think I've seen anything more disturbing than the Nala's baby. It's actually not even the Nala's baby. Nala herself walking with that mascot of, is it LATTO? I don't even know who that person is. I'm so sorry. I'm assuming it's a music artist. Why are the two connected? I don't understand. Like, I know there's adults that use Nala's baby, but Nala's baby is Nala's baby for a reason. Like, people wonder why everyone makes a fuss about children's things being sexualized, blah, blah, blah. I know exactly what my daughter's reaction would be if she saw that mascot doll thing. The doll has its bum out. Why? Is that going to a club appearance? I just don't get it. And not to mention how uncomfortable Nala looked. But I don't like to comment on people's children because that really winds me up. I'm so sorry, but that really winds me up. I just don't think you should do that. So I'm going to shut my mouth.
As someone that has 6 years experience within PR, influencer marketing, brand collaboration, and brand partnerships, I think the main reason why people are very confused with the collaboration between Nala's baby and LATTO is because there was no product that came as a consequence to this pop-up. Like, people are very much confused of how do you two know each other and what are we doing here exactly. And because of that, the vibe around the pop-up is very much so, is this rushed? Like, what's going on here? However, when you look at it in totality, it actually does make a lot of sense for both of the brands to have this kind of cross-reference collaboration. I think one of the most obvious reasons that I can highlight is the fact that she calls herself Big Mama, and she prides herself in that. And this is prior to her actually becoming a mother. That's just one of her aliases that she's always used. In addition to that, on her most recent project, she does reference very heavily, through her association with 21 Savage, an association with South London. From Brixton, so she's mentioned Brixton and South. As someone that has 6 years experience within PR and South London, even the aesthetics of the pop-up, it shouldn't have been so just like...
Yeah. So anyway, that's the situation, man.
Sorry, is that Krept's daughter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the situation, man.
And was that event with Krept? Did he organise it, or was it the mother of his child?
No, the mother of his child is not part of that brand anymore. She's been excommunicated.
But that event, though, who was it?
I don't know if she's been excommunicated.
No, she definitely has been removed.
She might have stepped away.
No.
Anyway,
She was removed.
She's no longer part of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but basically that's what happened. Yeah.
It's a difficult one because I don't like to chime in and talk about people's children. But that's also one of the issues when you put your family out there, then people feel they've got a right to kind of comment.
So,
especially if you've kind of like marketed your family and your daughter. So, and I do agree with a number of the sentiments that it's kind of like sexualizing children, or it can give that impression. So I don't agree with that at all. It personally made me feel uncomfortable to have the woman dressing like that in a children's event.
Yeah.
But I would kind of want to know more about. Was that for adults only? Was that for children? Was it?
Yeah, I can't lie. I don't get it.
I think she's just come to the country. She's doing some stuff here.
Yeah.
And they've sponsored her.
Yeah, I think she's doing a lot of stuff because she was with Chifa as well.
Okay.
He made some jewelry for her as well. But I'm just not understanding what the point of their matchup was. Like he said, to me, from that, I would believe there was a product line associated with what was going on.
Yeah.
If there was no product line, I'm not understanding why they even.
It was a package. I mean, it's not a new product that was brought forth. You know what I'm saying? But there was some sort of package collaboration thing on top of it. Nice packaging.
What was it under like the banner like Nala's Baby? Was that
Yeah,
the banner?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was like LATTO and Nana's Baby.
Okay,
collab,
again, I don't.
I can see why, not the dress, but I can see why maybe you might bring someone like a LATTO because you're targeting the parents, even though it's for a children's product. The children are not going to be buying it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So how do you attract parents? Yeah. Bring someone that they might be interested in. Again, so I can understand maybe the collaboration in terms of bringing someone that the parents would know because, you know, they most likely to attend the event with someone that they know. But the way she was dressed and stuff, I don't necessarily agree with that. But then in saying that, if you brought someone, for example, to collaborate, can you police how they're dressed?
This is it.
Do you know what I mean? That's also another thing. So I'm just wondering because it wasn't crept. I remember he dressed his daughter in like the hijab, like covered up, and then the mother of his child is Christian, wasn't really happy with that and saying she doesn't want her daughter to be dressed like that. So I'm just wondering, was that was it crept that wanted to do that, or was that maybe the brand, or do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but when you're collaborating with someone, you should know what their brand is.
Yeah,
so if their brand is that, you should know that's going to come along with it.
Well, apparently she's a new mum, innit? So I think that's added to it as well.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so she's a new mum.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's so she's promoting.
But that wasn't. So, how was that advertised?
I don't know if it's advertised, but I think if you're a fan
How was
of
that
her,
advertised?
But I think if you're a fan of her, you know that, innit? So I think that's why they're trying to do
Yeah,
that.
but
whole-
I don't feel like that was the USP though. That she's a new mum.
I don't know. I'm just trying to give you as much information as I know.
Because that blow up doll says what? I'm a new mum.
No, but the blow up doll is just maybe her when she wasn't a mum, innit? Like how you know LATTO.
That's what I'm saying. The blow up doll don't even speak to that. Oh, I'm a new mum.
Yeah, but it's not going to.
I mean, people keep on mentioning that, and it's like, yeah, okay, but where was that in this whole branding? But obviously, me, I'm not a marketer. I'm not a PR person, so I wouldn't know.
Dr. Mani says again from videos I've seen from the US having mascots at children events, twerking, etc., is more usual, but we don't see that here really.
Yeah, so clash.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, that's what the situation is. We saw, I saw a clip from Elaine the Payne. I think she just recently brought out a clip like this morning, basically talking about this as well, basically asking Crep to speak up and be like, yo, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? We want to know because we support Nala's Baby. The black community supports Nala's Baby. We don't understand this collaboration, man. You know what I'm saying? So talk up before people start making assumptions about your brand and, you know what I mean, dirtying your brand. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why. But yeah, that's all I know, guys. So I don't know if you guys want to share your opinion. I guess some people are. And Stacey, obviously, Stacey's a US correspondent. And she, I think, is basically saying, yeah, she said, this collab makes sense to me, understanding what she's doing recently, with the exception of me not understanding what the sale was. So yeah, she's just basically saying on the surface. Because Stacey's in the music industry as well. So she would know, obviously, about LATTO and her recent movements and things of that nature. So I guess she's saying, from her perspective, also being based in America, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, it's the same way they had Ice Spice with SpongeBob. I don't get that, but here we are. So
yeah.
Also, but in a cynical way, it's kind of works because we're talking about the brand. So
there you go. Exactly. So yeah, man. Good morning, Gina. You okay? Yeah. The same. Yeah. Have you seen the
No
thing?
comment.
Okay, I understand.
No, moving on, wrap it up. Yeah.
I should have said no comment as well. I like that you said no comment. Yeah, I should have said that as well.
No comment.
All right. So, Ben, there's another video. I'm trying to remember what it is now.
3 to 10 million people killed in an engineered famine by Winston Churchill.
Oh, no, don't start with a Bengal famine. It was not engineered by Winston Churchill, Narendra.
Actually, a brown woman can't say, actually, in my opinion, what happened during the British Empire was evil. That's it.
That's not what she said. That's not what she said. She said the British people are the most evil people in history.
You need to watch the whole podcast then. The British Empire did some atrocious things. You don't seem to be able to accept this. And I think that a lot of people need educating to the truth of what this country did do. Only 100 years ago, it ended in 1947.
Well, the point you made about the Bengal famine is just factually wrong. But shouldn't she just apologise? Shouldn't she just apologise?
No, she should never apologise. So she should apologise for her opinion. That affected her family directly. That affected her ancestors.
Her choice of words. Couldn't she say, look, I expressed this really badly?
No, definitely not.
Americans think British people are so sweet, which is crazy because British people are truly the most evil people in history. Like, they are Thanos. Britain is Thanos.
Go to a museum, guys.
Yeah, they owe 43 trillion to India.
Maybe.
Narinda, surely Jamila Jamil's comments are completely indefensible. Good morning.
That's the clip. Yeah, any thoughts?
No comment.
No comment.
Another comment.
You know what it is? It's them being them, innit? It's like when they get offended, it's so funny, man. It's just funny to watch, to be honest. Like how they get offended, and it's like, oh no, you owe us an apology, but when the shoes are not other fault, it's like, oh no, we didn't mean that. Do you know what I mean?
Do you know why they don't apologise? Because they have to give compensation. So it's like it's a clever way of avoiding accountability.
Yeah.
It's like politicians, you notice, they rarely apologise.
They never say sorry, yeah.
They never say sorry, yeah, because it's like an admission of wrongdoing, so you
yeah.
have to give compensation or something. So.
But yeah, they're trying to come for her, man, because she's given that opinion. But what would you expect, though? If she's somebody who cares about her country and she recognises that connection between the so-called British Empire and what they've done to India and her country, she's going to speak like this. You can't expect her to take back her words and apologise. That's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous. But, you know, it is what it is.
People on the other side have said worse about her people and others, so...
There you go. There you go. All right. Got another clip.
Palestine, DJ. Love everybody. You don't like Palestinians, aren't you? Love Palestine. Yeah, but why can't I get to Palestine? Why can't I get to Palestine? Israel. You love everybody. Israel.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, shouldn't they leave him alone?
But they're doing it to troll him at this point.
Yeah.
They're doing it to troll him. Because they know he's not going to say it. That's why they're doing it.
That was the closest, though. He said, I love Palestine.
Did he?
Yeah. He did say that, right?
I love Palestinians or something?
He said, I love Palestine. I love everyone.
Yeah. The closest, I mean, maybe, you know, they do need to keep going on, you know? One day he'll say it. Who knows? But yeah, man. Our last clip is sports related, man. And remember last week we were talking about the fights on the weekend?
It was.
We're going to get into, obviously, well, if we have time, we'll get into the sports. You know, Tyson Fury fought on the Friday, AJ fought on the Saturday. And my guy Errol Spence fought as well, man. You know what I'm saying? Fought against Tim Tszyu, his first fight in 3 years or so after the loss to the great Terence Crawford. And it didn't go his way, man. And so I'll let you guys hear from him.
It was a good showing by Tim. I answered a lot of questions for myself. Now it's time to go home with my family and, start a new life.
So is this the end of the road for what has been a glorious professional career?
I think, yeah, for sure, man. I got my faculties intact. You know what I'm saying? My money is good and working for itself. So everything's good, man. I got a beautiful family, and I thank God that I'm gracious enough to lead this sport with my faculties intact and my family still by my side, and everything's gonna go well down the end.
Well, Errol, congratulations on a magnificent career. It has been an honour to have you here in Sydney, Australia this week.
I appreciate everybody for coming out. I appreciate everybody for showing me major love. I appreciate Tim and his team. They've been very great. No Limit been very great too. And I thank you all. It's been a great journey for myself. But it's time to be on with my family and you know, and live that family life.
Let's hear it for these two fighters, ladies and gentlemen. Errol Spence and Australia's Tim Tszyu.
Yeah. It's time, man. It's sad, but I think he's leaving at a good time. You know what I'm saying? I think he came back, won last fight, got some money, and gave it all he had, man. You know what I'm saying? That was his first fight at 154 as well. But I hope that people remember him for what he did at 147. You know what I'm saying? He dominated. Only lost that one fight to Terence Crawford, but beat everybody else in their primes. You know what I'm saying? So definitely, I'm hoping anyway, he's definitely a future Hall of Famer. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't undisputed, but he got every other belt. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, that one last belt he couldn't get from Terence Crawford. But he dominated everyone, man. Kell Brook, when Kell Brook was in his prime as well, beat him. Before, if I'm not mistaken, before Triple G gave Kell Brook the broken eye socket thing, Spence did it. You know what I'm saying? On the other eye, you know what I'm saying? First time. Beat Sean Porter in his prime. Garcia, beat Ugas, beat everybody. So big up Errol Spence, man.
Was that
a legend?
He had a couple of fights since the car crash, isn't it?
Yeah. He fought, I think, Danny Garcia and Ugas after that, yeah. And obviously Crawford as well. But yeah, he just wasn't the same, I don't think. He wasn't the same. But he was great, man. He was great.
And I like what he said about leaving the game with his faculties intact. That's the most important thing. So.
Exactly. That's what I want for AJ as well, you know.
Yeah.
Because I want AJ to retire, man.
I say take the Fury fight and then retire.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's fine, but take the Fury fight and then obviously he's fighting for his friends as well. So
Yeah, that's true. But like, say he beats Fury in like phenomenal fashion. I don't want him to start talking about, I want to get a belt again. I don't want
for it though.
No, yeah.
Remember Usyk
probably would, yeah.
He relinquished the titles, so AJ becomes it free time.
Is it what?
I thought he wants to be free time.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So if Usyk has relinquished the belt, which he has, and he beats Fury, then he just needs to fight. Is it Dubois or?
Yeah, Dubois.
It's that young guy that I'll be worried about. Is it Moses?
Itama, yeah.
I don't think he'd be too fast, too powerful for him.
I think all of them will be too much for AJ.
Yes, I don't
all of them, if I'm being honest, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at Prenga on the weekend.
I don't know, man.
What happened?
I don't think it's fair, all this commentary.
What, AJ?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we should support him. We should try to support him.
Not in the room. Not in the room over the weekend, because some were saying that it was fixed.
Nah.
I don't think it's fixed.
Okay. And what have you seen different from AJ that I'm missing out on? I'm confused. He's fighting the same way.
No, but he's got the power.
So he's lost the power?
No, he's got the power. He's still got the power. It's punch resistance, maybe.
I'm thinking, like, wait, what? That particular phrase just jumped into the sphere recently.
No, definitely hasn't.
When?
Punch resistance.
I've already started hearing about AJ like this weekend.
For him, maybe. But that's what we talk about in boxing.
Forget about boxing. I'm talking about towards him.
No. Maybe some people would have said that, but I think it's mainly because you might have only seen it since the Dubois fight. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no,
he dropped how many times?
I've seen him get punched up before, and it's like, hey, you can't take a punch.
Yeah, but because it's happening consistently now, he's always I don't want to say always, but he's hitting the canvas. You know what I'm saying? Frequently, right? Then you're gonna start talking about punch resistance.
Question: is it possible for a fighter like that to get an uppercut like that and drop?
Yeah,
he didn't see it coming. But then in saying that, I was listening to Paulie Maggiani, and he said that he was actually fouled. So if you watch it again, the guy pulled his head
with the other hand. Yeah, that's true.
So it was actually he shouldn't have been. It wasn't a fair knockdown.
So why is he being demonized?
That happens in boxing all the time.
Yeah.
So
all the time. And Dre did it on the weekend as well.
So what does that mean then? I still think it's unfair.
What's unfair?
The commentary that is levied towards him. I believe that this is the same AJ from way back when.
No, it's definitely not. No, and if you make him
Just 'cause
believe
you say
that,
so,
he's
it
going to
doesn't
be
mean
in
it's
trouble.
It's a careful. What I think might have changed is he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing. He's going in cocky, right? When it is that he should have been doing. He should stand back and like let the guy kind of get tired of it and then start using your power to stand next. He doesn't have the skill set to go in and do it. That's not him. And every time it is he tries to do that, he gets humbled.
No, but apparently the person that he fought, he was a real novice.
Who?
Like
Prenga.
Like,
I've heard every single fight.
No, the person on was it on Saturday?
Yeah,
20 knockouts.
Yeah, but he was fighting journeyman. Like AJ was like 95% like odds on to win.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like when he lost to what was the Mexican guy?
Andy
The fat
Ruiz.
guy. Andy, but he was a good boxer. So they could understand that would have been
No,
the biggest
no,
shock.
no. That wasn't the narrative. The narrative was he's gonna finish that fight.
Yeah.
Don't go on that.
No. The narrative was he would have beat him, but he was still a respected boxer.
Exactly.
At one point.
So you're saying Prenga's not a respected boxer?
It wasn't. No.
No, of course not.
So was the boxer that Fury fought a respected
Absolutely
boxer?
not.
Not as well.
But
No.
yet he was still troubled.
Yeah, they're both done. They're both done, Brent.
What? Fury's done looks a bit done. And AJ's done.
They're both.
I believe, again, my theory is that he should stop trying to believe that he's better than he is.
Okay.
And stick to what it is that you could do best, which is stay far, use your reach, use your range and stuff, innit? He didn't do that with Prenga.
Yeah, but but AJ's a knockout
seconds
guy.
in.
Remember, AJ's still a knockout guy.
What does that mean?
So that means he's not just going to stay afar and just box, you know what I'm saying, from outside of the ring.
Okay.
That's what he did against Ruiz in the second fight. You had to be cautious, right?
Yeah, and that same guy who you're claiming is a really, really good boxer, he got mashed up in that second round. Because Ruiz. That's because AJ did what he was supposed to do.
Yeah,
If he
'cause
went
boxed
in,
smart. That's why
if,
he
if,
boxed
he
smart.
went, if he went in the way he went in the first fight, he would have lost again.
Yeah, but the first fight, I think he underestimated Andy Ruiz. And the night before, he did a...
Also underestimated Prenga.
Bro. Yeah, I guess so.
Everyone underestimated Prenga.
That's true.
Everyone did. Like, if you listen to all the commentators, I was listening to a number. Like, I'm not an expert in boxing or anything, but when I listened to the experts, they were all shocked. That's saying something. It's like if I was going to say Arsenal. It's like if Real Madrid loses to a team in the second division in England. You know what I mean? It'll be a big shock. You can't compare them losing to I don't know, Wimbledon compared to losing to a top team.
Sorry, you need to let me know if it is I'm talking to you and it's not focused on you. You got two jobs.
Imagine. But he's looking at you, bro.
Focus on your job, focus on my job too, you get me? So I don't think that what you'll have said counters what I'm saying.
What are you saying, though? Let's be clear on
I'll
what you're
state
saying.
again.
Yes.
AJ has been the same from the very beginning.
Okay.
I'm saying that if he goes into the fight and does what he's supposed to do, as in box to his strengths, right, and not underestimate people and be cocky, and start he will fare better, right?
I think that's everybody, though. But I think when you go in there, you have a plan. And sometimes...
What did you say is everybody?
Everybody,
box,
if they
box to their strengths?
Yeah, if they all box to their strengths.
No, because he didn't. When he doesn't do it, he gets wobbled and whatnot. When he does do it, then you see a better result.
Okay.
I'm just talking about AJ. Don't tell me about everybody else.
But the thing is, when AJ has done this, we're talking about a time when he was in his prime. He's not in his prime anymore. He doesn't box the same way. He's more tentative. He's just not the same guy. Plus, if he gets hit, he's in trouble. Do you know what I'm
So
saying?
you're saying that in his history, he's gotten hit before and he hasn't wobbled.
Of course. Of course.
So can that just be that he hasn't got hit to the in a part of his head where it doesn't force him?
It could be that, but it's just for any human being, any boxer who's in the ring for long enough, your punch resistance is going to go down. You know what I'm saying? You just can't keep getting used to it.
So there was a time when you rated AJ as one of the best in the world?
He was 100%. He was. He was the world champion, 3 belts.
As in, he did, compared to how who's that next guy that
Usyk
prayed for him? Yeah.
No, but Usyk is a generational lifetime guy.
I never saw him moving like how Usyk was moving. When I first saw Usyk just training, I'm thinking that guy's wavy. I didn't even see him in the ring yet. But when I'm seeing AJ, I'm thinking that just his physique is dope, powerful hitter. But he's not.
Remember, he's beating everyone. You know, he was a world champion, 2-time world champion.
Sorry, who was beating everybody?
Exactly.
Every single time we come to this, I asked you about that, and you said, well, the people that he beat wasn't really the
AJ.
Yeah.
No, that's not true.
So the big hitters that he beat, who were they?
Klitschko.
And Klitschko, was he the best in the world?
Yeah,
No,
and he dominated for years.
I mean, he wasn't.
Don't do that because I was hearing proper analysts basically saying that Klitschko is on his way down and this and that. So why you now sending me?
That's still true.
I'm trusting your boxing knowledge, you know. Don't tell me nonsense now.
No.
Right?
We're gonna be fair.
What I'm reading and what I'm listening to.
No, we have to be fair.
Well, be fair then.
That wasn't Klitschko of
his best.
old. Yes.
All right.
I think that was his last fight. After that, he retired, right?
Yeah, something like that.
And all this time, Fury kept on saying, "You're still dodging me. You're going to fight
but
this
Fury's
person,
lying.
this person."
Fury's just talking.
No,
Because Fury's had opportunities to fight AJ, and he has not done so for the
he was
last
scared of
5
him.
years.
Because he was scared of him.
I don't think any boxer's scared, but I just think most of them anyway. But Fury's not scared of him.
Who else
and
did
AJ was scared
AJ
of
beat
him.
at his prime?
Dylan White. It was a.
That is crazy how you mentioned
true.
Dylan White.
What? At that time?
So Dylan White was up there.
Dylan White was.
Y'all are crazy.
Dylan White
What
has
you're
never
doing
been
is
ahead.
crazy to me.
No, this is no. You have
I'm
to-
not
you
even
have
a
to be fair.
boxing
You have to be
enthusiast.
fair.
Pulisic, he was like a top 5. Was it Pulisic, that the Russian?
Yep. Povetkin.
Povetkin.
Povetkin. Who else he fought? If I have his record here, I'll show you.
Who's Povetkin's fought since?
No, Povetkin is finished.
finished.
retired.
Like, he finished it, yeah.
No, you know, Povetkin laid out Dillian White.
Yes,
You know?
I'm going off the back of my naive, ignorant.
No, but you take out
I just
Usyk.
looked at AJ and thought his physique is fantastic. He's a proper pin-up fella for the sport, but he's not wavy like how these other people like they're moving their bodies and.
No, but like
and
you're
doing the-
comparing him to Usyk. Usyk.
Yeah,
is
you
like,
can't do that.
That's what I did
different.
say. I did
No,
say.
Usyk is
I
different.
just saw that white man training in wherever he was in the forest, and I said, "This guy's dangerous."
No, but even Klitschko and even Lennox Lewis couldn't
Lennox
box.
Lewis?
I'm saying they didn't box like Usyk. They didn't have the footwork.
Yeah.
Usyk has got a footwork of a
No, but
middleweight.
Lennox Lewis
And,
could take a punch in his face.
Oliver McCall. Remember
No,
that?
wait, are you talking about at the end of his career?
No.
Oliver McCall.
Laid out
then
3 times.
Hasim Rahman. as
Rahman,
well.
yep.
So Lennox Lewis was always conservative in terms of he was very tactical. He
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
trade. AJ's always been a trader, and then what happened is that a lot of people called him like a one-track bully. So he wanted to be a boxer. That's why if you listen to him, he always talks about.
Oh, so you got bullied
I'm a
into changing
boxer.
his style.
Yeah, because I think he did. Because you know the stereotype of just because you're physique, because you're big, that's why you knock
yeah.
people out. You haven't got any
So
intelligence.
he tried to learn the techniques.
Yeah.
You see, I'm right.
You're not right.
I call me right, because that's how I've seen him.
Yeah, but is there anything wrong in that? Because if you
Well-
want to say that I'm not just, it's not my only.
Yes,
my
it is
physique.
something wrong with that. If it is that you're now stepping out of your comfort zone that you've learned and mastered for the longest while and stepping into an arena in which it is that you can't tread
No, but
water,
before-
then
before-
you're about to get found out.
No, but you said that he should be boxing smart, right? That's how he should. But if he was like in his early career, he was just knocking people out first 3-4 rounds, right? And people were saying you're one-track bully, so he said, "No, I'm going to actually now box smart." And especially after the Klitschko performance,
Yeah.
where he got dropped about 2 times and stuff, so then he was more tentative
Got
going
dropped
forward.
twice with Klitschko.
Yeah.
So
Klitschko
he was
is-
still not punch resistant then.
No, but remember, this is
As a
happening
straight
over
question.
time. What's the question?
He even heavy.
No.
So fixated on stalking.
No. I heard you say something about punch resistance. I
So
don't know
when
the
he got dropped twice,
Yeah.
fighting the prime fella, it's cool.
Yeah.
He got dropped twice. He
Yeah.
wasn't punch resistant then either.
No,
This is
but
when it is y'all rated him highly.
But
He said he was the best then.
He was the best then.
And he still got dropped twice.
what does that mean?
He won.
very
He
much.
won.
What does that mean?
Wait.
He got dropped twice.
Did he
but
not win on Saturday? But yet you said he's finished.
No, because who did he get dropped by? That's the.
Is that the main thing you're talking about here?
Of course, it's part of it.
All right.
Because he's.
I know I heard it. I like this. You've not introduced the fact that the guy is a journeyman, right? You did say he got fouled. Like it was a foul.
No, I found that after. I didn't know at the time.
But now you know.
But even still,
Look at this guy.
no, even still, no, I'm just saying, even still, people still expect him to beat this guy, like to deal
You
with.
really want me to believe that he's rubbed out. That's what you want.
No, it's
I
just.
didn't
It's just.
say
I
no.
think he's got some years still left. How
No,
many?
he doesn't.
How old is he?
It's like
Like,
36 or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
36.
Something
Something
like that.
like
Yeah.
that,
How old is Usyk?
I think he's a bit older, you know.
A bit.
Yeah, I think.
I think he's in his 30s, but around that. But he's
late
he's
30s.
looking to retire anyway. He's clocked.
Yeah, but he can afford to. He's
No, but-
just nobody could fell him in it.
No, but again, look at Usyk's last fight though, against what's his name, the kickboxer, Van Hoven or whatever his name is. Wasn't a good performance, man. Down on
Against
down on
Chisora
the
as well.
ground.
Oh,
He's
yes,
done
he
well, yeah.
retired too.
Usyk should. I've been saying this for years though. Well, not years, but I've been saying this. Usyk needs to just pack in. There's no
but
need.
you have a different reason as to why he should retire as opposed to AJ. You think he
Yeah.
should retire because you've done everything.
You've done everything, and I think the longer you stay, the more chance something's gonna happen to you, and you just don't need it. For no, like you know what I'm saying, like you're aging. You know what I'm saying? So, and AJ to me, he's aging too. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't have the skill set of Usyk, right? And the punch resistance is down, man. You can't keep getting hit by these guys. Look at what's his name, Dillian White. The biggest thing about Dillian White is his punch resistance is 0 now. Itama got rid of him in 1 round. And that was probably the best Dillian White's looked physically in years. 1 round, gone.
Can I ask how y'all weigh this up? How do y'all measure this? Because
100%.
you say Itama is like he's a dastardly devil, right?
Good up and coming boxer.
He's fast. He's powerful. He's like obviously if AJ fought Itama when he was his age or about 25, he would beat him. I'm saying now, I don't think he'll be able to beat him.
So, if you now say that Dillian White, has looked the best he's ever looked.
Physically,
yeah.
It's like when David Hay, when he fought Tony Bellew. No, I'm just saying, he physically...
We have to be right.
Yo, go with it.
Go.
I'm going to stop now.
Go on.
No, just to prove you all. I don't want to talk anymore.
This guy.
All right, AJ is a bum.
No.
AJ is a bum.
No, he's
he
not.
should retire.
AJ is...
He carried boxing for like 50
you know what I'm saying?
especially in the UK.
AJ's done a
World,
lot
though.
for the sport, man.
Yeah,
But it's the world, isn't it? Like, everybody wanted a piece of AJ.
Yeah, he's a cash cow, because to be fair, Usyk, that's why he even acknowledges AJ. AJ gave him a shot when he didn't have to.
Yep.
And he made him money. So if it wasn't for AJ, Usyk wouldn't be making the money that he's making. You have to give him credit where it's due.
I think he deserves like a lot more credit, and he needs to mash up Fury.
I really hope he
when
does.
he mashes up Fury, then yeah, I don't mind him like bowing out.
Yeah. Hopefully he does, man.
Because he broke bare ribs when it was in that car accident. And he lost two close friends.
Yep.
Nah, man.
I hope he wins.
I'm rooting for AJ.
100%, of course. Hopefully he wins, though.
All right.
It's going to be tough. But both of them are not in their primes, and I wish this fight happened 5 years ago instead of now. It's just, but it'll still be one of the biggest fights in British history, if not the biggest, so it is what it is. But anyway, let's get into the headlines. All right, people. So your favorite PM, Andy Burnham, has told the BBC that the NHS will collapse if social care is not reformed, but said that he could not put a timeline on changes, right? In his first major interview since becoming the Prime Minister, Burnham said he would not want to leave office without bringing in substantial change to the social care system. The Prime Minister also suggested making it harder to claim benefits, saying that the country had to get serious about getting the welfare bill down. The Tory leader, as well, Kemi Badenoch, has meanwhile written to the Prime Minister saying that he should roll out tax rises or increase borrowing to fund social care reform. Next headline, trigger warning on this one, man. Did you guys hear about what happened in Berlin? So basically, the man suspected of carrying out what authorities say was likely an Islamist terror attack at Berlin Pride has been shot and killed by police. So officers opened fire when Abdul Balot, who's a 21-year-old German citizen with Lebanese heritage, rushed at them with a knife in Spandau, which is a western borough of Berlin. It brought an end to a massive manhunt that was launched after a white van was driven into a crowd of people in the park. This was just before 10 p.m. on Saturday evening, killing one woman and injuring at least 29 others. Police say following the ramming that several people were injured in a stabbing attack as well. Speaking to reporters on Sunday, German Interior Minister Alexander Dobrindt said that evidence pointed to it being an Islamist terror attack. He goes on to then say, we're dealing with a suspected perpetrator who had previously drawn attention to himself through a high volume of criminal offences, radicalisation and affiliation with the Islamist scene. Next headline, and wildfire threatens Bordeaux as more than 300,000 leave homes in France and also in Spain. So firefighters are tackling major wildfires in France and Spain, with one blaze around 9 miles from the south of Bordeaux. The Bordeaux fire did not get worse overnight, and the winds eased, and there was even a little rain. But the weather is expected to get hotter, with 40 degrees Celsius expected on Tuesday. The French President Emmanuel Macron will hold an emergency meeting today, and the French Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez will revisit fire-hit areas in Valencia. Again, more than 300,000 people have been evacuated across both countries, with many sleeping in sports halls or exhibition centres. Next headline, Andy Burnham has pledged to continue the UK's unwavering support for Ukraine ahead of meeting Volodymyr Zelensky today. So the Ukrainian president will become the prime minister's first international visitor since he took office a week ago, with number 10 said, illustrates the strength of the relationship between the two nations. They will visit a naval base where Burnham will announce the sharing of the intellectual property behind the UK's new Stone Cloak electronic warfare system, enabling Ukraine to produce the technology at scale. Burnham, again, he was speaking to BBC's Laura Koonsberg ahead of the visit, that he said that he was looking forward to it and that his support for Ukraine was unwavering. He said it's 100%. So guys, expect more money going to Ukraine. Yeah, man. Palestinians, our next headline, Palestinians say that Israeli settlers set fire to mosques, cars and farmland in the West Bank. Terrible. Israeli settlers have set fire to 2 mosques, as well as cars and agricultural land in the occupied West Bank. This is what Palestinian officials say, as tensions in the territory continue to flare. The latest attacks come 2 days after a clash between settlers and Palestinians near the village of Tal, which left 4 Palestinians and 2 Israelis dead. Both sides accused the other of provoking the violence. The confrontation has further inflamed the situation in the West Bank, which has seen ever-growing violence by extremist settlers against Palestinians, encouraged by far-right elements in the current Israeli government. Our next headline, the US ambassador to the UN has said that President Donald Trump has paused attacks on Iran for the 2nd night in a row to give diplomacy more time. So speaking to Fox News on Sunday, Ambassador Mike Waltz said that the president was giving talks some space. He's given it a little bit of room. These were his words, right? An Iranian army spokesperson said on Sunday that Tehran had halted retaliatory attacks in the region in response. Our next headline takes us to Nigeria, where the president, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has approved the country's largest military expansion in recent times, an attempt to tackle the slew of security challenges plaguing the nation. He has greenlit the recruitment of 28,000 extra soldiers and the creation of 4 new army divisions, which will take the total number up to 12. Nigeria's government is under intense pressure to curb the violence perpetrated by a variety of armed groups, including militant Islamists, separatists, and gangs who kidnap civilians for ransom. Over the past week, an armed gang killed at least 20 villagers in the northwestern state of Zamfara, and 46 students were abducted from a school in Borno State in the country's northeast. And our last headline for now takes us to South Africa, man, where a South African court has ruled in favor of President Cyril Ramaphosa's bid to temporarily halt a parliamentary inquiry looking into whether he should be impeached over what has been dubbed the Farmgate scandal. So back in 2022, an independent panel said that Ramaphosa might have a case to answer after burglars stole huge sums of cash hidden in a sofa from his private farm. And the president, obviously, he has denied any wrongdoing. At the time, MPs voted against establishing an impeachment inquiry, but in May, the Constitutional Court ruled that the Parliament had acted unlawfully by shelving the panel's report. So yeah, long story short, he's now challenging the findings of the panel in a separate court, in a separate court case, and that's going to be held in September. So we'll give you guys, some news on that. It just reminded me of something that I wanted to ask you actually, Habeeb. Yeah, this is linked to what's going on in Burkina Faso. I want to show if you saw the president speak about. Basically, he was talking about how some people have gone. It started with Sharia. So he was talking about Sharia, saying how he doesn't want it in Burkina Faso. And people were kind of getting onto him because he's a Muslim, right? And he was talking about, I'll go even one step further. All those people who think it's okay to go to Saudi Arabia to learn certain things about the Quran and Islam and all that stuff, and then come back to maybe implement certain things. He doesn't want that. If you're going to go there and learn something, learn agriculture, learn medicine, learn something productive for the country, innit? Let it not just be a religious thing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, just mind me with that. What's your thoughts on that anyway?
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one because I understand where he's coming from. I don't agree with what he's saying. And just by my background, the reason why not only him but some other West African, even Muslim leaders are saying similar sentiment is because a number of people, Muslims who travel or study in like Saudi Arabia and they come back with a very ultra conservative interpretation of Islam. Some people call it Wahhabism or Salafism, and a lot of West Africa, they are Muslim, but they're like more like Sufi, so they're more like into spirituality and things like that. Now, when you study Islam in Saudi Arabia, they're very against that type of interpretation of Islam, so that's why it can cause a lot of conflict and division. And so that's also why some people are kind of against people studying in Saudi and coming back and then causing like conflict. Another thing, which I don't agree with what he said, is that he said that the people that study Islam, when they come back, they don't basically add anything to the economy. They don't bring any value. And I've got a close friend who's now become like a, you could say, like a Islamic scholar, Mustafa Briggs, and he was speaking a lot about this in the last couple of days. That's how I kind of knew about it, because he does a lot of work in West Africa, also in the US, and he was trying to educate people and trying to say it's not that studying Islam is the problem, it's the interpretation of Islam that some people are studying. And then he's also saying that even if you look at what's the richest man in Africa?
Dangote.
He studied this Islamic law, but he also studied some other things as well. And he still was able to contribute and, you know, provide wealth and jobs for people in West Africa. So I don't agree with what he said, because again, but I understood some of where he was coming from in terms of, like, I think maybe he was going against people coming back with a very ultra conservative interpretation of Islam, and then just desecrating some of like the shrines and the sacred things that are in West Africa. But I don't agree with, like, they don't come with any value or anything like that.
Okay.
Is Burkina Faso a Muslim country?
I think it's Muslim majority, but there's a large portion. I don't know if it's majority. It might be like 40 to 50, 60%. But and he's Muslim himself.
Yeah, he's Muslim.
He said that, like, he said he's Muslim, but he's kind of like secular, so he wants to separate religion from state. So.
Yeah, because he's a Pan-Africanist, isn't it? So I think he puts that first. That first.
And I think what happens is sometimes when people study, like in Saudi, they become like Arabized, like they're more about Arab issues, rather than speaking about the uplifting of black people, African people. So in that sense, I understand where he's coming from, but not like saying that people shouldn't study Islam. I don't agree with.
When you study Islam, is that the only place you can go and study it?
No. So you can study like in Egypt. That's where I studied. You can study in Syria, but in Saudi, that's like the hotspot. That's the hotbed of Wahhabism or Salafism, which is more like ultra conservative and like So that's why some people like have issues with that form of Islam.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for touching on that. Let's get into our conversation, man. All right, people. I will definitely repeat myself. We have the best guest on the show.
Come on. Classic.
Today is no different, you know what I'm saying? But our guest is making his second appearance on TDA. If you've not seen the first one, I urge you to
How can you top the first one, man?
Go and watch the first one. You know what I'm saying? It's a pleasure to have him back. He's an author. He's a historian. And he's an educator who has spent years researching relationships, sexuality and intimacy through the lens of Islamic scholarship, African history and culture. He studied Arabic and Islamic law at Al-Azhar University. If you know, then you know that's a university worth mentioning, right? In Egypt, and has spent well over a decade researching intimacy, consent, relationships through both Islamic scholarship and African history. His work has been featured by the BBC, Al Jazeera, and other international platforms, and has become one of the leading voices tackling these subjects with both the depth and nuance necessary. Like many of us in the room, he's not interested in fueling culture wars. It's not a men versus women type of nonsense, right? Whether he's writing about Islamic history, African traditions, or modern relationships, his work consistently tries to bring nuance to conversations that are often reduced to headlines and the nonsensical arguments that you see on social media, right? But he advocates for healthy relationships, better communication, and greater understanding between men and women. And that's why we have asked for him to come back today. You know what I'm saying? With so many high-profile allegations that you guys have been seeing, we've been speaking about, making headlines over the past few years, conversations around consent have never been more important. So today isn't about discussing any individuals, but it's about consent as a whole. It's about helping us understand what it actually means, where the grey areas lie, and how both men and women can actually better navigate relationships. So today, guys, everyone in the room, everyone watching, everyone tomorrow, please help me to welcome our esteemed guest, my good brother, Habeeb.
Where's your prop?
That intro was great. And also, you killed me when I came on last time with that fun. That got me into a A lot of bother. After I said, yeah, please don't call me that. Would you label it the squirt master or
something like that?
I know it was good. It was good because in some conservative communities they were like killing me. But no, I'm glad. That was, it was a good conversation. I'm glad to appear again.
Come on.
Yeah, man. Thank you for joining us, man. Obviously, a lot of things have been happening, man. A lot of things are happening, and I'm not even too sure where to start. But
and so just before you start,
yeah,
I'm here to help trying to facilitate the conversation because, in all honesty, people have been speaking about this for, actually, sorry, let me correct myself. Women have been speaking about this for many years, but a lot of brothers, we're not really listening as much. I've listened to you, Gina, on Meet Us After 7 speak about this many years ago. I've heard you speak, Crystal, about brothers need to be a bit careful, especially playing in the snow and stuff like that. So, and women have been having this conversation. I think the challenge is that a lot of us as men, we're not probably as forthcoming in terms of listening to what women are saying in terms of how some men can be mad in the bedroom or like in a nightclub and this, that, and the other. So, and that's why I, when we were speaking offline a couple of weeks ago, again, we're not speaking about the individuals in these cases, but one of the, you could say, the benefit for the community of these cases, it's helped a lot of men now actually realize that actually maybe we need to rethink the way we move in relationships with women, because a lot of these cases, again, it's not straightforward, especially when you look into the facts. So, and some people, I think a lot of people can relate to what some of these guys have been involved in. And again, that's why I kind of want to help, like you could say, like facilitate the conversation and understand things from both the male perspective as well as like the female perspective, rather than, like you said, doing like this culture of men against women.
Yeah. Okay, let's start from consent, right? Since this is what we're talking about and stuff. And this is what I think most people kind of misunderstand, because we all have certain ideas of consent, you know what I'm saying? But what actually is consent, so that we understand it in 2026? Yeah. What's your perspective?
Yeah. So the legal definition, and then you've got the definition that many people kind of understand. So the legal definition of consent, from obviously sexual consent, is when a person agrees to engage in sexual activity, and that person has the freedom and capacity to make that choice. So that says, you could say there's 3 elements. There's that you agree to engage in sexual activity. It can be any form of sexual activity, whether it's vaginal intercourse, anal intercourse, oral sex, fondling, right? And then you have the freedom and capacity, which is very important, because if someone doesn't have the, like you say, if someone's intoxicated, they don't have the capacity to give consent, right? And likewise, if someone is doesn't have the freedom, meaning they are coerced or they're threatened, they don't also have the capacity to give consent. That's why it's also important to understand that. And also, the age of consent also, that varies from culture to culture or country to country. So in the UK, the age of consent is 16. In other parts of the world, it's 18. In other parts of the world, it's even less than that. So that's essentially what the definition of consent is. But when you find people talking about like consent, especially sex educators and sex therapists, they'll talk about like it should be enthusiastic, it should be affirmative, like especially like the woman like should say yes and you should be engaged, right? But that's not in law.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what you could say best practice, and that's why you find people say like no means no. But where you're having like these grey areas is where a person might think he has got consent. I'm speaking like the man in this case, because a woman hasn't said anything. But by her body language or what she's insinuated, that's why he thinks he has got consent. And that's why when they go into law or a court case, they're trying to ascertain, do we reasonably believe that he had consent? Because in order to prosecute someone for sexual assault or rape, there has to be obviously an unwanted touch where the person hasn't given consent, and the perpetrator has to be, the jury will look at, is there enough evidence to reasonably believe that he didn't believe that he had consent? So if he believed that he had consent, and a normal person, that's why they say an average person will looking at the facts and circumstances will think he did have consent. That's why he wouldn't be convicted of rape. And obviously it can happen the other way around, like in terms of a woman can assault a man. But yeah, in terms of just understanding consent, it's important we understand the legal definition, and then after that, how some people interpret it, because it can be different. Because some people, where they say, okay, like, how do I get consent from my partner? Does she have to say yes?
Yeah.
And some, you even hear some on some podcasts, some of the advice some people are giving, it's problematic because maybe they're not familiar with the law. So I've heard a number of people on certain podcasts, like where guys are overreacting and saying, actually, maybe I shouldn't say they're overreacting. They're panicking and they're saying, okay, make sure you record every sexual encounter.
Write it down or something.
That's illegal.
Yeah.
You can't film someone without their consent. So some people thinking, because Neymar, who's like the Brazilian footballer, he got accused of sexual assault or rape, but he secretly filmed the encounter, and he was exonerated because you know, she didn't. I mean, he didn't force himself upon her. But that's in Brazil. That's not in the UK. In the UK, you can't film someone without their consent. So this idea that every sexual encounter you have, you film that person without that person knowing, you can't do that. And likewise, when people say, okay, make sure every woman that you're encountering signs a contract. But consent can be withdrawn, and it's important that people know that. So even if a woman agrees, or a woman might agree, okay, we can have intercourse, then the man after wants to do something else that she doesn't want to do, or she can say after, actually, you know what, I don't want to do this. So it's important that people understand this, because a number of guys, even when I'm looking at the comments or even speaking to some people when I've had workshops, they assume once a woman's on it, she's always on it. Once you've had a relationship with her before, she can't say no. Do you understand? So that's where, like, again, the men assume that they've got consent, or they think that's why, again, it's just having that understanding, because I think in a lot of these cases, and again, I agree with you in the sense of people that are like rapists, I'm with you in terms of like
get them out of it.
Like, I was gonna say chop the head, but get them out of it. Like, I don't have no empathy or sympathy for people do such things. Where it's people who think they have got consent and then the woman hasn't got given consent, that's where we need to understand. Okay, like the facts and circumstances, especially obviously going to a court of laws, but and obviously you have to judge on a case by case basis. But I think the assumed consent is arguably the critical issue, because if you speak to a lot of the men, they think that they had consent, either by way of because she came to his hotel room, he bought her a drink and she accepted it. He was in a relationship with the woman or married. Do you understand? So that's why he doesn't think that he did anything wrong.
So in that situation there, obviously this is just hypothetical, where maybe that person buys him a drink, for example, goes to his hotel room. Is he getting consent at that stage because he has reasonable, I don't know, like he's looking at the situation and feels like, okay, cool, there's enough actions here to show me that she wants something. And does she have to then say no later, or then show the opposite? You know what I'm saying? With time to then say, okay, cool, that consent has been withdrawn, or is it a situation where none of that means consent?
None of that actually means consent.
Okay.
But also it's on a case by case basis, because a woman doesn't have to say yes to give consent, which could be by her body language, right? But likewise, just because she doesn't say no, it doesn't mean that she's withdrawn consent. Like some men think she has to say no, or she has to resist physically. And again, this is also maybe helping people understand that when people talk about, and I don't know if we want to talk about like trigger warning and stuff like that, but we're going to talk about sensitive topics. When people talk about like grape, I think a lot of people's understanding of grape is the old school, like understanding, like maybe like 100 years ago, where it's physical violence by force, and like the woman is, you know, fighting the man off, and usually from a stranger. And that's not the definition of grape in the UK law. Like, grape is defined as when a person with a penis inserts his penis into either another person's mouth, anus, or vagina without their consent. Right? That's the definition of grape. You say 100 years ago, it had to be physical violence, and they defined grape as unlawful intercourse against someone's will. And then they changed the law in 1991, and they removed unlawful. The reason being was because the understanding of grape, because I do work with a lot of like religious leaders, both in the Muslim community as well as in the Christian community, you hear like pastors, even imams, say there's no such thing as marital rape in Islam or Christianity. Because the old school understanding of grape is it can only take place outside of marriage. And that's why when the UK updated the definition of grape in 1991, when they removed unlawful, meaning that grape can take place in a marital union. You understand? So it's just understanding that basically any penetration without someone's consent, without their will, that's obviously grape. And then also understanding the concept of like coercion as well, because that also came into force in around 2003. They kind of updated it, so it could be non-violent as well, non-physical. So like the whole concept of coercive control, that I think again more women are familiar with. I think for the men, we're kind of looking at like, if she hasn't fought me off, if she hasn't, you know, then I haven't done anything wrong. And that's where, in terms of how a person gives consent, is varied from person to person. So how one woman might give consent, it might be totally different to another. And that's why communication is extremely important. You need to check in constantly. So in order to have consent, it has to be ongoing. It can't be just because you was given consent at one point in time or at the beginning of the night. She's more than entitled to revoke that consent, and you just have to kind of be checking in on that. So that's why in a court case, they'll be trying to ascertain, did them again? Usually, the perpetrator is the man. Did he take reasonable steps to ascertain whether he still had consent? And especially when you go into the realm of like rough sex and strangulation and stuff like that, that's something where you would expect someone to kind of check in. Is this okay?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Rather than you assuming because she's allowed me to have intercourse with her, then she's also allowed me to penetrate anally or to slap her and to punch her. And another thing that recently came into law, I think a few years ago as well, is the non-fatal strangulation, which people need to be aware of, especially those that like to do like rough sex and kinky, like BDSM and stuff like that. And I'm personally not an advocate for that, but again, each their own if it's between consenting adults, but one needs to be careful that if you're engaging in like choking and stuff, a person cannot consent to choking and strangulation if it causes serious harm or serious injury. And that's why you will find that. So even if a person consents and says, I consent to you strangling me, if that causes serious harm, like I said, or obviously death, then that person, that consent is revoked. That's why some people, they think, oh, but she wanted me, she allowed me to do this. But if it's going to cause serious harm, it doesn't matter. So these are all like kind of some of the nuances, because I think a lot of men, they watch a lot of like aggressive porn, and they're getting the understanding or miseducation from women's pleasure from that. So they want to reenact that. And that's why when you're hearing like, and especially if like, and again, I'm trying to not sound, because obviously I'm older now, so I'm like 42, but my mindset of my how I was maybe early 20s, some of my friends was very different. So I'm just trying to like understand, okay, at that age, you go by what your past experience or what people have kind of told you, maybe not really empathetic to your partner's needs and what she wants. So, and you go by, okay, if I've done this to X amount of number of partners and they didn't have an issue with it, or you assume they didn't have an issue with it, you're going to do it again. And it's also more risky when you're engaging in promiscuous sex with multiple sexual partners. So again, it's not saying that people shouldn't have multiple sexual partners, can each their own, but know that it's a higher level of risk. If you're engaging in casual sex with a number of people, and naturally, of course, and you're not taking the time to know what their wants are, you're not setting any boundaries, you're not having any safe words, so you're just naturally going to go off what you've done in the past. That's why when you speak to like the accused men, like just say like the perpetrators or accused perpetrators, they are oblivious. They're thinking like, I haven't done anything wrong. Because they're going by past experience, and they're thinking, I've done this in the past and no other female or woman has had an issue with it that they know of, because maybe they haven't reported it. And a lot of people have been educated about these type of things. That's why now you can say like women are speaking more about it. And that's why, again, there's a disconnect, because some men are thinking that this is kind of new and women are kind of making this up. It's not that they're making this up. Maybe now that they feel empowered now to speak about it, they've got the language to kind of say what this is. Whereas we probably just thought this was normal, meaning it was common, but it doesn't mean it was right. Do you understand what I mean? So,
question: what does non-verbal consent look like?
What does non-verbal consent?
Yeah.
It was like body language. It could be a smile. So like when you say non-verbal consent, anything that you don't vocalize.
All right.
You agree to something. The same way if I were to give you my phone and I said, do you want my phone? You can just take it. You've agreed to it. Doesn't mean so. And again, I just trying to help people, especially the men, like because I don't know if they're doing it in a patronizing way. They'll be like, oh, so every time I'm intimate with my girlfriend or wife or a hookup, do I need to have it written down? It's like, come on, like you don't. That's just. And also I want the ladies to chime in and just share your thoughts, because that's something that I think I can imagine might be quite infuriating for the women, because they're thinking you don't need to infantilize us, but let's take this seriously. But again, one of the problems, if we're going to be honest, that some men don't care about the woman that they're sleeping with
at all.
That's the issue. So if you don't respect women, you just focus on your own pleasure, you just want to get off, you don't care about her, you're in a dangerous area, because you're not going to check in. You're not going to see if she's okay. You're not going to check in to see what she wants. You're just concerned about yourself. So that's why for those type of men, I don't also have a lot of sympathy for them as well. But that is a mindset that you do that is quite pervasive as well. So those type of men who are like they're walking on a tightrope, because they're just thinking, as long as I'm getting
like sleeping with people they don't actually like. And that's the issue. And I feel like a lot of that is going on nowadays. People are sleeping with each other who actually don't like each other. Where I feel like now this is why we're getting these consent issues arising a lot, and people are just being very blasé about who and where and when they're having sex.
Do you think it goes both ways? Are you saying that it goes both ways though?
Yeah.
So, so I guess my thing is, if it is going both ways, and it's both men and women or both sides not caring about who they're sleeping with, why do you think that's given an issue of consent? Because if both don't care, it's not like one side cares and the other doesn't. Do you get what I mean? I just want to understand like
When
what
I
you
say
mean.
don't care, as in,
Do you mean don't care about the other partner?
yeah. That's what I mean.
No, so that's why I'm asking. So if both don't care about each other, why is there an issue of, why is that raising an issue of consent?
Because
if they both don't care.
Yeah, because if I don't care about who I'm sleeping with, I'm not empathetic to her needs. So I'm going to do what I want.
Yeah.
As long as she's there, I'm assuming that she's okay with it. But then if later on she then says, actually, I didn't want that, that's why there's an issue, because I assumed I had consent.
Okay.
You understand? Whereas if it was someone that naturally I was invested in, I would more likely check in to see, is this okay? That's where there's a problem. So again, it's not the issue that people have in sex or even really, well, promiscuity is an issue. That it's if you lack empathy and you don't care with the person that you're sleeping with, you're naturally not going to be doing these follow-ups. And there is also, and something that also some people don't talk about, but is kind of, not really controversial, but there are some women obviously who make false allegations, and there are some women who, after they've regretted the sexual encounter, they then make a false allegation.
Yeah.
That does happen, and that can be because of shame, guilt, embarrassment, and it can cause cognitive dissonance aftercare. And especially if the man, for example, you have not, like you maybe mistreated the woman, but it's consensually, like you've degraded her, and then after she's felt like humiliated, then she might feel, okay, I'm going to get back at you, and then say that you did X, Y, and Z to me. And this is, again, I don't want to use the recent cases, but even, like I remember the case with Tupac.
Yeah.
If you remember that, he was saying exactly the same thing, that they had a sexual encounter where she gave him oral in a club.
Yeah.
Then they had another encounter, and then she accused him of assault. And then when he was asked, and like when he was asked by a journalist, it's like, why do you think that she did this? And he said, hell have no fury like a woman scorned. And he said that, to be honest, he said he was quite chauvinistic in terms of how he mistreated her, not in the sense of in the bedroom, but he just like dismissed her after.
Yeah.
And this is something.
Didn't he get accused twice?
I think it was just a once in
As in different women?
1993.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Oh, just once.
It was once. So
just
in
once.
1993, he got
So it was only once, and he got convicted of that.
convicted, and then so he was accused of sodomy, sexual assault, and
What is sodomy,
ultimate-
please?
That was a good question. Glad you asked that. So even when I was reading that, because he said she's done sodomy to me and I did it to her, and I was like, huh? What does that mean? So most people, when they think of sodomy, it's anal sex, right? But sodomy in the US, it can refer to oral sex or anal sex.
Okay.
Any form of non-reproductive sex.
Oh, okay.
So he was accused of sodomizing her. I think one said anal and another one said oral, and then her doing sodomy to him was the oral sex.
Right.
Yeah.
So I've asked my agent the question I asked you, which was examples of non-verbal consent. And it says, nodding clearly when asked, is this okay? Actively moving closer or pulling the other person closer. Initiating and enthusiastically returning kissing or touching. Guiding someone's hand to where they want to be touched. Undressing themselves while remaining actively engaged. Smiling, maintaining engaged eye contact and showing relaxed, positive body language, and actively participating rather than simply allowing something to happen. Examples that are not non-verbal: silence or not saying no, freezing or remaining motionless, nervous laughter, being physically aroused, flirting, kissing earlier or going home with somebody, having consented on a previous occasion and agreeing to one activity but not another. I hope that clears.
Yeah, can I actually touch on that? So you was the point about physical arousal?
That's not evidence or example of non-verbal.
That's a good example. I just want to expand on that because, and this is something that again a lot of men struggle with, is the concept of arousal non-concordance, where, and it can happen to men as well, but obviously happens to women more, where there's a disconnect or mismatch between your body and your mind. So, for example, like a woman can be wet down below, but it doesn't mean she wants it. And this is also something sometimes that men misunderstand, is that if they may be like playing with a woman and then she's shown signs of arousal, like meaning genital wetness, he assumes that she wants it and he might continue, especially if she's quiet. And it's important that people understand that arousal, like physical arousal, doesn't necessarily mean that consent doesn't mean you want something. And men also have this as well, because I remember I did a workshop in COERCION a few years ago, and then there was a guy that was like in his 50s, and he was saying, this is nonsense. I had to give him an example for him that he can relate to. And I said, no, we have this as well as men. And he said, what do you mean? He said, I said, we have morning woods. The same when you wake up, like sometimes you have an erection. It doesn't mean you want to have intercourse. Because you've got an erection, that doesn't mean that you want intercourse, you know. So it's just understanding like the human body that, and also unfortunately some women who have been subjected to assault, they can sometimes self-lubricate. It doesn't mean that they want it, and that's also what in the court of law they'll kind of be looking into all of these things. But like, you know, even the list that you kind of outlined, or even the question that Gina was asking, this isn't an issue if people, like you mentioned, cared for one another. And we're checking, like, even like the whole consent conversation, like it's not an issue in terms of how do I know if my partner wants something. Again, it's just like, it should be common sense. If you have empathy and you like the person that you're laying with. If you don't care about them, that's when, and then after then they, you know, maybe have a change of heart, or actually they realize, or maybe they might speak to someone and say, actually what happened to you was, and they put a name to it, then they might go and report it, and then you're none the wiser thinking, I haven't done anything wrong. Do you understand what I mean? So this is, again, it's not, again, it's, and cause I even someone messaged me a couple of days ago, and they were like, oh, why do you keep talking about like putting onus on men? What about the women? And I'm like, okay, but women can't rape men, or great men, sorry. Has, like, the definition is in terms of a penis, and most cases, I know, yes, a woman can assault a man. Most cases, it's going to be the perpetrator is the man, so the onus is on the man to be aware of the law and aware of your partner. So for me, it's kind of common sense, but I think some men, they get upset that, especially because I put more emphasis on men when I talk about sexual discipline, and some even women have come to me and said, why do I keep talking about sexual discipline? I should speak more about consent and helping men understand consent. And what I've said is that number one, when I'm speaking to men, I try to speak to them in a language that they understand and can resonate. If I start using terms like empathy, consent, it goes over a lot of their heads. They just think, oh, this guy is just talking. You know what I mean? So, and with sexual discipline, it's like, no, it doesn't just mean that, it means that you have to discernment. You have to know who you're sleeping with, and also just don't be a person that's controlled by your lust. You know, you have to have self-mastery, you have to have self-control. So it's understanding that as a virtue, because I think especially in many of our communities as black people, black men in particular, we celebrate male promiscuity, we celebrate sexual indiscipline, we celebrate sleeping around, we celebrate being a player, we celebrate being a womanizer. Growing up, I think it's changed somewhat, but if you remember, like in the 90s, the noughties, a lot of the music, even the films, How to Be a Player, Boomerang, and I love those films, and that was like, we always wanted to be that guy. Like, and it is celebrated, if we're going to be honest with you. So it's not going to maybe change overnight, but it's about, again, those who are in that field, or you're going to be outside, you just have to be very careful. You can't be like just moving mad, basically. It's just having that understanding, because, and again, that's why these cases, they have, I think before, when there was cases in the US, I think a lot of us in the UK kind of thought that was a US problem. But because a number of these cases are close to home, and we can identify with some of the accused, and we're hearing some of the stories, it's like we can relate to. I think that's why a number of, like, you hear a lot of like even the men podcasters, they're actually now talking about it, because they're realizing I have to be careful because that can happen to me. Do you understand what I'm getting at? So that's why, in a way, it's like a blessing in disguise for the community, because for a number of men, they're not going to read books, they're not going to go to workshops, they're not really going to listen to their pastor or their imam or stuff. So they're going to maybe, it's a kind of thing of, someone might say, then why don't they look at women as human beings, which is true. But some men don't care about their partner, as long as they're getting what they want, or until they maybe get a daughter, then they realize, actually, now I need to be empathetic and think about women and treat them as human beings. So it's just being like, knowing your audience, or knowing where they're at, and not trying to speak to them as if, like, the way we think in our maybe 30s and 40s is very different compared to when we was in our teens and 20s. But they are arguably more at risk, because they're the ones that's engaging in a lot of high risk sexual behavior. So again, without speaking down to them, you need to understand, okay, we know that you're lustful, we know that you want to do X, Y, and Z, but you need to be aware of X, Y, and Z. Like growing up, I had many uncles who would say, you know, like after God, fair women. And it doesn't mean that all women are bad or the temptress. It's just saying, be very careful or don't let your lower half control your upper half. You know, it's just things that they can understand, and then they're making sure, okay, bare minimum, I need to make sure that she's on it. She's interested. If she's not interested, run. Don't even pressure her. Don't, you know, it's just understanding that I don't think a lot of men are kind of like, because by the comments I'm reading or some people I'm speaking to, they're thinking, no, as long as she's in the room, what do you mean? What do you mean she's not interested? What do you mean she changed her mind? She can't change her mind. Do you understand that? Or they think that the only people that commit such offences are people that never got girls growing up. And that's BS.
Yeah, of course.
That is BS. Because there are plenty of men who
get girls.
But there's a sense of entitlement.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So if you're used to getting, and I don't like to say, but you know what I mean, having encounters with women, how can she say no to me? And also, there's something which the psychologists they call the halo effects. That if you see someone who you deem to be like physically attractive, you naturally assume that they are honest, upright, and truthful. So even like, for example, there's someone who, like a man who's accused, but you look at him and it's like, why would he do such and such? Because you think he can get girls, he's attractive, this and the other. But it's a sense of entitlement and a sense of power. Some men like that.
That's the excuse they use for the celebrities.
And that's what the excuse they use. So that's why it's about educating people, because people still will make excuses for people that they deem to be, no, he wouldn't do such a thing. How do you know?
Yeah, exactly.
If he wasn't there, like, and I'll be honest, and naturally, if you've got an emotional investment in someone, it's very difficult to imagine that they'll do such things. So when I was, I think 12 or 13, in my primary school, my first secondary school, secondary school, a couple of guys were accused of raping a woman. I knew of them, right? They were a few years older than me, and I said, nah, impossible. And all my friends were like, that's impossible. It was reported in the news, and it was like a horrific case between about 7 guys in my school between age of 13 and 15, saw a random woman, an Austrian woman, in King's Cross, basically raped her. And when I read the case, I was like, I couldn't believe this, right? They admitted that they did this. But even to this day, because my relationship with them, and they looked after me when I was in school, I still have like a cognitive distance. I can't. So if evil, if anyone else did it, I'll say throw them, cut their head off, X, Y, and Z. But when I think about it, even to this day, I can't. I find it kind of difficult to accept. Do you understand? So that's also a problem, that we have that, you know, natural bias, that especially if, you know, the affinity bias. If you know someone, you naturally try and make excuses for them, and that's where, again, I think we have to kind of be like quite careful, because most cases, like, women aren't lying. Like, why would a woman lie and say that someone did X, Y, and Z to me? You know, so that doesn't mean that every time, you know, a woman accuses a man, you have to say that the man did it. But at the same time, you have to look at, why would she lie?
Why would she lie?
Oftentimes, I think a lot of men naturally think, oh, she wanted money, she wanted this. Same old excuse, but then it's like, but what is she going to go through? Like, do you think she'll put herself in that position? Or it might be a case of, again, he might have thought he had consent, the whole assumed consent point, but she didn't give consent, but he thought he had it based on his past experiences and stuff like that.
What's the psychology behind men only embracing empathy when it is they have a baby girl? Don't they come up from a woman?
It's an interesting one. I think, and again, I would like to hear, this is not, I don't have all the answers, I just want to hear your perspectives. Because I find that quite strange, because I hear that quite a bit. Even Jay-Z, he said, like, only when I had baby daughters, that's when I stopped saying the B word and such and such. So I'm thinking, is it now that you see women as human beings because you've got a daughter so you can empathize, or you don't want someone to violate your daughter because she's connected to you?
Yeah.
So is it that you actually respect women, or is it, I don't want this to happen to my daughter? The same way a number of men will mess around, play around. They'll say, I don't want someone to do that to my daughter. So is it that you respect women, or is it just that you don't want someone to disrespect you? Do you understand? Now, that's something that I don't understand the actual reason behind it, but there is, that does exist in the ether. And again, it might be because, again, also when you get older, like even myself, do I think now is very different to when I was a 20-year-old, right? Obviously, through life experience, you learn to have empathy when you hear other people's stories. I think as men, naturally, we empathize with other men because we can relate to them. We probably don't relate or empathise with women as much because we don't hear their stories as much. With your daughter, naturally, because there's that love, that paternal love. Yeah, so that might be a reason, but I don't know the exact reason why a number of men, when they do have daughters, and all of a sudden they start to kind of be more empathetic and compassionate towards like women's needs. But what's your thoughts actually? Because I don't want to be talking too much. Please, do you have any?
I can't lie. I don't understand that rationale. So I need the guy to speak.
Yeah. You've got a daughter, so I think it's like you have a daughter. I don't have. Number one, I'm not a man. Number two, I don't have kids. So
I've always had compassion for women before my daughter in it. So that
has it heightened? Has it increased?
I don't think so. I don't necessarily think so. I think it's just more so. Oh no, I don't think I needed to have a daughter to value women though. And I think it's kind of what you said as well, like because you come from women, and I have a good relationship with my mum, so I think that's also contributed to it. You know what I'm saying? I've not had no sisters and stuff in it, but still, my mum and her being a woman and maybe knowing certain struggles she's been through and how she's related to us as boys in the house. Yeah.
Well, how do you
In
explain
saying that? Sorry, Habeeb. A lot of men would have great relationship with the mother. In fact, the mothers will love them off, make excuses for them when they're doing badness.
Yeah.
And still they will mistreat women left, right, and center.
That's true.
I was going to ask because the compartmental.
Yeah,
I was
that's
going
true.
to ask the same question. That why is it that you put your mum or your sister or wife on a different? She's different, but especially like the mum.
Yeah.
And other women, they're like BITCH is HOE. I don't understand. There is that disconnect, but men are able to do that, and I don't see a contradiction in that.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think about it.
Because
Sorry,
I've
go on.
heard stories, trigger warning DV, where brothers found out the sisters suffering DV from the husband, and they want to thingy, but then the brothers also gone on to do DV. So I've heard stories like that.
Yeah.
There's many stories like that in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't mean a thing.
And that's what I'm wondering. Is it because someone is violating his sister, so it's connected to him? Not because she's a woman that he values her.
yeah, I don't actually think it's because she's a woman. I think it's the relationship to and the closeness and proximity to you.
Yeah.
That's what I think it is. Yeah. And I think sometimes, it's kind of like having kids and being somewhere. Let's just say, I don't know, you saw a kid being bullied outside and we're all adults now. You may go over there and stop it. Like maybe when you're younger, you might laugh about it, oh, they're just being kids, whatever, you just mind your business in it. But now you might think, okay, cool, let me stop because I'm the mature one, number one. But number two, if my kid was there, I would like if somebody else would stop my kid from being bullied. So I think that's also that part of it. I don't think it's necessarily I now value them more necessarily, but just, I don't know, like.
Well, it is kind of like.
Yeah, I guess it is, yeah.
Because you said if it was my kid, I would want someone to step
in and, yeah.
Because when you're young, you don't think about, if I had a child, I would want. That's not in your frame of reference. Yeah, so that probably does come into it. But it is definitely an issue. And again, it's a way of how can you help men understand that without like patronizing them or speaking down to them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's also something that I'm kind of like, again, to speak to them on their level that they can understand and relate to, because you don't want to go above their head. You don't want to be speaking to the choir, like to people that have that mindset. How can they the same way you what's that saying? Do unto others like you would like people to do unto yourself, kind of thing. That's something that I don't have the answer for that.
I think it's
I think that's a societal thing in terms of just in history. I don't know that's not really been a topic of conversation. You know what I'm saying? In terms of like seeing value in each other, it's just it's kind of been a knock-on effect. Like men have been socialized one way and women have been socialized another, and it's just been like that since the dawn of whatever you want to call it. Obviously, it's called patriarchy and all that kind of stuff like that. But just intrinsically, that's not really been a thing to see each other in that kind of way.
I agree. Do you also think it might be in some societies, because like men will behave differently in certain societies because of accountability. So if you know, and again, this is bad, but like if you know you can get away with certain things, you might not do certain things. Like for example, when people go to places like Dubai, they don't behave like the way they behave when they're in the UK or the US because there's accountability. So you can't. What people's in their minds, there's only so much you can do, but obviously it's their behavior. Because they know that in certain countries, like you can't misbehave, or if you mistreat, or if you approach women a certain way, they're gonna. So that's all of a sudden they're on their best behavior. So that also might be kind of like they still might have the same mindset and not value women, but at least the women are not like mistreated in that respect. Whereas I think in many of our societies, it is kind of swept under the rug because when a woman accuses someone, the onus is on her. The burden of proof is on the accused. And it's very not to say it's very easy. If you've got a good defense lawyer, you just need to convince the jury that her testimony is not valid, or she's got inconsistencies in this, that, and the other. So that's also why a number of men also are able to get away with certain things. But but yeah, it's definitely how we've been socialized. But I also think accountability has a big factor in that as well.
Do you think also? I don't know. This might be a bit silly, but do you think it's the people, the men or the women or whatever, that don't necessarily value the opposite sex? They don't value their sex either. So, but it only shows up in life because you deal with the opposite sex. So, does a man value another man? Like, how do I show I value another man? You know what I'm saying? But because I don't interact with a man in ways where it matters sexually and things like that, and things like that, nobody even questions if I care about the intrinsic value of a man. Do you get what I'm saying? Okay. But because I deal with a woman, because that's, you know what I'm saying, now the spotlight's on that.
I hear you, but again, men, we understand consent, because if you invade another man's boundaries, you know about it. Do you understand? Not only sexually, but
of course.
like going back in the day, if you step on someone's shoes, there's consequence. So we know how to act right. Or
the social cues.
There's or like for example,
it's like picking and choosing.
Or if like there's a woman at a club, you start speaking to her, she says, "Oh, my man's there." All of a sudden, you respect her. Okay, sorry, because you respect the consequence of the man. Not all. Sorry, not all. No, not all. No, not all. But again, it's like if they feel or they respect the consequences that man can inflict, they wouldn't do anything.
So it's not really the value then. You don't value the person. It's just something could happen to my well-being, so therefore let me behave correctly.
Yeah, so maybe self-preservation. But I'm saying, So it might be a case that they don't value men, but because of the consequences, that's why they will act. You could say more appropriate, more upright. Whereas if it's a man that can't do anything to them, they're more likely to kind of transgress. So again, it comes down to like their accountability. And again, that's why like with these recent cases, it's got a lot of men panicking because of the consequences. So that's why, again, when I was speaking to someone and she was just saying that why is it that men needed to see like such cases for them to now, be interested in understanding consent. I said, because of the consequences. Like, we're not in every person's home to kind of dictate to them how they should view someone. Like the same way there's a lot of white people that don't value black people. There's only so much we can do, but rather than trying to convince, my school of thought, rather than trying to convince white people, other races to see us as human beings, we need to concentrate on ourselves.
True indeed.
That's the kind of the way I look at it.
The reason why I ask that though is because I'm trying to think, how do we remedy the situation? Do we now have to value each other more, or do we now have to have more consequences for actions? You know what I'm saying? Because you might not care about how clean your room is until a rat comes about. You know what I'm saying? But I'm only doing it because I don't want to see another rat. As opposed to, wait a minute, why don't I just value my space? Do you know what I'm saying? And know where things are so I can be more effective in life. And you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to think.
Well, I love that example, but then how can you... It's a good example. And like you said, I think a lot of people maybe would fall under the latter. That once they see a rat, then they'll kind of... You can't make someone now be very clean in terms of how they... Like, do you understand? Because they've got their own independence. So a lot of people, if there's consequences, like you live an unhygienic lifestyle, this is the consequences. The same way, like in the late 90s, early 90s, when a lot of cases was coming out about HIV and AIDS, celebrities, that's when there was a lot of people thinking about safe sex, strap up, this and the other. That's kind of died down now.
I'm not buying it. Sorry, Habeeb. When it comes to the man who has a daughter and he is super vigilant as to who she's with, what she's doing, who she's talking to. He's cognizant of what might happen. So he's aware that something wrong could happen to her.
Yeah.
Right? So if that's the case, then he knows going into every single interaction with women. He should.
But he may not see himself as somebody who's bad like that to women. And also, even if he does...
And does he see his daughter looking to only buck bad men?
I don't know.
Because if he doesn't see himself as bad, I'm sure it's not just him that is looking at examples of his brethren and saying she might end up with a brethren.
Yeah.
He's also thinking, she might end up with me.
Yeah.
And I know how I was.
Yeah.
But she doesn't want.
Looking to creep and
Yeah.
you know,
And I would
edge.
But that wouldn't change things.
And I also believe they also don't want that visual. They don't want that visual of this is what my daughter's going to do. Hence why you're saying, oh, they look to police, so to speak, more so their daughter than they would their son, because they don't want that visual in their mind of what the other man is doing or whatever. That's more. I feel like it's even more of that, to be honest. They would be like, no, that can't be happening to my daughter.
So it's not so much the non-consensual approaches or the grey area approaches. It's more so the nastiness that might occur.
I've heard men say, I was like, I don't want to envision my daughter. Yes, even to the point where the daughter, they won't even have conversations with daughter. They're like, go to your mum, talk to your mum about that. I can't. We can't have this conversation right now.
I'm glad that you brought this up.
We spoke about this the other day.
Just yeah. How about you, Habeeb? Do you have a daughter? You plan to have a daughter in the future?
Do I plan?
Inshallah.
God willing.
Yeah, come on. Did I say it right?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, come on.
Well done.
Come on. Would you talk to her about birds and bees? And would you want her to share and be as transparent with you?
No, I don't mind having that conversation, but I would think that she probably would want to have that conversation with a woman, or her mother or a woman. The same way, like I've got younger sisters, I didn't have that conversation with them, but I let them know that if they have any issues, they can come and talk to me about. The same way, like even they're married. It's not because I see them as children and I don't want to see them as sexual beings. It's just that there's a level of comfortability that maybe some people might prefer to have with the same sex.
Do you think it's weird for a man to want the daughter to be as transparent with him as possible, seeing as there are certain things that the man could basically advise or share with the daughter that the mum can't because she don't understand men?
Yeah, so he can advise how some men are to be warning, but in terms of like intimacy and things like that, he probably would feel very uncomfortable.
Well, I hear what you say that he might. I'm talking about.
No, he would. No, but yeah, I would be. Yeah, but then that's because of my upbringing.
My broken.
No, I'm saying my upbringing, my cultural upbringing.
I've been brought up in a Christian household.
No, but there's two elements. There's your religious, your cultural. So whether you're Trinidadian or my Nigerian, it's still like as men.
I'm Nigerian too. I'm just spaced a little bit.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we
share the same.
Yeah, so I'm saying because of our
culture.
upbringing, the way men are reared, is that's not a conversation that we have with our daughters. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that's just
conditioning, isn't it?
It's conditioning.
Trying to buck on them.
But is it wrong? I don't. As long as she's getting the right information.
100%.
And again, as long as you create a safe space where if there is issues, you can come and talk to you.
Man.
That's fine. But in terms of me initiating that conversation, I think it's better it comes from a woman. The same way. Yeah, I don't see why, as a man, that you would want to initiate that conversation with your daughter. Unless, obviously, you're a single father, there's no woman in the picture. But if there's a woman there, I think it's easier, to have that conversation.
How about if your wife approaches your son and says, look, sit down, I want to talk to you about the wild world that's out there, right? Because a lot of things you need to consider your son, right? And she's like saying, when it's your approach from men, she's talking about consent in this and next, right? All these particular cues that he needs to look out for. He needs to make sure and keep on checking, blah, blah. Is it okay for her to basically sit down with him and talk about that?
This might come across as like the person that accused, was it misogynistic? Somebody could. If I'm honest with you, she can, but I think it'd be more effective coming from me as a man.
Okay, how about if it is
I'm
a
not saying
cheese, they're talking about how once it is that you find somebody that you love, it's important to basically like please the woman.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's
You're fine with her sharing that.
no,
kind of
that's fine. I'm saying in terms of effectiveness, I don't have an issue like with a man or me speaking to my daughter about that. Likewise, I wouldn't have an issue with my wife speaking to my son about such issues. But I'm saying what is likely to be more effective and resonate. So I think I think a man is more likely to resonate with a boy, and a woman is more likely to resonate and be effective in terms of her communication with a daughter.
Yeah, I think I understand that. I think
And so I'm just talking about effectiveness. I'm not saying that it only has to be the man or the woman that's giving that.
Yeah, I get you.
You know.
So it's also very important that the man is well-rounded, and he is emotionally, stable enough to be like, or intelligent enough to share the right information.
Yeah.
Likewise, the woman.
Yeah, likewise, yeah.
Yeah, because if it is you're going to somebody who is going to give you wrong information or, information that served you well when you were growing up, that may not be...
Also, the problem, again, if I'm being realistic, I didn't listen to a lot of the advice I was given. That's also another thing. Like, when you're young, reckless, lustful, you're going to learn by your mistakes. So if anything, you want to minimize those mistakes so you're not, making mistakes that can, jeopardize you going forward. That's something that... So that's why you find people would say things just like just be careful. Like, they know what you're doing, but be careful, meaning, like, don't move too mad. Make sure you strap up. Maybe they don't want you to be having premarital sex, but they say, look, if you're doing it, it is what it is, but... Like, don't bring a white girl home pregnant, or don't bring a girl pregnant. That's just what I'm... But you know what they say, you know the sentiment. Sorry. It's like they might say, don't bring a girl home pregnant, or don't bring a white girl pregnant.
Different. I don't
it's just, it's...
like, before things like English.
Yeah, sorry, it was a bit of... But I'm just saying, not that they're condoning even you sleeping around, but they're just saying, don't get a girl pregnant. But the problem with that, you can say maybe hypocritical. They won't give that same advice to the woman or the daughter.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So, but that's the way of the world. I don't know how to resolve that.
So, Christy and Gina, how do you feel about your partner speaking to your daughter about these things?
I would encourage them to do so.
Yeah, I think it should come from both parties. I don't think it should be... You're both parents, right? Like, I don't think it should just come from one.
Yeah.
We can both give different perspectives. Like, the man can give the perspective of a man, and I can give one from the perspective of a woman. So, yeah, I don't have an issue with that at all.
I would actually think it's more important for the dad to be stepping in to talk to the daughter, because if we're going by... If they're going to be going out into the world and speaking to men and having relationships with men, then, yeah, I would want you to actually even speak more on that than even me. To a point. Obviously, yeah, the I guess like the sexual hygiene, all that kind of stuff, fair enough. But as it comes to interpersonal and who they're going to be dealing with when they go out in the world, I 100% would want my partner to step in with we've had like a daughter and actually speak about those things and speak freely, because when they go out in the world, a lot will occur.
Yeah.
So I would rather hear it. I'd rather her hear it from the perspective of someone who actually they love.
Yeah.
And who takes care and who actually cares about them.
I like that, because I hear a lot of women telling their sons to strap up and stuff, right? Right. That's sexual, etiquette and whatnot. Surely. So why can't the man be doing it to the daughter?
He doesn't want to envision his daughter being penetrated.
So I understand that.
That's what it is.
That's what it is.
No, but that's what it is. But I'm saying that's what it is. A lot of men will find it even difficult to even comprehend that his daughter's sexually active.
Yeah.
That's just
life, man.
No, it's life, but that's just... I'm just saying that's the reality. The same way, like what's that thing that psychologists they call back, like the Madonna whore complex that you have.
What's that about?
Madonna whore complex, where you put women in like there's two archetypes. The Madonna, like the saintly figure, not the Madonna the singer. She's a virtuous woman. She doesn't have no desire. She doesn't have any intimate relations. And then the whore is like the Jezebel, the promiscuous, but that's the woman that you sexually desire. And then there's a lot of men who view women into one or two archetypes. So the whore is like, maybe you could say the girlfriend or the jump off or the girlfriend.
Do you know what's really funny? I have a theory, yeah?
Come on.
Yeah.
I have a theory. And I only say this because I've dealt with this theory with people I know who've gone into relationships and cheated, or been married and cheated, and they've married the Madonna, but the people that they really enjoy are the whores.
Common, yeah.
And I'm like,
especially in conservative communities, because
on paper Madonna looks good, right?
Yeah.
But
the image, yeah. So that's the mother of your child. That's your mother as well. She or sister. She fits in the Madonna, but the woman that you want to go wild with in the bedroom, you desire you want to be lustful with, is the hog.
That's why you need to basically.
But again, it's conflict that
find
men
the
have.
comfort,
It's an issue that men have. Like,
Yeah.
They can't, because they can't see a woman can be erotic and also be modest.
I don't get.
You know, I think it's a disconnect that a number of men have. So you was gonna say something?
No, it's fine.
You say I don't get because we want to hear more from. No, because it must sound wild.
No, because for me, it's like I don't get why you can't find someone that is both. I genuinely don't understand why you can't find a partner who satisfies you sexually and is also that same person. I don't get why you're looking for different people to fulfill different needs. It doesn't make sense. Then you're never going to be satisfied.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
That's just. But then the virgin is praised. The sanctity of virginity is praised.
No. I hear it, but I kind of feel like we're kind of moving away from that though, and the reason why I say that also is because I feel like now, see how women are a lot more sexually liberal and they speak on their sexual experiences and they're a lot more vocal about it. And I don't think it's who's are getting married. Their mothers, their kids. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't think it's changing. Like they're getting a slap on their wrist, or men are no longer pursuing them because of that. Whereas growing up, it's like you had to be like being a virgin and being the good girl and all that stuff. And I've seen. Do you know what it is? I've seen so much content online recently about good women grieving a life they thought that they were gonna have because they did everything by the book, but unfortunately, that good girl prototype or whatever they felt do you see what I mean? So that's why I'm like, now just live your life, guys. Just
so did you say you think it's changing into how
I don't think it's the same anymore where like the virgin is solely being praised. I don't think that pedestal is as high as it was anymore.
Yeah.
That's just my personal opinion.
2026, they're still having body count conversations.
I was gonna say that. Thank you. Yeah, it's still the same.
You know what? I think it's only childish people that are having those conversations though.
There's not man-childs. There's a lot of men that.
Yeah.
They're still having those kind of conversations, whether it's childish or not. They're still having those kind of conversations.
I agree with you because
I think there's only a certain type
big guys
of people. Because also,
for marry, I need to have a baddie.
Sorry, can I ask you a conversation? What is a baddie, please?
You. What did you think I was going to say? What? Are you kissing your teeth?
No, because
you kissing your teeth.
No, because I'm talking about like.
No, because I think like when you're saying, men are looking for baddies, the appearance of a baddie.
But I'm not talking about the appearance.
120%.
Yeah.
And that's the aesthetic now.
No, we're talking about.
Doesn't even matter if it is that she is a Madonna or a whore.
No,
that's the aesthetic on Instagram.
Baddie, not.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
No, I'm saying a promiscuous.
Everybody's twerking nowadays. Everybody.
Oh,
even
twerking
the
doesn't mean
Madonnas.
that you're promiscuous.
Thank you.
I know, but that's just the.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Aesthetic.
No. You're talking two different things. There's aesthetic is one thing. So you can be a baddie in terms of.
That depends. It's subjective. Some
Yeah, okay,
people would say, hey, what are you talking about? You ain't seen the Muslim woman running around doing twerking stuff.
No, but
that's haram.
No, but
Am I wrong?
No, but a lot of them they have
I
that.
didn't get taught in Saudi. Dubai teaching over here.
No, but a lot of them have
not
that,
Dubai teaching.
Egypt.
No, a lot of them have that complex as well, especially in a lot of conservative, like even Muslim societies where the man might be married to even like maybe his cousin or what have you. She's got.
Right.
But the woman that he desires, the woman that he's sleeping with, he'll go to a hooker from Viva Street or from Dubai or what have you. And that's a big problem as well. And it's because he doesn't see, or like there's some men who, when they get married or after their partner has a child, they don't want her to give him oral sex anymore because it's seen as that's not something that a wife would do.
Oh, you're talking about from your religion?
No, this is.
I don't know about this stuff.
A lot of Christians.
What are you talking about? You tell me a lot of Christians say I don't have oral anymore.
If you want
what
me
are
to
you
go
talking
into,
about? You talking about
very
Mormonism?
simple.
Hey, Maya, jumping. You're not a Christian again.
If you want me to,
talk to him. I don't know what he's talking about. You find him in church? What?
You see what I'm saying? You went too far.
This is news to me. I can understand it from conservative, Islam, but
no, this is in Christianity as well because even the Madonna whore complex
that
evolved out
no
of
head.
Christian.
Christians.
Yes. Because that was for a number of Christians, even like when we speak about sodomy, that was considered to be an act of the people of Sodom and Gomorrah. Like, it's only like, and there's some, mainly Catholics, that consider sex should be just for procreation purposes. The idea of having sex for pleasure or having engaged in oral sex, for some Christians, that's not something that.
I remember that back in the.
That still exists.
Burn.
Half my family.
Burn your Ivisa Jeans days.
Sorry.
Burn your Ivisa Jeans days.
Oh, yeah.
When it was hip hop is evil or something. I remember some of the conferences back then. You had some. It was elderly women, mind you, saying that it was like demonic to have oral sex and stuff.
Yeah.
It still exists. Some of those attitudes.
That's back in the day.
No.
Still now, man.
Where are you
I saw a
going?
clip. Obviously, this is not indicative of everything, right? But I saw a clip of a woman pastor talking about the same thing, saying this is why your kids have certain issues, disabilities, and
Because of oral sex?
Yes, because you're inviting the devil into.
How come you stumbled upon this clip when you put it to us?
I don't think we was on TDA at the time.
So it's before TDA?
Yeah, it might have been.
I can show you a couple. I've got a number of those clips.
But I feel like even in Christianity, even just talking about intimacy is taboo to even speak about that. Even in a marital home, they're like, why are you even speaking about that?
Wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the elderly generation, the elder generation, the older generation? Is that what you're talking about? Because I don't know what you're talking about. What are you all talking about?
This is where culture comes into it, I think.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, you
because
do
I'm a
this.
displaced African, you're doing that thing again.
No, but it's true though, because you're gonna have conversation, be open to certain things that we're not. In our household,
this is naughty because we had that conversation. Or based in Bougie, saying that the Caribbeans were a particular type because of their music.
You know what I'm saying?
You're just slipping in right now.
I'm not doing anything.
Are you saying this doesn't happen in African churches?
What doesn't happen in Africa?
Hella madness, hella sexual deviancy.
Of course. The person I'm talking about, woman pastor, was the Nigerian woman.
No, I'm talking about deviant nature because you're suggesting that she's
you don't see her as
preaching
deviant,
healthy stuff.
but she's saying the oral sex and all them type of things there.
And she would only be saying that if it was rampant in the church.
I don't know if she thinks.
Why is she bringing that message?
She's saying it to the church because she's aware.
She knows what's happening in the church.
Or what's happening in society. So she's saying, look, this is so and so. This is the cause of so and so. Stop doing it. It's of the devil.
Well, y'all are convincing me. Well, you're trying to convince me now that it is rampant across different religious.
Yeah, across different religious, of course.
And this is not just the older generation. This is the new.
Yes.
That is crazy. I didn't know that. I learned something today.
I'm surprised. I'm thinking you're maybe like
I'm trolling?
devil's advocate, yeah, or doing.
Wow,
You're
really?
very good at this, yeah, because that you don't know, like you think it's just conservative.
As God is my witness, from day one, I've known people in church have just been doing madness from day one.
No, but not all. But I'm saying
the younger generation, and the younger generation has only just grown up.
Like
we are now the older generation. So how are we now going back to the elder generation?
I'm based on what you just said. I think there's a bit of a disconnect. What are you saying? What are you saying is not happening, or you don't believe is the case?
Yeah, good question.
So it's now my fault.
See what I'm saying?
No, he's asking a question.
I know what he's asking, but
you said it's a fault.
I only started pushing back because of what he said.
No, the last thing you just said about the people in the church doing the madness.
I'm
thinking, okay.
I think giving head is rampant in the church.
Okay.
He said that in Islam, it's frowned upon, right?
Didn't say that.
What did you say? No, wait. I'm saying that to get to the point that you were saying. Don't take that first thing, but let's get back to what you were saying. What did you initially say about getting the head?
I said for some men, they will look at the wife cannot give head, but they'll go to.
Oh, sorry. Now I found it. Yeah. You said that when they get married, they no longer want to get head from the wife. It's from people outside.
Correct.
Right? And I'm saying that doesn't happen in the church. You're having men who are Christians who have wives. 100% they're getting head left, right, and center because that's what it is that they learned when they were younger.
No, but there's some Christians who believe that giving head.
I didn't disagree that there was some.
Okay, yeah,
of course, you could find some.
Yeah,
I don't think it's rampant.
Okay, when we say rampant, how much is rampant?
I'm talking majority. Majority are on it. This idea that they say no, I'm not going to basically have get head from you, wife. I'm going to go outside. That's nonsense, especially in Christendom. 100%, especially in the black community.
Okay.
100%.
I know.
That's not true.
I feel like
there was a fashion of
where it was like culturally, I guess, no, maybe not religious, but I feel like religion seeps into it. They kind of merge. Where it's just like, I'm not doing certain things, even if I am married to that man. I'm not doing certain things because it's seen as a certain way.
I'm like you, I'm not gonna lie.
It's seen as a certain way.
This is news to my ass.
And then then cheating happens, and then the result of the cheating, the reason will be given is, well, I'm not being satisfied in my marital home kind of type thing, because there's a certain views like there's certain things I'm not doing.
Look, I can be fair and say that way back when, there was a thing of, I don't want a black girl to basically do a particular thing, so I'll go to a white girl.
Yeah, that was also
black
the
girls
case.
are on certain things.
Yeah, that was only like 20, 30 years ago.
Only 2 decades ago.
Yeah, that's all recent.
That is crazy. What type of recency are you talking about?
Is that not recent?
How many decades have you lived?
Four.
That's half your life.
Yeah, that's all recent.
We're not talking about the latter part. Why are you still preaching decades old stuff?
No, I'm saying that's all recent. That's all recent understanding.
No. As a historian, I can understand why you're saying so. No, sir. No, sir. We're all grown and everybody wants a little sucky. 100%. 100%. And the younger ones, oh, crud.
Okay. No, it's interesting you're saying that. I think in terms of oral sex, yes, it's more now widely accepted. But there were some acts like, maybe like anal sex, that's still very taboo. Would you agree?
I think so,
That depends on who you're asking. But I get you though, yeah. I don't think it's as common as people talk about.
Yeah.
But that's a different thing to me.
Yeah.
Or like,
I'm not going to argue.
Or like,
going down on women is only become recently
acceptable.
Yeah. I mean, some people who do certain music genres would swear.
Like Caribbeans. Well, I don't know why you're beating behind the bush. I was about to say it. Oh, it's because I remember, like, it's funny because now when I hear like a lot of those songs, I'm like, it didn't age well. It didn't age well.
But even remember there was that clip with DJ.
That's the song that's in my head.
Let's finish it, please.
No, I'm not.
You know that was the song that was in my head.
No, they know what I'm saying. They know what tune it is.
So you haven't heard it?
I didn't hear it.
Oh, don't worry. I heard
didn't hear it either.
No, you don't worry about it.
People in the chat know what song I'm talking about.
Don't worry about it. It's crazy. But I hear you. I hear you, Christy. I don't hear you with the whole sucky stuff though. But maybe in Islam.
No, also amongst Christians as well. It's not just amongst Muslims.
I don't.
And I'm just saying it's a
It's the
mentality.
crowd that you hang around with.
It's a mentality.
I got worldly Christians around my well-rounded Christians over here. You get me?
But also, when you're saying Christians, what Christians are you talking about? You're talking Christians from the Caribbean, Christians from America, because not all Christians have the same sexual ethics.
I could guarantee
I'll give you an example.
American Christians.
Okay. I'll give you an example, right? When I went to Brazil the first time in 2014, right? So in Brazil,
big on Bumpley over there.
They have a culture where you can just randomly kiss someone, right? They've got a kissing culture. I don't know if you're familiar with that, right? I was going to say type in Brazilian kissing, but maybe not on your...
Nope, morning show.
Yeah. So and it's something that just randomly you can go and kiss people. Women will even go up and kiss men randomly. But it doesn't mean that they're interested in taking it further. And they can do that to like about 30 people, right?
This is like whining in Carnival.
I was going to come to that.
All right.
I'm saying, if you're not from that culture and you go there, which a number of people do, they will think, oh, this woman is interested. She now wants to sleep with me. No, she's like, no, that's what we do. Kissing, tonguing, not just peck, tonguing and everything. And then
Brazil, you said?
Brazil, just for carnival. Just for carnival.
Okay.
But outside of carnival, you don't do that. It's like seen as completely inappropriate.
Yeah.
And these are from Brazilians who consider themselves to be very conservative and religious and Christian. Do you understand? Or they will say that 3 days you can like be buck wild, even do other stuff. Go with hookers, even transgender. It's crazy. But outside of that period, you don't do any of that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And just as an outsider looking at that, I was just this is quite, without judging, saying it's quite strange, but that's like a cultural norm in parts of Brazil. Now, because a lot of feminists and human rights activists or women have spoken out against it, now it's kind of seen as like you don't do that anymore. So things change, and that's a Christian country. So to say that, do they do that in the Caribbean? I'm assuming not.
Kissing culture?
No, like just randomly kissing someone, or then even going with hookers or transgender. like men doing that.
Yeah.
They consider themselves to still be straight. I'm sure that does. I'm assuming that doesn't.
You mix up a few things there.
I'm saying so like.
That'll be kissing, then you stop.
No, so kiss. They got
try to
kissing
sit something in there.
No, so I'm saying for the carnival period, they've got like this understanding that during the all year round, obviously your fidelity with your girlfriend or your wife, then in carnival it's like allowed for you to step out, whether it's kissing, even hooking up with the same sex, opposite sex, is kind of seen as.
So it's not just kissing during
not
that
just
kind of
just
period.
kissing. That's why
Not
you
having
go,
sex with other.
even the same. It's like it's crazy. But I'm just saying that's culturally seen as just like that's just part of like they call it fika, like hookup culture.
Yeah.
And their hookup culture is different to America, where hookup might mean like having intercourse. What them hookup could just be kissing, but kissing like 20, 30 people. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's just differently. Like different cultures have different.
Where did the transgender come into this?
Yeah, even like transgender, I'm saying that it goes as far as you'll be seeing people dressed like cross-dressing, and some people will be sleeping with the opposite sex. I mean, the same sex, and they will consider themselves to still be straight. Again, I don't understand it, but I'm just saying that's like an understanding that they have. I'll ask you about Trinidad, right?
No, it doesn't happen in Trinidad.
No, I'm not saying that. I wasn't gonna say that because you mentioned whining.
Whining,
right?
yeah.
I'm assuming, obviously, like if a man's whining with a woman, it doesn't mean that she wants to sleep with him, isn't it? It's just a dance.
But that's what they say, isn't it?
I'm asking you.
That's what they say, isn't it?
I'm asking you. No, I'm just saying.
It says all harmless.
No, is that? Do you believe that or you don't believe that?
Whatever happens at carnival stays at carnival.
Yeah, but you
I'm saying,
so if your wife was there, she can dance with the next man and it's fine.
Yeah,
But wife doesn't.
that's absolutely stupid. What are we doing?
No, I was saying, would you say that's fine?
Insane.
I was about to say, thank you. Yeah.
What are you doing?
Oh, you just wanted someone else to say.
No, but I was about to say.
You could have everything.
No, but I'll say that's we've probably got the same mentality.
Yeah,
We're Nigerian.
Impossible. What are you doing there? What?
That's what I'm saying, because I've got the same mentality as him, but I don't know if it's because we're Nigerian. We've got the same mentality. But some of our like Caribbean friends, that they don't have an issue. I'm not gonna like they don't have an issue with that. So that's why I'm not judging them, but it's just understand different cultures. Like a man might let another man dance like wine with his wife, but I'm saying if you were to ask many Nigerians, they wouldn't like just the thought. Like
I can guarantee it's not the majority of men.
I'm not saying it's the majority. I'm just saying the fact that there are
some might, but
some might. But I'm saying it'd be hard pressed to find Nigerian men that would like allow that. Maybe because they might even be shamed in their social group by other men. That how can you let your wife, dance with other men? Whereas in the Caribbean, maybe those men aren't going to be shamed as much unless they're from a very conservative, like religious community.
Yeah, I mean,
I just understand cultural differences. That's my point. It's just people are different. So
yeah, I understand the cultural differences. Yeah, but it doesn't happen in Trinidad. But
I heard Trinidad, the carnival in Trinidad is
that's the
amazing.
carnival.
That's the carnival.
Everything else came from that.
Really?
Yeah. It's the nucleus of carnival.
Do you like the carnival? Like,
I go every single year, bro.
Really?
That's how wedded to culture I am.
Don't believe.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was about to say, 'cause okay, are you proud of that? Because I know there's some.
Yes, I'm proud of our culture.
No, the
whining.
No, the
jab.
Yeah, the daggering and stuff like that. Does that
daggering doesn't happen?
It does happen in.
This is not carnival you're talking about. You're not talking about Trinidad carnival. You're talking about when it is at the other islands.
Yeah. So they don't do that in Trinidad.
Their dance styles in there.
Okay.
It's not daggering.
No, it's good. It's good that even you're educating myself, maybe people listening.
You don't care about this.
No, because people will assume that maybe because what they do in maybe another country, you can do also in like Trinidad. That's not the same. And I'm just saying it's about having that cultural sensitivity. That,
yeah.
Again, just because in one part of the world you're allowed to do certain things, it doesn't mean you're allowed to do it in another.
Yeah.
Likewise, I can imagine, and I've not been to the carnival in the UK for a number of years, but back in the day it was normal to like wine with. Now I think it's rare, isn't it? Because that would be seen.
It's rare to wine with women.
To wine with women.
Less than back in the day, probably.
What?
To wine with a random.
No.
Is that not?
Yeah,
No, there's still wine in there.
Oh, is it?
No, I get what you mean though.
Exactly.
I know, as in like, if you're not like, you know how we growing up back in the day, like for us, when you went out, you whined on everyone. It wasn't just to like bashment or like, do you get what I mean? We don't whine anymore. Do you whine at Afrobeats parties?
No, but that's Afrobeats. Though.
No, but what I'm saying
that
is
wasn't a thing.
No, but I'm saying growing up, didn't Americans even used to whine to hip hop and R&B? I'm saying the whining culture is no longer a thing unless you're from that community.
No, we're talking about carnival.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah,
carnival is still.
Yeah, it's still. Yeah,
Or catching a wine.
Yeah.
They're specifically going to catch a wine.
100%.
That's a fact.
And it's innocent.
It's still a thing in carnival for
Very
sure.
innocent.
I feel like in Caribbean culture, it's still a thing.
It's very innocent. You're just having fun. You're just dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't.
No, because there was a video, I think 2 days ago.
Now you want to show a video of
a guy was dancing with
dancehall.
with a woman,
Mm.
and she looked troubled, and then after people were saying that she was assaulted.
Oh.
And he was just like, if you look at the comments, some of them say he's just catching a wine. I can send it to you.
Yeah. Let's put it up. Let's see this video. Let's see if it's Carnival.
No, it wasn't on Carnival. It was at a concert though. That's what came to mind.
What type of artists were at a concert?
I don't know. I just saw the picture. If you saw the man and the way he's sticking his tongue out, it was like crazy.
So it wasn't even in the context of
No, it was the context of thinking of like consent. The whole idea of he probably thought that she was on it, and like by her facial expressions, like I don't think she was, but some people might have thought otherwise. Okay, awkward silence. There's someone else.
You ever caught a wine before? In Carnival, Emmanuel?
Me? No, absolutely. I don't go to
When's the last time you went to Carnival?
I don't go to Carnival.
I know you may not go religiously, but have you ever been?
Yeah, I did.
But this is the question to ask, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the question to ask.
Yeah, it's important.
Like your pride.
It's important to answer. No, I went like what, maybe 2 years ago. I saw my daughter
That's
there.
recent. That's what recent means, by the way.
Yeah, I saw my daughter there, innit?
Story. That's recent.
Yeah, you know, just
What did you wear?
What's the kids' day? I can't remember.
The Sunday.
Yeah.
People even adhere to that anymore. I feel like that.
Yeah, so it's,
I feel like
it's
that's
a mix
all
though.
blurred now.
It's a mix, yeah, definitely a mix.
I feel like there was a proper distinction back in the day. I don't feel like there's a distinction anymore.
But yeah, anyway, that's the situation, man.
So I can't find it.
That's alright. It's convenient.
I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna send it to you after because I know I was told to be on airplane mode. So I'll go back.
Yeah, but you're gonna still put the Wi-Fi.
You'll connect to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Create an excuse.
But yeah, man. No, because I did want to ask a question about coercion, though, man. Because I think that's one of the grey areas.
Yeah.
Because coercion can be conflated, unless this is what I'm thinking anyway. That coercion can be conflated with somebody having game in it and being persistent. Where's the line drawn? Do you know what I'm saying? Where's the line drawn? Because I'll just leave it there.
No, I'm glad again you said that. The word you use, because even, you said the word, it could be having game, be persistent, right? So there's words that like we would say like maybe having game or like being persistent. Some people might interpret that, especially from other cultures, as you're manipulative. You're, do you know what I mean? So that's why also even when you're speaking, I'm not saying you, I'm saying even myself, I have to be conscious of who I'm speaking to because they might perceive something to be totally different. And me saying having game, meaning being someone that, even like the word seduce, some people interpret that that's someone who is manipulative. And even like now, especially in light of these cases, a number of people on TikTok have been saying things like, if a man is asking his wife for intimacy a number of times, like initially she says no, she's not on it, and he asking her a number of times, then he has intimacy with her, he's a rapist. This is like where we're getting to now. This is why you have, it's like the old concept of coercion is very broad because it can be obviously threat, pressure, and again, when you define pressure, what is pressure? You understand? Or if a man is asking, and he's asking a number of times, because they have this understanding that consent has to be enthusiastic consent, like I mentioned earlier. So some of the women were saying, if a woman doesn't say yes all of the time, then you shouldn't want to have sex with her. And it's just like, okay, wait, so if I'm with my wife and I'm asking because she's not really on it, then ask again, and the third time, then she does, that means she only did it to please me, therefore I'm a rapist. It's just like, how do you... And then there was an article that was released a couple of weeks ago by the BBC of a woman who said that she slept with over 100 men. I don't know if you saw about this on this Fab Swingers website, right? And she said that she only did it because she wanted to please her husband and she was coerced and she was pressured into sleeping with 100 men. Now she regrets it, right? So now they're saying that this is coercion. Then the BBC did a follow-up article and they said they received over over 50 women who were in a similar situation that they were involved in a swinging culture, sleeping with multiple men, but they said they only did it to please their husband because they were pressurized. Now, I'm saying those husbands at the time, if you were to ask them, I'm assuming they thought that they had consent. Assuming that the wife, like, okay, they might have been asking, they might have said, oh, yeah, so then maybe now because the woman's now thinking, oh, actually, I didn't want to do it. I did it just to please you.
That's normally said with threesomes as well.
Exactly, yeah. Thank you. So that's why it's we're now entering into a really murky area where, because now it's talking about, people used to think, okay, if you're in a relationship or if you're married, you don't need to worry about these conversations. This is just amongst, you know, people who are like having casual sex. But no, this is also if you're in a committed relationship or married. And this is where, again, this is where you need to understand aftercare as well, or just communication, because like you mentioned with threesomes, usually it's one partner that wants to do it more than the other. Yeah. And then the other partner usually concedes. Now the issue is that if the partner that concedes later on regrets what they've done, does that now mean that because that person regretted that sexual experience, it's now non-consensual?
This is it.
I don't believe it is, but that's where it's very, exactly. You know, that's where it's like, and that's why, again, that's why I'm also intrigued to hear some of the women's views who have these views. How do they view, like, when they say pressure, coercion? Because, and again, to be honest, obviously we're men, so we've got a blind spot. The same way I can imagine if, for example, Brent, 6 foot plus, right? Just say a middle-aged white woman who's never come across black people, they might look at him and think he's intimidating. And he might say, I'm not intimidating, I've got a baby face, I'm a nice guy, this, that, and the other, but you can't tell her what she's intimidated by. You know? Likewise, if I'm asking my wife a number of times for something and I'm thinking, no, she's my wife, or especially if you come from both a Christian and Muslim,
come on,
understanding that you feel because she's my wife, I can have sex with her. God ordained it. So if I'm asking her 100 times, 50 times, what's wrong with that? That's where, again, maybe like the religious leaders maybe need to be aware of like how consent language they're using, because when in the pulpit and they're saying these certain things, they might not be realizing what they're insinuating, how people might be receiving it. Also, some people can be triggered because you might think, or the woman might think that, okay, I can't say no to my husband.
Do you feel like religious leaders need to update their message though?
100%.
Okay. Let me be a bit more specific. Update even to the point of changing the message.
Not changing. You have to update it the same way in both Muslim communities and Christian communities.
I'll see.
And cultural African and African and Caribbean. If we look back home, large age gap. Like, we're Westerns. As much as we say that we're African, we're British, right? And I'll give you an example by that. Like, in the sense of, we're Nigerian. As much as we're proud of our country and our culture and our heritage. You're Nigerian as well, right? Yeah. We've got the largest number of child brides. I'm sure you're aware of that. Over 20 million. Now, that's not something I'm proud of, right? And that's not something I would encourage. But if you go back home, especially in northern Nigeria, that's just seen as like the norm. They don't even see it as an issue. Now, when I've had conversations, spoken about it, oh, you white boy, you Westerner, you feminist.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because they don't look at it like...
You're coming to impose on our culture.
Right.
Because you've come from the Western world.
There was a senator of like 53 years of age, right? Because they were trying to change the age of consent, because it's currently 11. Wanted to change it to like 18 or 16. He would married a 13-year-old just a few years prior to that, and he was saying, no, it's our tradition, it's our from our religion. So there are things that I don't know if maybe because I'm born in the UK, but I'm uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? I'm uncomfortable with that, and I'm not gonna support that. But they would look at it like that's part of our culture. There's nothing wrong in that. That's where if we were speaking to someone in this country, we'll say you can't say that you can marry a child. We'll call it a child. They don't have that same. Not all of them, but some of them don't have an issue with that. So that's where the same way we have changed the language around age of consent or who can get married. Why can't we change or update it in line with modern sensibilities around? And another quick example, there was an imam from Northampton, this was like 3 months ago. He married off 2 16-year-olds, right? And he got arrested. And the reason why he got arrested is because they said that he facilitated child marriage. And he didn't know that the age of marriage in the UK has increased from 16 to 18, increased in February 2023. Wow. He was thinking, no, these are 2 Muslims, they want to get married, I'm helping them to get married. They both consented, but in the law, a 16-year-old can consent to have sex, but they can't consent to get married.
Which is crazy to me.
Again, which is crazy.
No sense.
Yeah.
Again, but that's just the law of
The
the
fact
land.
you could drink at only 18, but you can have sex at 16. To me,
Yeah.
that also doesn't align.
It says here in Nigeria, the general recognized age of sexual consent is 18.
Age of consent, no, it's 11. In some states, it's 18.
I don't think it's 18.
It's not 18.
Last time I heard it.
But you can even get married at. Is it might be state, but check.
Yeah,
Where is
where'd
it
you get
that
it
age of 11? Check where is it that it's. There's like in some states it's 18, but it's, especially in the northern states it's 11.
Yes. Yeah, man.
Like you tried to throw me for that code. But yeah, my point is that's like an example where the religious leaders need to be aware of it. Because although I don't agree with how can the age of consent in terms of sex be 16 but marriage 18, you have to understand. You have to respect the law of the land.
yeah.
So if you know the law of the land, you can't encourage something that's illegal. I wouldn't advise that anyway, kind of thing. So that's where again, coming to your question, should religious leaders not change their message? No, I'm just saying update it because they need to be aware. And again, there's like it's just helping men understand or couples understand that yes, okay, if you are, you're married in the eyes of God, it doesn't, and you have rights upon one another. It doesn't mean that you can inflict harm or allow coercion. And again, in terms of what is coercion, what is harm, it varies from person to person, to culture to culture. The same way how children are raised. We got, I'm assuming, all got smacked,
100%.
beaten, punished. We call it punishment. Some people I know they took it to extreme, but I'm sure the way a lot of parents raise their kids now is, I'm sure, quite different to how we was raised, and even in the language you use and things like that. And our parents were aware of that because some people were like calling child line or the police, so they naturally adapted. So likewise, we just have to adapt. So as much as we can say yes, we're Nigerian or from the Caribbean or African, we just also need to be aware of the land we're living in.
It says no, there's no Nigerian state where 11 is formally established as the age of sexual consent.
Where
11?
Getting that from though?
Well, you just asked me to check which state it is, right? As in 11, so I've typed that in.
Yeah, but where? Like, is that Google, ChatGPT?
It's ChatGPT.
Okay, cool. Yeah, ChatGPT don't know.
I don't
know a
think
lot of
it's up
stuff.
to date.
man.
With
It's definitely not 18 in all.
No chance. It's not 18 at all.
The age 11 claim
looking
came
at
largely
YNC
from
in the
confusion.
UK.
Sorry, we talk at the same time. The age 11 claim came largely from confusion surrounding the 2015 Sexual Offences Bill. One subsection specifically mentioned the penalty for defiling a child age 11 or younger, but other subsections also criminalized sex with children aged 12 to 15 and 16 to 17. 11 was a sentencing category, not permission for an 11-year-old to consent. Under Nigeria's Child Rights Act, a child is anyone under 18. Section 31 states that sexual intercourse with a child is rape and that the child's apparent consent is legally irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't know about all that stuff, man, because we know it's so... In the north, you go up there?
The north is...
What?
Yeah.
Every weekend.
Can you stop talking to me as though I care about your perception
of what?
Based on going up to the north? I want to know about what's legally written down. Isn't that the most important thing to be communicating over here?
Yeah, but...
Especially when it is that when I'm putting out that Nigeria is 11. And
Oh,
I'm
no,
saying
I can say it
it's
for
not... What?
I can say it for you, that Nigeria is 11. It's not 18.
So,
it's
in
definitely
Yoruba
not
land, age of consent is 11?
I know, I never said that. In Nigeria, right, in the north, all I know is, in the north, they have different laws. There's certain things that occur in the north that's different, right?
I beg you, show me the source.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing a document here in it, and it's a child.
Let me try and find it.
Nigeria's Child Rights Act, and it says 2025. So talk to me, man.
Okay.
This is your land.
No, I know.
We're friends.
Yeah. Because I just couldn't believe it. If I knew this before, as in it was 11, like the thing you guys would be. Cause that's not in Ghana, is it, Jane? Probably 18 in Ghana, isn't it? Probably 25, 20. Please, no, please.
Yeah, you have to remember that a lot of these countries, they're every now and again they're updating and changing the age, innit? I think it's maybe the Philippines. Is it the Philippines?
I don't care about Nigeria. I don't want to know about Philippines. I'm only interested in Nigeria.
Yeah, I know, but it's the same sort of thing. Like in many countries around the world,
I don't want to get
constantly.
distracted. Just focus on Nigeria.
Yeah, Habeeb is finding it for you.
Well, you think it's a long time, Mr. Historian?
He'll find it for you. I'm sure.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we
So
know.
it's
what goes
because
on.
in the federal level it's 18, and the reference to 11 years old is Hold on. Is in northern states they haven't used the federal law. That's why there's a contradiction.
You just making it up?
No, I'm not making it up.
You just read that?
Yeah, I've just read it.
No, you. Where have you read it?
Yeah. Even if you type in like in AI, I don't want to name the senator, but even I can find the senator that, because he was trying to, he was opposing the bill.
This is what I just read. That it stems from a legal contradiction. That's where the misunderstanding comes from. I just read this.
No, so, okay, let me show you that. Let me bring up the case that I was referring to, but I don't want to mention the name of the senator.
What link is this? What's WYCA? Young Women's Christian Association. Okay.
Okay, does someone want to say something?
Yeah.
Well,
I was trying to read it as well, but yeah.
If, let's say, for instance, Lagos State now, a man wants to marry an 11-year-old, is he going to be prosecuted for that?
Maybe in Lagos, but up there in the north, happens all the time though. We see it all the
That's
time.
also another thing. And also there might be a thing where if something is in law, I think you did refer to it, is it being implemented?
I agree that may not be.
Yeah.
Because right now, people are running around doing madness and it's illegal.
Is it
I
tolerated?
wanted to know what the legalities of it. I actually wanted to know what it actually says.
Yeah. Okay. But this article, I don't know if this is even the point in reading it. This is from the Young Women's Christian Association.
The YMCA.
Yeah.
I saw that as well. It says the age of sexual activity is 11 years.
Yeah, it says here the legal age of consent to sexual activity in Nigeria is 11 years of age. Girls, child marriage interferes with their education and acquisition of skills, etc., etc. It says in Nigeria, child marriage happens to girls and young women between the ages of 10 and 17 who were married before they were 18 years old. According to UNICEF, Nigeria has the third highest confirmed number of child brides globally, 3.5 million, and the 11th highest common child marriage cases globally as well. Put on your Wi-Fi because it's messing up the.
Oh, sorry, sorry, is it me again? Sorry.
Oh, I know what what's the thing again?
It's free.
The password?
It's free.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's free.
Sorry. How do you know?
No, it's we have like audio files in the chat.
Plus, I can hear it in the thingy. But
So I mean,
the new Black Free Wi-Fi. I don't know why you think you're more important. Just click that, and it just automatically connects. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so even if the official age of consent is 18, child marriage is widely rampant and is tolerated
in the north.
Yep.
In the north.
Okay.
Maybe in some parts of outside north. I'm just saying that's also like an issue. But then at the same time, for example, if I or us or someone from the West were to go, they will look at like you're imposing Western culture to Africans. So I'm just saying that's an example to Nigerians. But I'm just saying that's. No, but there's also child marriage happens in other parts of Africa.
We're focusing on
It's
Nigeria.
not just Nigeria. It happens, or like, for example, growing up, not only Caribbeans, but it was common for girls who were maybe like 15, 16 years of age, even 14, to be dating like a 24-year-old man, right? Outside of, I'm sure we know about that. That used to happen.
Still
in the UK.
today?
I don't know about it. I'm not in college. I don't know about it. I'm just saying, or school. That was something that...
Touchy.
Huh?
I agree with you.
I'm just saying there were culture.
I think it still happens today.
Does it or it doesn't?
I think that...
Oh, yeah. I'm saying there are things that... I think even at the time, maybe when you was in college and there's someone that, you know, maybe 17 or 18 that's dating someone that's 24, was it accepted or... I mean, it's legal, I'm assuming. Yeah, 16 is legal, but it's socially unacceptable. What could be done, if anything, to kind of change that? That's a question to you.
To me?
Yes, to you.
I think consequences.
Okay.
Yes.
Like?
What they do in Dubai.
Chop the hand off.
That's what you said. That's what
I
you said.
I don't know if you're being facetious or this is like, because you've got a way of words.
But the only way we
Like,
can
seriously,
basically
honestly.
change the mindset of a group of people is if it is, and if it's a bad thing that they're doing, is to basically punish them, isn't it?
But then, you know, when you talk about if it's a bad thing to do, and again, I'm being a bit devil's advocate here, who's defining what is bad and what is good? Like,
As in dating somebody that is, how old?
So just say like a 24-year-old man with a 17-year-old. 15 will be illegal, isn't it? Because age of consent is 16.
Oh.
I'm just trying to think of something where it's legally allowed, but it's immoral. Like we would consider it to be immoral.
Someone's
But others-
16,
I know.
30-year-old.
I know
Yeah.
when I was.
25-year-old,
I know when I was in year 10. I know of a girl who was definitely dating a 20-year-old.
But that would be illegal, though, isn't it? if she-
Boy.
Yeah.
But like you said, if a 16 or 17-year-old female, I don't want to say like just girl, was dating a 30-year-old man, that's legal. But I'm sure most of us will say that's immoral and unethical.
Yeah.
But in other parts of the world, back home, that's not a thing, especially if they get married. I'm saying.
Mm.
So what do you propose, like in that situation?
Society shaming them.
Society shaming.
Yeah, their brethrens, like calling them doing like.
But that's I think. Do you not think we have to be careful with that?
If it is that you are dating somebody.
No, when you
that
say
is
because
16 just turned.
Because I think you was going to say like a PDF, right?
Yeah.
Is that person a PDF? Because there was another clip
Tendencies,
that I
innit?
shared with.
Like you waited patiently until it was issue 16.
Okay, I think 16. Yeah, I
I mean,
think
this is the type of things that will fly out of my mouth. Do you understand? I'll be like, what are you doing?
But is
It's not that the person's 50 and then the age is a bit different. It's you. What you all have in common?
Okay.
Talk to me. What do you have in common with a 16-year-old?
I don't really have much in common. But
When
I'm
you
saying,
first-
I'm saying no. But I'm saying no. Don't go.
I don't know why I was going there.
Yeah, don't go
That's
down.
not-
Don't go
that's
down.
not-
Yeah,
not
don't.
your
I
good
don't know.
name.
I don't
Not
know.
your good
But I'm
name.
just saying on a serious note, if a man wants to hook up with a woman, why does he need to have something in common with? You're talking as if they're going to get married.
Oh, you're saying
I'm
like
just
when
saying-
you go on holiday, you don't normally ask age. You just go for vibes. So, and the person might be 16. You're saying.
No, I'm saying, yeah, well, yeah, but I'm just saying that also we have to be very careful because when you said, I think 16, I think I can't understand it, right? But then there was another clip, I think
You
I
want me
sent to
to
Iman
understand
a couple of weeks ago. A woman was saying, what is a 25-year-old woman dating a 38-year-old man? And she called him a PDF file.
That 25-year-old?
Yes. No, the 38-year-old man. Do you remember? I sent you the clip.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
she called him a PDF?
PDF, like what? And she said the same thing. What do you have in common? What does a 38-year-old man, he's almost 40, have in common?
No, I just said not that. I said once you're 16, you were just.
No, I'm just giving an example. I'm just saying because that's legal. Because people will argue.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I'm saying what's legal is one thing, right?
Yeah.
You have the morals and ethics, but that's dependent. That varies from culture to culture, people to people.
Yeah.
So when you said the social shaming, I was asking, okay, how would you, if you were to say like pull him up, like how can you be dating someone that's so young? But if you were to say PDF, I was like, so you have to kind of be very careful with that because is he actually a PDF?
As in technically, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to even
In some countries, he may be. Like in Nigeria, he would be.
leave my country. I don't know.
Where it's 18, he would.
No,
be
but that's
there.
not a PDF. That would be illegal. Is that a PDF?
Oh, because a different.
No, but is that a PDF?
If it is, it's under.
No, you're talking about illegality. So, like for example, another example actually, I will use real life examples that people can. The young man that unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago, was it last year? Marcus Fokana. He was 18. He had a consensual relationship with a 17-year-old in Dubai. That was in the UK. That's completely fine. In Dubai, because the age of sexual consent intercourse is 18, the mother, who wasn't black, I'm not gonna say what country she was from, reported him to the police. Now,
It was South Asian, isn't it?
okay. So she reported him to the police, right? And he was unfortunately he was in prison for a year or so. Now, according to their law, he would be under the Sex Registers Act or something and be considered to be a PDF. Now, is that correct? I'm sure a lot of us will say it's wrong.
No, but you've just.
I'm just giving an example.
Specifics on a particular case.
Yeah.
I've just answered the first time with the 30-year-old and the 16-year-old, and then you asked me about the 38 and the 25. I spoke on those individually. This one, I wouldn't say it's the same thing.
Because you said that the 30-year-old was 16-year-old. You said PDF. That's what I was just
I
saying.
also said, what do you have in common with someone who is like 16?
That doesn't.
And you're
When you're
30.
saying what someone has in common with someone,
This is one of the factors.
how does that? What's the difference between like if someone's
This is one of the factors.
Yeah.
Based on one case I'm looking at, that I look to consider.
Do you know why I'll be careful saying that? Because if we were to look at our cultures, there are large age gap relationships. Maybe our parents'
Didn't I
generation.
just
our parents'
tell
parents.
you?
We
I
would
just told
say,
you.
What would you say?
From the example of the 16-year-old to the 30-year-old.
Yeah.
Focus on that.
Yes.
When you move to the 25,
Okay, I'm focusing
I
on that.
said not that.
No, I'm focusing on that.
Okay.
So I'm sure it happens in Trinidad as well.
Don't talk about Trinidad.
Where a 16-year-old marries a 30-year-old man.
Yeah.
And they stay together. They've been married for like 20 years.
Yeah.
Are you now going to say use Western social
No,
mores?
if I
you understand what I'm getting
at the time,
I'm not saying I'm comfortable with that. I'm just saying.
You asked me a question, I'll answer it.
Oh, sorry, go on.
If I knew them at the time, as in not 10 years into their relationship, at the time I'll be like, what are you doing? Why have you gone to her school to collect her? Why have you gone to a high school, to collect your partner?
You see how he's adding? I didn't say go to school. You see how he's adding?
No, but I get why though, because that's in practicality. When you're 16, you wear uniform.
Yeah.
You go to school at 16. Yes, you transition and go to college, but you can be 16, and most people, besides those born from July onwards, won't be in school. But majority of the year group are school kids.
I want to make it clear. I'm not for those.
I'm just saying.
Are
you pushing me so hard?
No, I'm just saying. Because you said you would say, because you insinuate that you call that person a PDF, and I'm just saying that, especially someone.
I would.
It's the tendencies I would.
No, I would
question.
100%. Yeah, but I'm ageist though. I'm not here for big age.
I would even put the PDF file on him. Sorry.
You would?
Yes.
That's what I said. Yeah, I would.
100% I would.
No,
I would.
After the fact, you've met them now. Where
I even think you would.
I would question. You know what it is? I'd look at you sideways and be like, "What was you?" I would look at you.
I'll be like,
"What was you?" What?
Yeah, I would have said you.
I would think you groomed her.
I would have think you groomed her. Sorry.
When she's old enough to be your daughter first and foremost, right? She's old enough to be your daughter. So, what?
Yeah,
what was it like? Out of all the ages that you could have gone for,
30 to 60.
And it's different because it's not like a 30 and a 50-year-old or a 25-year-old and a 30-something-year-old where the person is mature. Yeah, you went for a child who might have even just started puberty. You're sick in the head. Sorry.
You would not have a brethren who does that and not say something.
No, of course.
Impossible.
But nobody even saying that though. We're just talking about how certain things are in culture.
I know the amount of time you spend on that particular question.
No, because
the amount of time you spend. I have to ask the question.
No, I wanted to get a reaction, and I'm glad. But also, like what Iman was saying, in different cultures interpreted differently. That's also I want to bring nuance into the conversation.
Not Nigeria. Because it's 18 and under over there. Imagine me advocating for Nigeria. Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm just saying even large age gap relationships anyway. I'm saying culturally, that is like more of a Western phenomenon. That even if it's a 20-year-old and a 40 or 50-year-old, a lot of people will frown upon that. I'm saying 20-year-olds and a 50-year-old man, people frown upon that. And some people might say that's inappropriate, this, that, and the other. But in many parts of the world, that's
what do you prefer? What do you prefer?
What do you mean, what do I prefer?
What situation do you prefer? What would you like to live under?
What situation? Not yeah. Again, because I'm Western, I don't understand. Similar to what Gina was saying, how a man can go for like a 16-year-old. Because I would look at that as a child. I can't understand it. But then I'm trying to.
You're trying to understand it.
Understand. Okay, is that because of how I was raised? And that is probably how I was raised. The same way, and I mentioned Nigeria as an example. That when I've been and I'm questioning certain practices, they're looking at me like you're
the
strange.
foreigner.
You're the problem because if you look at our country and no one has an issue with it, but you white man, that's how they're looking. Oyin boy is coming with these ideas. I'm just trying to kind of understand. Okay, how much of it is it objective truth or is it like my conditioning? And that's what you have to like when you
wrestle with that every day.
No, wrestle. You just have to understand. Like you gave the example about like travelers.
Yes.
Which I think people, I don't think they understood what you meant, which I agree with. That when people get married, they would
grab them
kind of thing, and that's and that reminded me of like the Brazilian kissing culture where that's normalized and is seen as okay for them. But me as an outsider, when I saw it, I was thinking,
what's going on?
This is what's going on. This is strange. So I'm just saying that we can't be like imperialists and imposing our cultural norms onto others. I'm just saying that's something that we need to kind of be cognizant of. The same way we accuse white people of doing it to us, whether we like it or not, we as black British people can be doing it to other people in parts of the world.
100%. But that's just made me think of how do you behave in a situation then when you're in a different culture. So, for example, in Brazil, you mind your business going down Copacabana somewhere, and then somebody comes up to you and start kissing you. Like, how would you behave? Now, to them, afterwards, they're going to step back and start smiling and all that type of stuff because it's those 3 days, everyone's happy. But you're thinking, I don't know, based on using this lens, I've been essayed.
Exactly, that's my point.
Like, what do I do? Do you know what I'm saying? So
And that's what I'm saying. It's,
Yeah, exactly.
it's the whole assumed consent, and it's
Yeah.
understanding things on a case by case basis and understand the context,
Mhm.
and not thinking that. That's why, like again, the whole conversation about consent, it depends on the person, depends on their culture, depends
Yeah.
on the context. Because in another part of the world, that is completely fine.
Mhm.
And it's just having that nuance and that understanding that hopefully as adults, as mature adults, we can have, rather than saying my worldview, I'm going to impose that onto everyone and for everyone else. And I want to go back to, if you don't mind, Gina, when you was, and I want E-Man and Brent's thought. You know, when you're speaking about like, why would a man, not 16, like just say a man of 45, could you understand, and don't mind you chiming in as well, him
Christy.
dating, sorry Chris, I don't mind you chiming in as well.
I said Christelle before, but
And that's sorry, that's like Chris.
no, that's all right. I'm here to correct you.
Thank you. So do you mind a man of 45? Do you mind of 45? Or do you understand a man of 45 like dating a 20-year-old?
No.
Okay. Because that's, we all know that's legal. That's not.
Yeah, I just, again, like I said, I'm not here for big age gaps. I find it weird personally.
Yeah.
So there's no explanation. Call me judgy, call it what you want. I just think it's weird. Personally.
No, everyone's judgmental. I'm glad you.
Yeah.
What do you think about? Because a lot of women say that.
There's 20 years between my parents. I look at them sideways. So I live it my truth.
But do you think that's because of how you was raised, like in the UK, like you see?
No, and also again, culturally it's different, right? So for them, it's not that big of a deal, right? And back home, and my dad is of a completely different generation. So again,
Oh, it's crazy how you said that. Yeah.
no, he
Yeah,
is.
it's not even your mum's generation. It's ugh.
Yeah, he's not even from her generation. Do you understand what I
Yeah.
mean? So I just again,
Yeah, just deep.
what was happening there? It's bizarre, but
Do you
here we
not
are.
think it's because both of you both said, what do you see in common, or like, what can you talk about? Like with, that's what you said.
16-year-old?
No, not 16-year-old, like a large age gap. Like you both
Yeah.
said that. But do you not realize that
No,
some
I said 16-year-olds.
some people, they're not looking for a companion, like in terms of the same age. It's like they don't mind their hierarchy where I'm the man, I'm the provider. I don't need you for companionship to.
No, I get
understand?
it.
I'm just saying, because I have a different framework or different model, and it works. Why? I'm not saying it's wrong that you have an issue with it, but I'm just saying, can you not understand or see it from their perspective? The same way there's some women who just don't mind, as long as he provides for me financially, this, that, and the other. I've got my girlfriends I can talk to. I don't need to, confide in him in everything and talk about X, Y, and Z. We don't need to have the same shared interests.
I hear it. I guess maybe it's because I view relationships differently, and I don't view it based on that framework. So that's why I can only talk based on me, though, innit? Like I get, obviously that it happens.
Yeah, but that to me is an archaic framework to work from, because I feel like back then men were viewed in a certain way. So yeah, men, obviously women weren't working or whatever. It was viewed in a very certain way culturally, and then when you even add religion into that aspect as well. So yeah, of course you're gonna be like, what's 20 years? The man was seen as the archetype. I'm coming to take your daughter. The families are whatever. That's what it was seen as. Feelings weren't even a thing. Did the man even love? Love wasn't even a thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Didn't even come into the equation. So that's what I'm saying. So to me, that's all working from an archaic framework.
Do you think some people still have that mentality, especially the men nowadays? Like in the UK. Like that's what they still want.
Yeah, they still. It's because it's viewed as, if she's younger, she's lived less. She's not coming with quote unquote baggage as someone who's 10 years older than her. The whole child rearing comes into play also. They like to use that as a thing that, if you're 30 plus, I'd rather be with someone who's 20 who can rear kids when they're 20. So all that comes in, so that still gets talked about, but I feel like it's more of also a superficial thing. An old 45 man, of course he wants a 20-year-old on his arm. Aesthetically, that looks good.
But do you think it's problematic?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, okay.
100%. Like 20 years. What are we doing here?
Would you use terms like he's grooming her, or he groomed her, or he's like a predator? If like a 50-year-old man was with a 22-year-old, and he says it like he wants a woman, very little life experience, that's going to rely on him financially. He's going to provide for.
That sounds very controlling, though. Like, it doesn't sound like, it sounds like you want someone that you can control. Like, little life experience, someone who can depend on me financially, someone who doesn't really understand what's happening in the world. It seems like you need someone that can feed your ego. It's a power play. You need to be in control. That's just how I read into it anyway.
I agree if the man makes the move. If the woman goes out looking for a zaddy, I think that she fully well knows what she's looking to.
So you have
get.
no issue with that.
What did I just say?
She's also pragmatic.
What did I just say?
You just
I
said
said, I understand what she's saying.
Yeah.
If it is that the man is the one who's basically seeking out the 22-year-old.
Iman, what's your thoughts?
I think, do you know what it is with these conversations? I think sometimes you have to make it a real life conversation. If somebody came in here right now, Morris Chestnut, I don't know how old Morris Chestnut is, right? He might be 50 now. Because Nas is like, what, almost 50, right?
Wait, how much?
He's 50 something.
Yeah, thank you very much. So he comes in here, bald headed, shine and everything, yeah? And he doesn't look 50. He's not Morris Chestnut though, but he doesn't look 50. He still looks young.
57.
Right? Perfect age. Right? So 57, yeah? And he comes and shows interest to you. Wherever you deem an appropriate place to be shown interest. Yeah? So a bar, on a street, church, it doesn't matter where. In a studio. Shows interest to you. Talking. Are you thinking, how old are you?
If he doesn't look his age,
how he looks
like,
there.
I'm even shocked. I can't lie. I didn't even.
Thank you very much.
no,
So how he
I'm
looks.
But
No, stick to that one though.
me as I am now,
Yeah.
and we're in the same place. I'm not thinking. If I didn't know his age, I won't believe that he was 57.
That's what I'm saying to you.
I know.
So a lot of the time, especially as adults, you're not saying, "Oh, I need to know how old you are." You just think we're all 35 plus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So imagine he comes in looking like you, even still looking at the picture. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you get what I'm saying?
Actually, red-headed. He's fine. So,
He's not cool. That's what I'm saying.
You started
He's a
35 plus.
Yeah.
The question that he asked wasn't even in that category.
Exactly.
No, I'm just.
And I'll say that my age now, because if me and Morris Chestnut look alike in the bar now, my age now,
Yeah.
oh, of course that's running. But that's my age now. That's my age now.
On site.
all I'm trying to do
now though.
I hear you.
literally.
All I'm trying to do is just trying to make it real. And not just numbers on a piece of paper.
Yeah, I
You know what I'm
hear
saying?
you.
And when that occurs, you ain't gonna ask him his age, none of the above. You know what I'm saying? Even if he tells you, even say, "Let me see your driver's license," I don't believe
But
you.
can I be
And then
honest?
it doesn't change anything.
No,
after
hold
that.
on. But this is it. You say that, yeah.
Mhm.
But I won't be able to get past him being 57.
That's only because it's you.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You know what I'm
saying.
saying? Because
No,
of-
but I'm just saying, like, you've given me that scenario. That drive home, it'll be quiet. There'll be silence in that car because I'll be like, oh my gosh, she's 57. Like,
Yeah.
it will
But
rattle me so badly.
Is that because now you're thinking, cool, I've spent a certain amount of time in my life thinking this is not something that's a good thing. How am I now going to justify this to myself? Or is it because you have an issue with the fact that he was just here 20 years before you?
Maybe
what does that
maybe it's a
do in your
combination
life,
of
though?
both. Maybe it's a combination of both. But I'd be so rattled that he's 57.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd go there.
All right, maybe.
Yeah, I feel like Gina wouldn't though.
Yeah, I don't think
but
I
that's what I'm saying,
would.
but I think it's because of the previous
But if
life
he was
and
older,
parents
would you
and
still
stuff.
feel that way?
What if I was like 50?
Older than you are now?
Because I'm 37.
Yeah, that's what
Him
I'm
being
saying.
57, he's literally 20 years older
There
than
you
me.
go.
Bang on.
Yeah. So, but at least in the car, you're thinking. Chrissy said 100%.
Yeah, I hear it.
And
she's picturing Morris.
Yeah,
But I know what I know.
20 years older than
But
you,
I know.
you
No,
know what I'm saying?
but he's
But I
not. No,
know
but at
what
my
he
age now,
looks
he's actually
like.
not.
Huh?
He's actually not.
What do you mean?
20, he's not. At my age now, he's not.
But it's around them type of thingies there, right? It's still 20 years, right? So it's still, do you get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter to you. You know what I'm saying?
But again, I reach me. My age now.
Chrissy, I understand. But it's still rough, approximately then. Approximately 20
For example,
years.
if she met Christy, if you met Morris and you were 20 and he was
40.
47,
Yeah, that would be crazy. Like, and I found out his age. I'll be like, oh, what are we doing here?
what if you were 25 and he was 45?
No,
Still.
I'm not as bad as you.
Okay.
I'm not as bad as you. I'm not.
She's like, not as bad as you.
But I still don't like the
Yeah,
big
big
age gap.
yeah.
Like I think I've said it. I was like, me, I can cope with a 5 to 6 year age gap. When it starts creeping to the decades.
Yeah.
Maybe it's trauma. I don't know.
Not Gina, don't-
No, because when I'm thinking, because I'm actually thinking about it. Why do I have such a big?
Your situation is crazy.
Big
No, it is. That's
What?
100%. I get that.
Fam.
Crazy.
No, I get.
No, it's not for me. Imagine Georgia.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Your dad being the father of Georgia is crazy to me.
Absolutely.
It's crazy.
Absolutely. You want context 'cause you're so
before we
confused.
say
My
hello
dad's
to
86.
Stacey, what's the largest gap that you do?
Personally,
Well, who else am I talking to?
I mean,
Be honest.
yeah, be honest.
I'll take the camera off.
It might be 10, 50. I'm 42. So again, it might be. So I'm looking for anyone. I've got my missus now anyway, so I can't even answer that question. But it might be like.
You're long enough to tell us that. I didn't
It might
know.
be, no, it might be. No, because again, what I would like might be 10, 15 years for me.
Yeah.
Right. But I think it's also because I've been raised in the West.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. That
Oh, you're
because
saying that if
I'm
you
saying that
weren't,
if I
it
wasn't
would've
raised,
been-
I'm saying
it
because
would've been bigger.
No, I'm saying it because when I go to different countries and cultures, they don't have these reservations.
Question.
Because also one of the things, well, because
sorry, go on.
How I and how I was raised as a man, you should be the provider. You should be not in a controlling way, but you should be provider financially. Now, for most men, you're not only going to be in that position until maybe in your early 30s, right?
Especially in London.
Especially in London. So if you want to be that man that is providing and doing all of the rest of it, not to say your wife can't work, but you want to at least be able to provide where she doesn't have to, you're going to have to be a certain age. And it doesn't mean that you want not like a 18, 19, or even 20-year-old, but I'm just saying that you might, especially from 25, 26 plus, you might not see it as an issue, especially if she's mature. But again, people go for different things. But yeah, coming to your question, mine might be like 10, 15 years, but I like both ways. No, down, up, maybe 5.
So you go for an older woman?
Not now, but I said I wouldn't be an issue as such.
Yeah, it's not an issue for me.
Yeah, it's not an issue for me. But I'm just saying that a lot of it is because I think I was raised in the West. I've been conditioned. I'm not saying it's necessarily a good thing. It might be a bad thing, but I'm also trying to be aware of this because I was interested in what the ladies were saying, because if you've got that view, that mindset, that like large age gaps are problematic, and then you come across a man who's maybe like 48 or 50 and he's with a younger woman, you might subconsciously think that he's like groomed her, especially if he's been with her for a number of years. I'm just saying that's what I'm also just trying to question our unconscious biases, that we need to kind of think about that, especially if you're going to be someone in a position of power like yourself with your platform and might be passing judgment and might be saying certain labels.
I was very specific as to
I'm not
how,
saying you
what
did.
I was talking
I'm not
about.
saying you did. I'm
A
just
16
you understand what I'm getting.
girl.
I know you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I
you're
feel like
being
the
very
age
careful.
gap is becoming less popular now with the Gen Z generation. I believe they actually look at them as granddads and think they look at people 30 as granddads.
Yeah.
They do,
The way they mock 30-year-olds is crazy.
Yeah.
They do, but at the same time, when they get to a certain age, I can imagine they'll change.
Yeah,
That's the thing. So it's like,
Yeah, but I'm saying, but for now, those in Gen Z generation, for a 40-year-old man to approach them, they'd be like, ew. They would literally even put the PDF on them. Like, what are you doing? Now.
Okay, but how old are they? Like, they're like 20 or 18?
Yes.
Okay, but when they're 30,
No,
they
but...
might... Oh, you're saying...
I'm talking now. Not when, yeah, obviously, yes, in the mindset, the mindset might shift. But I'm saying now, I feel like in our generation, the big age gap wasn't frowned upon.
Okay.
Even both ways. Like it wasn't like obviously it was a subtext or whatever, but it was like, okay, whatever. If it's not an age gap, we ain't even going. Let's be clear. There was some like if there's not an age gap, we're not going. But now, if there's an age gap, they're 100% not going. They even, like I said, someone who's 20 and a 30-year-old will view the 30-year-old as an older man.
You're right. I think it's because like the word you use, which I like, about archaic, like that. But I think a lot of men, we still have an archaic understanding in terms of how we want relationships to be. Whereas maybe a lot of women are looking for more compatibility, partnership, someone you can have things in common. Whereas a number of men, that's why you find a number of men who go abroad to find a wife or girlfriend, like the passport bros phenomenon. So it isn't changing amongst men.
Shout out Black Lad Travel.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just saying it's a similar sentiment in terms of going abroad to find a woman that they can look after and significantly younger. But some people will say that they are predators, they're groomers, and I'm just saying that that's quite problematic if they're adults. I'm not talking about anyone under the age of like 18 or anything like that. But I'm saying if a man's got a preference for a younger woman, is that an issue? but I think in the West it's now considered to be more of an issue amongst women, but amongst a number of men, they don't see it as an issue, but they won't say it, they won't vocalize it because they'll probably get accused of being
PDFs and
yeah, PDF. And I'm just saying we have to be careful when you're calling someone a PDF because he likes or he is attracted to a 22 or 25-year-old woman. And a lot of the guys that are watching a lot of adult content, they're young women. That's also the problem as well. They're not like women in their 30s and stuff. And that also might feed into why there's this desire for like young impressionable girls. And like what you spoke about, Chrissy spoke about like the whole like virgin somewhat obsession that happens in some communities, including Christian communities.
Good morning, Stacey. What we saying?
Like, yuck. I understand why this to me, this idea of age gaps being weird is one of the few hills that I die on, because to me it's very 1 + 1 is 2 logic. Like, just because something is legal, just because something is culturally normalized, does not mean it's not worthy of being called into question. It is weird, full stop. It's not that it's not the just because someone agrees to do something doesn't mean their agreement is coming from a place that isn't worthy of investigation. If a young girl, let's use the age gap of 20 and 45 or 25 and what is it, 57? When she's interested in these older men and she only dates these older men and that's the type of men that she goes for, it's not that, oh, she's an adult, she's of consenting age, there's no problem with that. That to me is just an excuse for people to turn their eye the other way. Why is it that she ended up with that desire? And the same way can be flipped towards men. What is it that is with these younger women that is attractive to you? That is the question that we should be answering. If it is a thing of manipulation, or for you, it's not about relationships, not about compatibility. It's about I just want someone I can provide for, and someone that is whatever the example you guys just gave. Those are questionable things to look for in a partner. You might have the freedom and the jurisdiction to have that desire, but that does not mean it's not wrong. And that is why I can't wrap my head around these people who die on the hill of, well, you're consenting adults. That to me, that's a smoke signal for a weirdo. You're consenting adults is good. It's legalities that allows you to do this thing that you're doing it. When in fact, we should be the one questioning you. It is strange, it is weird, it is wrong. And I will die on that hill. Both ways. Women who are older dating the younger men and men who are older dating the younger women. It is strange.
Okay. I mean, in fact, I'll let Habeeb comment and then I'll say something. Because, I mean, do you want me to go?
Yeah, please go.
And good morning, Ed.
So, for context, yeah, and I'm not saying this to sound some type of way, I'm not. But I think it contributes to the discussion. Stacey's only mid-20s. You know what I'm saying? When Stacey gets to over 30, yeah, we will talk again, and we will. You understand?
Well.
Number one, number two. I think you have to remember the world is bigger than America, man. The world is far big.
Why do we think that's a limiting belief?
No, because it's the way, yeah, that you're pretty much saying your belief system. Yeah, you have to understand. America's a new country, man. Understand how human beings have been and how they currently are. Understand things related to biology. Understand the different needs of people in different relationships and why they get into relationships. You can't just say can't say all of these things are just weird because you see it a particular way. You know what I'm saying?
That to me is problematic in itself. Why do we umbrella these things when you can very much use said what did you just say said needs to justify your claim? Like what? Call the spade the spade. I feel like, this is not me accusing you, I feel like very often when people have that argument is vague intentionally because there's nothing to give detail to. You're coloring something that is invisible. It's not real. So I am very open to the discussion of it, even though I fear there is I doubt there is an opportunity to change my mind. But if it's reasonable, introduce me to that reason, since I'm so young and don't know anything. And one can argue, if I'm young, and this is not me again accusing you, I'm just saying people make this argument very often. If I'm so young, would I not be more open to this this older man who's willing to introduce me to, because he knows better, right? It's nonsense, in my
Why does it
opinion. But
have
it's
to be
nonsense.
he knows better?
But
Again, that
that's
this
the that's
speaks
the
to
that's
the
the
how you're
logic that
seeing
you're
everything.
making. That's the logic that
It's
you're
it's
making.
me
It's
saying to
because
you, it's me saying to you, in your time of living and the things you show interest in, I'm pretty sure none of those things have coincided with how people live their lives in other countries. It's that simple. You know nothing about how cultures have developed in other countries for centuries, for millennia. You don't. And because of that, because you're also isolated in America and your age and your experiences, you simply look at the rest of the world and say, oh no, that's disgusting, that's weird.
I'm
And
not
let's
sure
call
how
it that. It doesn't make
that
sense.
challenges
That
my
doesn't make
point.
sense.
Because we are in the example that we brought up earlier, regardless of cultural awareness, cultural whatever, we're all in the understanding that the men who are marrying those 11-year-olds in the north of Nigeria are wrong, right?
Yep.
I don't need exposure to understand that, correct?
All right, go on.
I'm just saying, like, argue your point. Like, how do we get
You have
here?
to understand something. As much as I say it's a particular thing, I'm also aware of the fact this culture exists and why it exists. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say to you. This is the reason why I brought up the whole thing about the travelers. I've never in my life gone and seen someone on the street and grabbed that woman and say, yeah, you're mine now forever. What? But that's still something I'm still saying, okay, cool. Understand that in that framework, in that culture, I can't call that essay in the same way I may call it essay if I saw it just happening in Shoreditch. That's what I'm saying to you.
I'm speaking in relation to age.
No, but I'm saying apply the principle across the board. That's what I'm saying. Like when we have these type of conversations, we have to try at least anyway. That's what I think. You don't have to do what
The
I'm saying.
principle that
But
you're,
understand
to
from
me,
other
that
people's
I'm
perspectives.
understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
The principle that you're asking me to transfer is, in the example of the kissing thing, it's
Yeah.
normal behavior to do in Brazil, but it's not normal behavior to do in America. So because it's not normal behavior to do here and it's normal to do there, I shouldn't call it weird.
You can call it what you want to call it. I'm just trying to say, there
Right,
needs to be
but now
understanding on the
if we
fact that
transfer that
over
to age
there, it's
gap,
not weird to them. That's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to understand the relevancy of your point to what I'm trying to say from an understanding perspective, not in a combative perspective. By your logic, because it is illegal and unnormal for 11-year-olds to get married to 50-year-olds, 30-year-olds, regardless of their religious affiliation, I shouldn't now call the people in Nigeria weird because they do it and it's culturally appropriate.
No, but
Is that the time?
But you're
Because
not just
to me,
doing
that's
that,
the
though.
logic that you're asking me to transfer. So if I'm wrong,
No, but
kindly correct me.
you're not just doing that. You also mentioned a 50-something-year-old with a 30-year-old. That's what you also did. You know what I'm saying? You put
To
them all in
me,
the same
I think
boat.
that is weird.
Precisely. That's the point I'm making. I'm saying make a distinction. And try and understand why that distinction occurs. That's what I'm saying to you.
I'm saying that no distinction is necessary because we're
Alright,
not,
then, fine.
even though that it is legal and it is normal, what we're calling upon is not the fact that it is normalized. We should be calling on what is it that is attracting each party to each other. That is the point that should be called into question.
Sorry, Stacey.
If a woman at 30, to me, if the guy is 50 and the girl's 30 is still young. It is still, regardless. For me personally, I have never seen, and I could probably stand on the hill of saying there's likely not a normal woman who is looking for an age gap relationship saying, I just want to be provided for. Provisions is satisfactory for her in a marriage and in an older man. That comes from somewhere. Whether it is abandonment from her own father, whether it is she came from a home where finances were something that was not stable, and for the sake of her and raising her children, provision is paramount and only paramount, it comes from somewhere. It is not a place of normalcy, and that's what I'm trying to say. That is worthy of being called into question. There's nothing you can tell me, and I don't know how people land here. This is what I'm trying to say. I don't get it. It is confusing to me. It doesn't make sense to me. It is nonsense to me that people can justify that is normal behavior. No, there's something wrong there. And should you choose to live your life looking the other way from that wrong, that is fine. That is your choice. You're well within your right to make that decision. But that comes from somewhere that is oftentimes not normal.
So no, thank you for articulating yourself, and I appreciate it. I mean, I don't agree with everything you said, and I think I'm probably more aligned with what Eman was saying. But I just want to understand, again, we're not talking about 11-year-olds. We're not talking about anyone who's attracted or having relationships with a child, anyone under 18. I want to use the example you gave of a 50-year-old man and a 20-plus, just say 30-year-old woman, which you, correct me if I misquoted you, you said is wrong, and you can call it out, and you said it's weird. And we need to question, why does a 30-year-old woman want to date a 50-year-old man, and likewise, why does a 50-year-old man want to date a 30-year-old woman? My question is, why do we need to question that if they are both adults and it's consensual? What is it our business? Maybe you might not want it for yourself, which is fine, but why is it that you feel that you can that should be called out, and you equate that relationship the same as a 30-year-old man with a 11-year-old child? That's what I'm trying to understand, those two things. Why do you think that that should be called out and it's weird? And secondly, why do you put those two types of relationships, which the second one is like, you can say it's abuse, but why do you say that's the same? That's what I'm trying to understand from your perspective.
First, in the example of the what is it, 50-year-old man, or with the 11-year-old?
Let's say the 11-year-old, let's take that off. No one agrees with that. But just let's look at, like we said, we need to look at.
What's the relationship between the two?
You were saying that we need to look at what does a 30-year-old woman, you said we need to question that desire. Like, why is she desiring an older man? Now, my point is that if someone is an adult, they are sane, so they're not insane or anything like that. Who is it? Why do we need to question what that person desires? That's what I'm trying to understand. Because you're calling that out, and you're saying that we should call that out, and you're saying it's weird. And I'm saying based on what? Based on just your observations of the world, that's why. Is it weird, or was there another reason?
Call it out is maybe not the word I would use, because like I said earlier, people are well within their right to make that decision, no matter how wrong and weird I think it is. My irritation comes from whether it's those in relationships or those who agree with those relationships, because those things are normal and those people are well within their right to make that choice. We're not calling the spade, that this typically comes as a product of something being wrong. Let me just speak to what I've seen. And I don't want to make it a confirmation bias thing, but in the interest of making an example for clarification, right? I think the people that I have met who are either in these relationships or agree with these relationships typically fall within the general discussion, general category of the examples that we've used. But I'm going to start with men. The men who I've seen who are well into their 40s, well into their 50s, who say, I would date someone who is 22, 23, 24. It usually is between the 23 and the 27, 28 range. And they're usually upwards of 45 plus. I've always asked, what is it that you want in these women? Most of them, the first couple things they mention are sexual. If we can keep up with each other, then I don't see what the issue is. She's not going to be 23 forever, bro. Like, is it only the sex that's doing you? Like, what else is there? And if that's all that you want in a relationship, that's your choice. But I'm having a hard time understanding how you won't hear that and your eyebrows are not raising. Strange. Not your jurisdiction, not your life. Strange. Same with younger women. If you ask them, what is it about this older man that you're interested in? Like, what is it? Whether it's a conversation thing, whether it's a interesting, born in two different. What is it? Like, help me understand you from a genuine place. A lot of the times it comes from provision. How did you arrive at that being such a paramount priority that you exclusively go for that category of men? Because there are also men who are closer in age to you that can give you that same provision. But you are not interested in them. You want the older one. What is it about them? Oftentimes, after investigation, you realize there is a deeper rooted thing that made her arrive at that attraction. And that is what I'm saying should be called into question, because oftentimes the root of that is not normal. Even though on its face, it is legal, it is their choice, it's not our business, turn the other way. That is what I'm saying is worthy of being questioned.
The underlying reason.
Sorry that I'm off.
I agree with that though. I agree. If you interrogate it enough, you will find that the reasons ain't. No offense, it's not good. It's not. I don't know. I don't want to use. That's an extreme word, but
it's not a sound mind.
Yeah, it's not.
So the example you gave, and I love the example you gave, and I think there is a lot of truth in that. So if you said that the underlying reason why, like just say the archetype man who's like 40, 50, who wants a younger woman is primarily sexual, right? And if the woman,
Oftentimes, that's not
no, just say that is the case. Just say that is the case. But he's clear with that. Like he wants a young nubile. He thinks sexually woman that's going to satisfy his desires. That's what he wants, and he's vocalized that. And the woman saying that she primarily wants him. She's not really attracted to him, but he's good. He's kind to her, and he's going to give her a stable financial lifestyle that she desires. Whether that's due to childhood trauma or what have you, but if that's what they both at 50 and 30 now want, are we still now saying that should be called into question and labelled as wrong? Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. Because people have got their desires and preferences for various reasons. But I'm saying if that's now what they've reached, that whatever, as adults again, I'm talking about adults, saying adults, we're talking about people over, for this case, over 25. That's what they both now come to, what they want. Why should that now be called into question? Because, yeah, I'm trying to understand that.
I think it's strange and weird. Personally, I believe. To me, it is a matter of fact that it is strange and weird.
It's a matter of fact.
Part. To me, I know that's challenging definition of fact, but it is weird. The wrong part, technically, it is not wrong, but I believe that it will present itself as a problem. It'll manifest as a problem in some way, shape, or form in the relationship at some point. It might not be consistent. But that age imbalance, that power imbalance, that whatever imbalance that is oftentimes a product of there being a gap in age will present itself. Do people who are often in those relationships choose to look past that, work through that? Yes. But I refuse to believe that it never happens in the entirety of the relationship, that age gap is not often the root of some type of problem that manifests in the relationship. I won't believe it.
I see where you're coming from. I don't agree, but I think we can agree to disagree. And you even said that it's not factually wrong. It's just that you're uncomfortable. You think it's wrong or you think it's weird, which is again, it's your prerogative. I just wanted to understand where you was coming from, but I like the way you articulated yourself. And I think a lot of women, to be fair, share that sentiment, especially in the West. But I think what I was alluding to in Iman is that in other cultures, people don't view relationships that way. Men as well, women as well. So it's not just men that view it as being like it's fine. But I just wanted to understand where you was coming from. And Chrissy, to be fair,
This is making me ask.
Sorry, what was that?
So what this is making me question?
Sure, go ahead.
Sometimes I think that this might be one of the situations where verbiage is very important, because someone in the chat said it's strange to her and there's nothing wrong with her holding that opinion. But I wonder if I change the question from wrong or right to good or bad thing, does that change people's opinion? Like if I said, if age gap relationships are a good thing or are they a bad thing? I wonder if those were the two options, it's not a matter of being neutral, what would you say?
Is that for me personally,
would you advocate for it? Would more people find themselves advocating for it or being averse to it? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
No, I understand what you're trying to say. Again, this is the thing, and this is what I wanted to bring up, and I'm glad to hear your perspective, because I like the way you articulate yourself, because I do agree, like a lot of women, I think, do view relationships the way you view it. But I'm just saying that in many parts of the world, I would argue most parts of the world, they don't have this issue with age gap relationships. So is it that we, as in the West, we're enlightened and everyone else is still quite archaic and they need to come to an understanding of relationships that we have? Or is it a case of, no, we have an understanding of relationships and they have a different understanding of relationships, and as long as it's consensual, no one's been abused or manipulated, there's no harm, no foul. So I think a lot of people, or I would actually sit on the fence, and I'm indifferent to age gap relationships as long as it's between consenting adults and there's no manipulation or abuse taking place. I don't have an issue with it. Like, I'm not like saying that people have to be the same age or have to have all of the shared same interests, because even like the concepts, like, and I would say it's more of a Western phenomenon, this idea of having like a love marriage where you're compatible, and
I was just gonna say that.
That's a recent phenomenon. So if you look at, and again, maybe people might say that it's quite archaic, but the way marriage was facilitated or conducted in many parts of the world, it wasn't just based on mutuality, like love.
It wasn't based on romance.
Romance, yeah. Again, don't get me wrong, I think consent should be there 100%, but I'm just saying it's quite like, for me to impose my understanding or my ideal, not my ideal on relationships, and say that should be the case for everyone around the world. And if they don't have this like love marriage with people of the same age, they are weird. I can't say that. I think to me that's quite and I'm not saying this about you, I can't say that. I can't say that because I know too many relationships that I might find as strange or weird because I wouldn't do it, but they're still functional. That's what I'm trying to put out. So again, and I don't want to infantilize other cultures or say that they are naive or backward and we're more enlightened.
But can I say?
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
But can I say, you're saying with other cultures, well, with other cultures, if the woman was 50 and the boy was 50 and the guy was 20, that would be frowned upon.
I wouldn't frown upon it personally.
No.
It wouldn't be in that culture. If in that culture,
no. I'm not saying, because in most of the cultures you're talking about, it's more men led. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest. If a woman was 50 and doing that, that would be frowned upon in that culture.
No, but I would say the reason why personally, and honestly, the reason why I weren't frowned upon it is because Prophet Muhammad was 25 and he married like a 40-year-old woman. So I can't have that aversion to say that's wrong. I might not do it. Do you understand? I'm just saying that, again, as long as it's adults, they're consensual. I'm from a personal perspective. I'm indifferent to it. I can understand in certain cultures they might frown upon it, but I'm saying why would I call that out and say that that's wrong and they should be a 2 or 3 year age gap? That's all I'm.
Yeah, you're saying, but I feel like we're being disingenuous or being obtuse because most cultures, you would see the age gap is more so with the men than it is the women.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's what I'm saying. So if it was on the flip side, that would be frowned upon.
No, culturally, yes, but it doesn't mean that it should be. I don't agree with that. I'm not saying that because culturally they would frown upon it. The same way it's frowned upon for a woman to step out of the marriage, but it's not frowned upon for the man to step out. That doesn't make it right. It should be the same. So I'm not talking about what culturally or certain societies they turn a blind eye to, but I'm just saying I don't have the same way a 50-year-old woman with a 30-year-old man. I don't have an issue with that the same as a 50-year-old man with a 30-year-old woman. But some people have strong views about large age gap relationships, again, between adults. That's what I'm just trying to understand. Where does that come from?
Good morning, Ed, and good morning, Maggie. What are we saying?
Hello, morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Should I go first, or is Ed going to speak?
Ed was here first. Ed, what are we saying?
I even forgot I was still on. Let Maggie speak because I'm doing something right now.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Good morning, Maggie. How are you?
Morning, Maggie.
Morning, everyone. It's been a while. How's everyone?
It's wonderful to hear your voice, mind you. Brighten up our Monday morning.
Oh, thank you.
Come on.
Thank you. So I just wanted to just say, in terms of just a couple of points, I think Christy actually made the point that I was going to make regarding, in terms of like culturally, it is a taboo for an older woman to be with like a young boy. So so in terms of when we're talking about child marriage or we're talking about these kind of like age dynamics, it's mainly around the woman or girl being quite young versus and marrying like an older man. And I think from a cultural perspective as well, those same men that tend to marry quite young, where possible, they don't want the same for their daughters. So again, I feel sometimes that we hide behind like the cultural, thing almost as an excuse, because there is an understanding that, okay, I may do this, but I necessarily wouldn't want this for my own child or daughter. And also, I wouldn't allow my son, my young, like 18-year-old, 20-year-old son, to be married off to a 40+ like woman. It would be seen as that's not a good thing. So that was my kind of like main thing. And then also in terms of the discussion, sometimes like we mix in terms of like age gap. I'm in the thing of like, if everybody's over 30, even though I personally wouldn't want to be a 30-year-old dating a 50-year-old, at least both are consenting adults. So if I was to meet a couple that are like, somebody is like 35 and the other person is like 55, it's not for me, but that's their business. But there is a big difference with, say, someone that is, say, like 19, 20, dating someone that's in their 30s. And I think that we don't really consider in terms of like people's childhood going through like adulthood and all of that, that lack of experience within that, say that the age from 20 to 30 is so crucial. So I think that someone that is like 20 with a 50-year-old, I would challenge that a lot, because in terms of, yes, I do feel like it would be a form of grooming. And you also have to think about, does that person have the knowledge to have like informed consent? Do they really understand what they're going into? There's a high risk of like financial coercion, financial control, all of those kind of aspects. So yes, I would query that. And I'd query somebody, a 50-year-old, saying that they want to be with a 20-year-old rather than say someone that's like at least in their 30s. What's the difference there? Why are you seeking someone so much, not even so much younger, but is at such an early stage of adulthood? And I think that's the difference versus the actual like age gap. Because if I think about someone like George Clooney, he married his partner, who I think is significantly younger than him, but she was in her mid to late 30s when they got together. That's different from, say, someone like a Leonardo DiCaprio, who is constantly dating young women that when they reach 25, he breaks up with them. Do you see the difference?
Okay, I hear you. No, I definitely hear what you're saying. And with regards to the last point, I think that's the most important point from my perspective. And I think we did make that clear, though, that with regards to the young people, like the teens, yeah, no one's talking about that. No one's talking about that.
Well, I mean, I think young is even like, you know, for me, like I said, like at least if you're over 30, you've had life experience, you've finished education, you've worked, you've got money, that you're independent to yourself. I would question somebody that is actively seeking someone that would be 100% financially reliant upon them, and also hasn't experienced adulthood for more than a couple of years.
I hear you.
So would you have an issue?
Why would you want that type of person? And I think the only thing I can think of is because you would want that kind of like imbalance of power in a relationship rather than an actual partnership in a relationship.
I think it comes down to similar to what Stacey was saying, but I think what you said, again, now I understand. So would you have so if someone says yes, he wants the imbalance in the relationship where the woman's relying solely on him, but he's not going to manipulate her or abuse her, would you still say that's problematic and wrong?
Why would you want the imbalance if not so that you can control somebody? What would be the purpose?
I'm just assuming. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Just say he wants. Yeah, he wants. Would he say it's control? He wants her to be in the. Yeah, he wants her to depend on him. Some men are like that for whatever reason, but I'm just saying,
because you can be in a situation where you're as a man, like maybe you want it to be like the sole provider of the household, that kind of thing. But to actively want to be in a situation where she cannot provide for herself, she doesn't have any financial control, that's different. So I could be married to somebody that they pay all the bills, but I also have the ability to pay my own bills. So that means that I also have the ability, if I wanted to leave the relationship. I'm not reliant upon this person. Yeah. I can also challenge them back, because it's the same way like at work, like you can't always challenge your boss because they're your boss. I'm reliant upon this job. So why would I want to enter, why would somebody want to be in a relationship where they have all the financial control and power over someone? What would be the purpose other than that, so they know that they can make all the decisions and potentially manipulate that person? Rather than there's a difference between somebody that I want to be able to provide for my family, but I'm with somebody that they can also provide for themselves.
I hear what you're saying, but I think it's also because you have that mindset of thinking the person is only wanting to have this because they want to do something nefarious to this person. I don't think that's the case.
But that's my question, though. What would be the purpose of wanting to be with somebody that cannot provide for themselves. Like I said, you can want to be like, I'm going to provide for my family, I'm going to be a sole provider, but what would be the purpose of I'm seeking somebody that is 100% reliant upon me? What would be the purpose other than it's with the intention of then I can control them?
I don't think it's necessarily control. I just want to be the source of everything to this person because I love them that much. Why can't it be that? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I understand your perspective. I honestly do, but I'm just thinking. I think it also. Huh?
But I think Iman, we're saying the same thing, but I think at the same time, like I said, you can be in a position that I want to be a provider. We're not arguing with that.
I get you. Yeah.
But I want somebody that so because you can be a provider to somebody that has like financial like inheritance, like they have their own wealth. You can still want that, but I'm saying to seek somebody that is the same way I feel uncomfortable with the what they call it, the travel bros, the
passport bros.
Passport bros. Sorry. I feel uncomfortable with that. I don't feel uncomfortable with that if you want to seek like love or partnership in another country. That's up to you. What I do feel uncomfortable is that maybe you're going to places where you are financially in a far better position than the people that in those countries. So if you're a passport bro that is like going to just different places in the world and just like you're looking for different like people, absolutely, that's fine. But where you're literally seeking out people where because of the currency exchange you have significantly more money, then I have to sometimes question like, what is it that you're seeking here?
So if the man in question wants a traditional.
You can find traditional people that are in countries that are the currency difference is not as drastic.
No, so I'm saying just say the man wants, because this is what they usually say, like the passport pros, they want a traditional submissive wife, and that's not going to work, a housewife, and he's going to pay for everything, but he's not going to abuse her. Again, assuming he's not going to abuse her, but he wants to, like Iman said, provide for her, be the source of like her lifestyle. Would you have a problem with that? Assuming again that he's not going to abuse her. Would you have an issue?
So again, I like I said, I don't have any issue with that. But again, with the passport bros, I tend to find the ones that I see online is they're going to places that are economically either developing or that kind of thing. There's loads of places, like you can go to places in like the Middle East that have very like traditional kind of like values. You can go to places certain parts of Africa. You can even
because the black they don't want
there's even places in Africa that you can seek people that seek that are the same traditional values that you're looking for, but economically they're on the same level as you and they're not as attractive. So sometimes you have to query like why are you not pursuing those women as well?
Okay. Thank you for that, Maggie.
Oh, that's okay. No worries. It's nice speaking to you guys.
Thanks.
Come on.
Okay, I'll leave you.
Later.
All right, cool.
Oh no, I don't have to go. I thought I was being kicked off.
No.
Oh no.
Why would you think that?
Ed.
Oh, not at all, man.
What are you saying?
I can't lie, it covered a lot of some of the stuff I was going to say, to be fair. My main point was going to be about just more of the intentions and breaking down the intentions of like the older person v the younger person and whatnot. That was sort of my main bag where I was going. And also the whole, it's not, we always sort of frame this specifically in terms of like older man, younger woman. Like we always sort of do that, and I sort of was like I was going to try and just sort of push towards also being like, just that talking older and younger in general, because I feel like we get caught up in that trap of, I can't remember who I was saying it to, maybe Dr. Armani or something, where we just get caught up in the trap of sort of, like adultifying boys in this sort of situation and being like, oh no, it's that we're cool with that when it's 16, 17, 18, 19, whatever, you're a boy with an older woman, but we don't, we don't look at it in the same way, you know what I mean? So that was something I was going to go and, but to be fair, I think we did sort of, I can't remember if it was Eman or whoever, who sort of tried to sort of talk about specifically as regards of gender type thing.
Yeah, I think that don't even get talked about enough.
No, 100%. Yeah,
definitely don't get talked about enough, and that definitely should get shamed much more than it does. But then again, it's how boys are viewed compared to women. Unfortunately.
No, yeah, culturally. Yeah, that's culturally.
Unfortunately.
Do you think with like just say like a 15 or 14-year-old boy or even 16-year-old boy having relations with a 25-year-old woman, would you view that as abuse? The same way as everyone else?
Let's put it this way. I've got a son.
Yeah.
And if I found that he's 19, he's with a 25-year-old,
yeah,
she would be in big trouble.
Okay.
She would be in big trouble. Her family would need to go and find her.
How do you think, not your son, but how do you think his age mates would view that? Not him. How do you think his age mates would view that?
No, that's high fives and spuds and all that. Yeah.
And again, that's
cultural,
because that's the way they've been socialized. Boys have been socialized to that would be you said it would be high five. They'd be like, oh my god, you got because of how they're viewed. What you've probably seen on the internet, things like it's glamorized, unfortunately, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be glamorized.
Boys can't be groomed. You know what I mean? There's almost like this thought, like boys, men, whatever, young men can't be groomed. Like for some reason. You know,
and that's why. Again, I would speak to my son and be like, best know don't think that's cool. That's not cool. Irrespective of what your friends think, that's not cool. But again, that's not taught.
Yeah.
That's not taught.
Correct, yeah.
It's not taught. So in their mind, because it's not taught, they would go out and think that's okay. So again, it's not viewed in the same way it would be with an older man and a younger. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%.
And again, it's viewed that women can't also take advantage of boys when they absolutely can.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
I agree.
Just the same way, someone put it up in the chat as well, like them disgusting white women in Gambia doing sexual tourism. That's absolutely disgusting to me. But again, it's not really it's not really shouted like the way, I guess, obviously on the passport roads and all that kind of stuff. That is also, they are also taking advantage.
Do you think it's because the men don't see themselves as being exploited? I'm just wondering why the outrage. Like, whereas obviously if a woman is being exploited, not only the woman herself, but other women will call that out. Do you think because a number of men generally wouldn't even see that as a thing, that's why it's maybe not being...
It's not because I guess they're getting finance out of it and they're getting sexual things out of it.
Yeah.
So
and other men viewing it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and the way
problem
sex is viewed with men, it's different again.
Yeah, I agree.
But unfortunately, it's the way we've been socialized and the way we've been indoctrinated to view it in those ways. And until we kind of break them patterns, it's just gonna continue. So the same way, like Stacey brought up in the chat as well, like DRAYA and Michelle. Sorry, that to me that is so nasty. You got someone that's your son's age, and you went to go and get pregnant by someone that's near your son's age. And again, but it was because of finances.
Oh, that's why she.
Because he's a basketball. He's a basketball star. So again, to me, she's sick in the head personally. Because how you can be comfortable opening your legs to that? I don't.
He was like 19? 19?
Yeah, 19, and she's 40. So I think she was
40. Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
And her son was like 16, 17 at the time.
Yeah. That's crazy to me. But I mean, 2 years, that's going to be your child as well. What are you talking about?
You have an issue with that, Brent. You do have an issue with that.
I actually think that women could great men.
By definition, they can't.
I know that's what you say.
No, UK law, not me. By definition, you need.
Now you want to read law.
Yeah, I said by definition. They can assault a man, but they can't grape a man. By definition. I'm saying by definition.
Some definitions get updated after.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah.
Correct. So
yeah.
I'm still.
But I'm saying, how can
men can be raped, just not by women?
No, yeah. A man can be raped by another man, but Brent said that a woman can rape a man, and I'm saying by UK law definition, rape could only be done by someone who has a penis.
Yeah, just
by definition. I'm just like by definition. But so you said that.
Yeah, I'm talking about the not giving consent and it's just been taken.
No, I'm sorry.
Tying him up, taking this to annex. That's for me. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm
sorry, mate.
With
I know.
Is it the DRAYA, the 40-year-old woman and the 19-year-old man? I'm just wondering, do you have an issue with that?
Yeah. So yeah.
You do.
Yeah. I think she's like a dirty woman.
Okay. Iman, do you have an issue with that?
I mean, I think it depends on the people. Like most things.
I'm just wondering, we've got a similar mindset. Do you think
Yeah.
it's because, I'm wondering, like, because you're very much, you sound...
Bear in mind. Hey, you want some?
No, like, 'cause sometimes when you say something, I don't know where you're coming from.
Bear in mind, yeah. I'm leading the press against the French, like, madam, yeah.
The Macron wife.
I'm hella on her neck.
That is crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
Okay, so
That's probably the worst one still.
What's the age
One of the
difference?
worst.
And when did they get
I
together?
think she started
He was
grouping when he
15.
was like 15 or something.
That's crazy.
I'm just wondering why
He
you...
was his teacher.
I think I understand why you...
No wonder she batters him up anytime. You see, every time there's a thing, he's
Every
batting.
time, Chris.
Yes.
You see, like one time.
He cowers.
You have to extrapolate.
Hey.
Just, apply it to all.
Oh my gosh,
unseen.
Brent.
I'm just wondering, do you think you don't have an issue with it because culturally we see those relationships have worked?
Maybe, but also...
And you're quite... You can appreciate, okay, different cultures. You might not do something, but
Yeah.
each their own in different cultures. Because I've got a similar kind of...
Yeah.
Like, that's why I don't understand where...
I always find it funny.
I'm interested to just
Because
see where you're coming
I
from.
understand
I'm not
where
saying it's wrong.
both of you are coming from, where you're saying. I'm not saying that I agree with it, but I could understand how different people live different ways.
Yes.
I understand that, but how relevant is that to the discussion that we're talking about right now?
But I'm
Because
not passing judgment on it.
if I then ask you, so would you then participate in that if you now go on a holiday to that particular destination? What would you then say?
To participate in what?
In, let's say the age of consent is 11 in Nigeria.
No, but that's
because
I mean,
your argument is that
that's a
I've been
child.
spoiled.
No, that's a
The
child.
Western society has basically got their hands on me and basically rubbed out my cultural fragrance.
No, but we also, none of us ever said we even approve of that.
Why I'm saying
Can we move back?
the argument of the pushback is because
can we move,
what end are you basically
Okay,
pushing
can we
back
move
on?
not the child?
Because if you then take yourself over there,
No, we
you
all
would
agree.
be like,
No, we all
mash
agree.
them up.
No, we all agree with the child, with kids. We all agree with that. We're on the same page. Let's not play around with the kids.
If
We're talking about
let's not
a
move there.
40-year-old
Let's not
woman
move
and a
away. 'Cause
20-year-old
this
man.
matters.
Go on.
If you say you agree with the kids,
Yeah.
no. And if you say in northern states,
Yeah.
it is they are 11 and they're doing
Yeah.
this, that, and next, right?
Yeah.
That's a cultural practice, as you
Yeah.
said. And bear in mind, at the top of the show, you were like, nah, it's a white man thing, looking to look negatively on the cultural practices that we basically have been removed from, right? So in that setting, it suggests to me that you're saying don't look to judge too tough.
No. You understand? Look, again, someone who's attracted to kids, I don't agree with at all.
At all.
But
even if someone said it's come
if
from a
that
white-
is
no, hear me-
what y'all
no.
did
Let me finish.
way back when.
No, let me finish. Let me finish my point. With the age
You understand
gap,
why I'm asking that question?
No, with the age gap relationship.
You don't understand why I'm asking the question?
with-
I could take some time.
So with the age gap relationship, I think this is what has been articulated by Stacey, Maggie, Chrissy, and I think Gina, is like the whole power imbalance. That why would, that's why they can't, correct me if I'm wrong, understand a large age gap relationship between like a 20-year-old woman and a 40-year-old man and vice versa, like the imbalance in a relationship.
I mean, I reckon
And I'm
Maggie's a
saying-
bit more militant than the other two women.
Okay, but I'm just saying it's because she mentioned that the whole imbalance. Like,
Yeah, she was even saying if it is that you shouldn't be coupling with like a woman who isn't in your same like wage bracket.
No, she was saying because if the man
Because
has
there
any
is
control-
an
there's
element
a-
of control there.
Yeah, so
I don't
the
even agree with that.
Okay, but I'm just saying
I
it's the
didn't say
imbalance.
that.
And what Eman has said and what I've
Sorry, Maggie. Just correct what I just
Where
said.
it's-
Because that's what I got from what you were
Sorry.
saying. That's why I even looked up. I'm like, wait, what are you suggesting?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
I didn't say that. I made it clear in terms of like being a provider. There's no issue. I'm talking about men who are actively seeking younger women with the assertion that they will be 100% reliant upon them. So that with the age difference and the financial potential for financial abuse, I think it's a very risky situation. So like I said, I kept on saying to Emmanuel, if a man wants to be the sole provider, he pays all the bills, absolutely. But I would query somebody
There we
that
go.
they
Go on.
Pardon?
Go on.
I would query someone that I want to be a provider for somebody that absolutely cannot provide for themselves. I would ask, why do you want that? Why do you?
So
why
you
do you
question
want?
the intent of a man looking
Yeah,
to look
I
after his
would.
wife.
So first is somebody that I want to be provider, but
That's
push
why I
come
said
to
she's more
shove,
militant than
my
the rest of both
partner
of them.
can provide for
Yeah, she went
themselves
a little bit further. You understand?
versus
Yeah, okay.
versus
Just say it
someone
before.
that's
Just say it.
like,
Just say it. Just say it.
yeah.
Thanks, Maggie.
Also I just wanted to say, like, you guys made a point about like if a 19-year-old young man was with, say, like a 25-year-old and everything. In terms of like grooming, I feel there is a real like lack of protection for like young boys and men, because we do understand it when, say, if it was, say, like a male teacher or a male adult, a man being attracted to a young adult or a teenage boy. I think people were very vocal when it came to, like, say, for instance, the Philip Schofield situation and stuff like that. Why do we understand that dynamic, but we don't take it as serious when it's an older woman grooming young men or boys?
I think it's to what I think it was Ed who mentioned about like adulting. You see, or society looks at boys as being older than what they are.
But we also say that girls mature faster than boys. So you see, there's a contradiction there. If we're saying that we're saying that these young women, like they're mature for their age, or they're old enough to consent to being with somebody that's in their like 40s because they mature faster. That's normally the rhetoric that's pushed around. We don't. But then we're also saying that boys, when it's a woman, they also are mature enough to agree and consent to, like someone that is quite a bit older than them when they're still maybe like teens or young adult. But we understand that that's not okay in a dynamic of where it's a boy or young adult, a young man versus an older man. We understand that there's a power dynamic there that is not good.
Yeah, no, I was just to be clear. I was with that. I was in the whole saying that boys or men are adultified. I'm speaking more specifically about the physical side of it, as opposed to with women. It will be obviously they'll usually when they say, oh, like she's mature for it, obviously they're usually talking about her in terms of intellect, in terms of intellectual, emotional intelligence, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But with boys, it's more the physical. Obviously, our voices break. You get hair, chest hair, whatever you want to call it, just beards, etc., etc., like that. Just in the physical sense of you get sort of looked at, as soon as you're like 14, 15 and your voice is breaking, you're already sort of getting, even in day-to-day conversation, you're sort of being like, oh, like you're a big man, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're now sort of being sort of looked at as sort of a man in that sense. Like they're sort of putting you, the conversations you have just in society, or like sort of talking to you like you're already a man. Like you should be looking at the world through a man's lens already. So like, and I agree with you 100% in terms of I don't fully get why we understand it in terms of when it's gay, when it's a homosexual relationship, we'll get that's completely we'll 100% get it straight away. But I assume that's because it's men again. So because it's an older man, that's probably why they'll look at, because they just look at it from the same way as if it was an older man with a younger girl. So they just purely looking from the perspective of the older man. Whereas when it's a young man with an older woman, again, older women especially, they're not usually looked upon as predatory, and young men are never looked upon as victims. You know what I mean?
But
So
in that same dynamic, Ed, like where you've got like where this whole discussion has mainly been about like younger women with older men. In that discussion, we're like, well, like, culture, blah blah blah, and everything like that. We will not say the same if it's a young man and an older man. There would be a different discussion about grooming and stuff like that. So that's my point in terms of like there's real kind of like contradictions here in terms of like we pick and choose whether you want to call somebody a child or they're mature enough or they can consent, and we pick and choose when we think an older person is being like weird. Did you get what I'm saying? Because that same 50-year-old man could find 19-year-old men attractive, 20-year-old men attractive, and would we say that, well, that's just biology, or would we say that that's a bit weird?
Yeah, I hear you.
I'll stop talking now.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. What you guys are saying. It's good that everyone's chimed in and contributed to the conversation. To be fair.
Sorry, can I just take it back because I feel like we dwelled too much on the age gap thing. So, like, if you're in this is a Habeeb, in terms of bringing it to coercion, let's say you're in a relationship or married or whatever, and let's say I'm keep on badgering my partner for sex, and he says no, but then eventually decides, is that deemed as coercion?
Yeah, it depends on how he interprets it. So, for example, good example. If he just agrees and he doesn't have an issue with it, doesn't say anything, there's no issue. No one knows. No one's going to call it coercion. It's if he then says, actually, I didn't want to do it. I only did it to please you, and I felt pressured. Then it might be an issue. Like if you were to take it to court. Do you understand? The same way, like when we talk about what is coercion, it all depends on how the other person perceives it. So because a husband or even a wife asks 10, 15 times for something and then the person then agrees, it's not for anyone to say you was coerced.
Okay.
Do you understand? But some people do that when they see certain relationships and they say they were coerced, it was controlling. It's like we have to be very careful because you can't put you're projecting your views onto their relationship. You understand what I'm getting at? The same way like now there's this, okay, this might not be controversial, but there's like this, have you heard of like CNC, consensual non-consent? It's now getting quite popular, right? Like this kink, right? Where people, they agree beforehand that they're going to engage in like some BDSM sexual foreplay, like rough sex, but it's going to be like non-consensual, grape, strangling, all of this, but there's an agreement that this is going to be consensual, but we're going to act out like it's non-consensual.
Oh, yeah.
Have some boundaries, safe words. Now, if you're seeing that, you might think this is weird, that's grape, that's X, Y, and Z. But if they've got an agreement and they've got the boundaries, it's not for you to then say that is rape. Do you understand? But they have to have, obviously, an agreement beforehand, an understanding of what is the boundaries. Their boundaries might be different to yours. Likewise, you asking 10, 15 times, I want intimacy, and then he concedes. If that works in your dynamic, it's not for me or someone to say that is coercion, unless one of you takes it to court. That's when the court is now going to say, okay, that's why we need to see the evidences, the circumstances, then we can pass judgment.
Question.
But what people... Okay.
Go on, so finish.
What oftentimes people do with relationships, they pass judgment based on how they, without also understanding the full facts. That's why I was just trying to understand, like, okay, helping us understand nuance and context and be very careful from, especially using words like, like predator, grooming, PDF, rapist, for things when we don't have the full facts, or you might hear one side of the story. Do you understand?
I think earlier Josh said that it's technically incorrect to call somebody a PDF if it's a 15-year-old, and the age of consent is 16. I guess he meant that because it's a prepubescent sexual attraction.
Which is 13.
Yeah. But just to clear that,
13
because
to 15,
maybe he's still
three
worried about
years
it.
difference.
Is that after 8?
Wow.
Those after 8?
Yes.
That is, we'll talk about that just now.
Is that wrong? Is that bad?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I brought it for you.
No, don't do that.
I brought it for you.
It's like coming here with all spice and saying, hey, she's like fragrances.
I brought it for you.
No.
Because you was busy banding.
Bro.
When I came before, did I bring you? Huh?
It's celebrations. It's roses. It's not after 8.
It's after 8 bad.
It's archaic, bro.
I don't know. I don't know. Like sounds like he's sense of humor,
bro.
I don't know. Like,
okay.
I appreciate it, but guys,
maybe we should do.
What is it 11? Because
I'm waiting for Chris to open them.
No, like after 8.
Not after 8, babe.
Yeah,
No, I was looking at him like, this is. Where did you get them?
Old school.
Thank you very much.
No, do you know what?
That since 1954.
Really?
I was like,
no, because my mindset was I was going to get Ferrero Rocher, I was going to get celebrations, and I said no. Again, after 8, you told me to come after 8. So after 8.
Oh, it was a joke.
And it's dark chocolate.
Come on.
Go on, it's like
it was a thing for Emmanuel. Bro, man, fair. All right, we understand. You understand Emmanuel. You've got the gifts. Nothing for us.
No, I'm with both of you. Honestly, that was in my mind.
Only he would have got it, yeah?
No.
Every time I look over, I'm just like, who's he in after he's in 2026?
He's probably wondering, why haven't they cooked yet?
Really? I didn't realize. Okay. I didn't realize. Okay.
Nah, man.
My bad.
All right, so my question was off the back of what Christy was saying. I just need to remember it now. What was Christy saying? Coach? All right, cool. If your brethren, if your brethren says that they participate in CNC, I think that's what you call it. Would you look at them like sideways?
Personally, yeah, my brethren, yeah, and I've had brethren that are involved in that, or they're doing like cuckolding, where
you got brethren who cuckold.
I know a couple of people that do that, and I'm saying
You said your brethren, don't know. Say
I know a couple of people. Yeah, a couple of people. Yeah, that I know.
Brethren.
Yeah, brethren that have done that, or like where, and you must have probably had.
I don't have brethren who cuckold.
Like where?
Nope.
Where and just for the benefit of people wondering what's cuckolding,
Nobody
a man watches another man sleep with his like girlfriend or wife.
Stuff a lot.
Yeah. Like, it's a big fetish for people.
What?
Especially for black men. You don't know about that.
What?
Would you say, especially for black men?
Or black men.
For mature relationships.
Where a lot of people,
I've heard
especially
this.
even married,
Insecure relationships.
married, especially like white women, will want a black man, a virile black man, to have
Okay.
sex. No, the husband wants a black man to have sex with his wife, and he's watching. There's a big fetish, this racial fetish around this.
Yes.
Even there was a podcast that you heard, I'm not going to name, they mentioned it as well a couple of months ago as well. They went to one of these SEX shops or these. So I'm saying these type of practices, because I just tell people that be careful. Never told I said that I don't understand it. Again, each their own. You're an adult, but you have to be careful, because when you're doing this CNC role play, rough sex, she likes being strangled. Even that, like again, maybe I'm quite vanilla. I don't understand men who like aggressive strangling a woman, spitting on her. I don't understand it, but it's something that people like. So if you like it and your partner that you with, she likes it, but just make sure it's consensual. That's all I'm saying. But I'm saying when you're engaging in those type of role play, you have to be very careful, and especially like that's why I alluded to the non-fatal strangulation, because that came into law recently, because many people don't know this, that she cannot, even if someone consents to something that's going to cause serious harm, that's revoked. And if she were to take you to the court, even if you said, and it's a written agreement, she said she likes this, if it causes serious harm, there's no consent.
Still getting prosecuted.
It's still getting prosecuted. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying, that, and especially because brothers, they'll go abroad. And when I mean brothers, I don't just mean Muslim, by the way. I'm talking about black people. They will go abroad and engage in these fetishes, like whether it's some parts of South America, some parts of Thailand and such. That's what they're doing, these proclivities. And this is also why it's, when people say, because I've heard a couple of podcasts where they say, oh, if you've got those desires, just go to a brass, go to an escort. Even that you have to be careful, because you still have to, they're entitled to consent. But some people think that, okay, I can't do it with my missus, I'm just going to go and pay for someone and I'm going to treat it like anyhow. That mentality, I don't get it, but if you're going to do it, it has to be consensual.
Fair. I think.
Understand?
Yes.
People don't kink shame enough.
Yeah.
Someone's talking in the back.
Oh, sorry.
Someone's on Discord.
No, it's in there.
I feel like it's
doing their own thing.
Yeah.
It's coming through.
Someone.
Sorry. You earlier said that when you're consenting adults, I don't look to judge at all. But no, you're saying
I do
you judge
judge.
with
No,
CNC.
I do judge, but I'm saying I can't, if that's what you're doing, but it's like you said, if it's my bedroom, I'll be telling him, be careful, because...
Try the choking thing.
Huh? The choking thing. I'm not into that. That's what I don't get it.
Well, how has your wife asked you?
We don't talk about that. We don't talk
Fair.
about that.
Fair.
We don't talk about it, but I'm just saying, I don't get that.
Yeah.
I don't get...
Don't knock it.
Even parts...
When she asks, don't knock it.
No, I don't get, like, I don't, like, again, I don't understand. That's some, like, sadistic, and again, I might come across as judgmental. I don't understand the mentality of enjoying someone being in pain. I don't get that.
Oh, it's not pain.
Or, like, looking like they're... I don't get it. I don't understand it. But I'm
Allegedly.
saying, yeah, I know. There's a twinkle in your eye that maybe there's a past that you don't want to share, but you seem to know more about this subject than me. But I'm just saying, I know that some people like it, and I know because of a lot of the corn that a lot of people watch, they want to reenact that. But I'm saying, especially if you're involved in hookup culture and you're sleeping around, you have to be even extra careful, because you have to have communication. You have to know the boundaries. And I'm saying some people, and especially if you're drinking and the person's tipsy, so you have to also be extremely careful. And obviously, if someone is intoxicated, they can't consent. That's also another thing that, men need to be aware of, especially with the whole cleanup crew going to raves, seeing who's outside and you're trying to get a straggling woman and try and take her back home. That's dangerous.
What's cleanup crew?
Are you okay? Cleanup crew. Okay, you're doing this podcast. I like this, Jeremy Paxman. So cleanup crew is where.
Sorry, am I the only person who doesn't know what cleanup crew is?
Go on.
Cleanup, you know.
No, go on.
Yeah, so cleanup crew is like when a rave comes to an end or just before it comes to an end, some men will hang outside in cars and trying to see if there's any woman that's interested in having relations, like taking them home or what have you. It's called like the cleanup crew.
Crazy. So they don't even go to the shubs. They just
No, they don't go to the shops. I'm just wait outside. You know this.
What?
He's talking like he's like this, like
What
a
the
60-year-old
hell?
white woman. Like he doesn't like he doesn't know what I'm talking about.
Me?
I like how you asking
I
the
don't go
question.
raving.
Well,
You even drive.
You don't know about this, but you know about But you know about you choking. You know that choking and spitting. Try. You know,
What does one got to do with the other?
Huh? So you know,
What got to do with the other?
you know about some type of behaviour that can be considered to be deviant.
I've never heard
But
of cleanup crew before. And the
Okay.
fact that it is you've described it, that's depravity. You don't even go to the rave.
Yeah.
You turn up to a motive when it's finished to collect.
Yeah, to collect. So you even
Have you ever been cleaned up before?
Never.
Have you ever cleaned up before?
No, man. What?
But you know what's crazy? You know what's
That's
crazy?
crazy.
Men will come like 30 man deep. Like, is it like, like they'll come like 20, 30. And for my mind, I just don't understand it. Like, how do you think you're coming with all of your bedrooms and there's maybe one or two girls and you think it's just weird, but some men don't even see it as like that type of behavior is very dangerous.
So can I add in thinking? Because there's a someone spoke about a case recently where she went to a club and it's believed, well, I think they found cocaine in the system and she was also very drunk and whatever. She blacked out, woke up, found herself in a man's house, and she has no recollection of ever consenting to having sex with the said guy or whatever. Don't know how she doesn't know how she ended up. She doesn't nothing. The case got brought. She reported it. Eventually, got CPS. It was enough for CPS to charge the guy, but the guy ended up found not guilty. Obviously, I don't know the ins. I don't know the proper ins and outs because I'm trying to understand how that case can be brought and this person still be found a loophole was. I guess the jury found there wasn't enough evidence. His lawyer kind of positioned it like, if I'm remembering correctly, that you don't know that you didn't give consent.
That's the problem, That's the problem, And that's unfortunately it does happen. And again, this is where the defense will try and pick holes or try and find contradictions in the woman's testimony, or would argue that because the man will say, "Oh, I did have consent."
But if there was,
by definition,
footage
by
where
definition,
she's like she's drunk to you can tell when someone is over the line. So if there's actually footage of that, and because to me, I don't know how a man would even want to still have sex with a woman in that state. To me, I think that is crazy that you would still even want to go there with a woman in that state, because and taken away from even just on sexual, just on a human level, what kind of sex are you having?
Well, it's like what we spoke about earlier. There's some men that don't respect women. They don't care about them. Like they can have, relations with a woman that's not responsive, and they don't care. To me, it's sick. It's like you, but there's some people that are wired. Not, I don't know if it's wired, but they don't care like that. But in terms of the case in and of itself, if the defense finds holes or to try to make her, to deem the woman to be uncredible, to put doubt in the mind of the juror, then that's how the person can get found not guilty. It doesn't mean that he didn't do it, but in that case, it was, that's disgusting. That's disgusting, and that's why also, even like having this conversation, I think I know the video you're talking about. When the woman was speaking about it, she was like warning women just like to be careful, like because this happened to her. And it's you have to say it in a way. Obviously, she's saying it in a way like to warn women, not of course it's not victim blaming or anything like that. But this is something that actually can happen. That's why but if a man were to say it, sometimes people think, oh, you're victim blaming, or you're. So no, it's not. It's that the men, some men know that there are some men that unfortunately operate like that. Like we know there are some men, if they've got the opportunity, even if she's drunk, he would like. It's sick, but we know that does exist amongst men that look normal, so to speak. Do you understand? So that's why, again, even like when you're advising or giving precautions, some people might think, oh, you're victim blaming. You're saying that it's like we should, rather than telling women that should be safe, we should tell men not to rape. Both of them are valid, but you also have to try and help women because you know that you don't know what every man is going to do, and there's some men, unfortunately, that are that vile that they would. And it's not even sex. They would rape a woman that is, clearly intoxicated.
So you go down the alley too. You be like, hey, what you wearing?
What? Sorry?
If you're going to a particular location in South, I don't think you should wear that. Is that what you do too?
You talk about me personally, or you're talking about, it depends.
Personally.
Well, I don't talk about my personal life because, again,
Do
do you know why? Because
why did you just give that example just now?
Because how I run my household is my business. And if I put it out to the world, then I'm inviting people to comment. And it's like, if I don't want you to, if I'm not interested in your commentary, then I won't say it. Do you understand? So the same way, for example, even if I was like, if I were to have certain expectations or advice, someone might deem that to be controlling. You can't say that. It's why it's like that's.
Well, you disagree with that, though, to be honest.
I disagree with that. Yes,
and it's your household.
Yes, so I'm
you
quite.
Can raise your daughter how you
so
want.
I'm quite. You could say, and some people will say it's problematic. Maybe some old school, right, traditionalists, but at the same time try to have empathy and see from the other person's perspective. But I don't have this idea that like I can't even like saying tell people in my household how they should dress or whatever. Some people say you shouldn't be able to say that at all. That's up to you. If that's how you want to raise your
I hear your argument. You can't control like the mind feelers out there, right? Men are animals out there. And they're always going to be.
No,
some men are always going to be animals out there, 100%. But what you can control is what it is that you instruct or advise your daughter when she's going out.
Especially in certain areas, because unfortunately.
Especially in South London.
South London? No, certain areas or certain countries that.
Oh, is that what you said?
What was that?
You said South London.
I didn't say South London. I said certain. I said certain areas.
East London.
East London. I didn't say East London. I said certain areas. There's certain areas that people, that some men, like the way they behave. Like even I said one time, I had one event. I said some men can't control themselves, and the woman got up and said, "You can't say that. What do you mean men can't control themselves? Every man can control himself." And it's like it's a figure of speech. Of course, a man can control himself, but there are some men that, unfortunately, if they see a woman dressed a certain way, they will feel that they can say or behave a certain way. That's what I mean. You understand? So that's why, again, especially in these days, with this subject, one has to be very sensitive with the words they use.
I hear what you're saying.
And you're trying to bait me with your smirk, and you can do that because you're behind. Because you're not on camera. Yeah, that's why you can do. That's why you can do that. That's why I'm like. That's one of the things I was just worried about. I was like, I know Brent is
I appreciate everything you're doing. So much so that I actually want you to commit to one day a month to come back as a guest host each time. If you can. Obviously, you're a very, very busy fella. Yeah. But you add so much to the discourse. Like, it's crazy for us not to have an open door policy.
No. I think what it is just facilitating and engaging the conversation because, and I said this to Eman, and I'll say it to yourself, I really appreciated the conversation you had, first that you had with on this platform, and then the one that you had with Free Shots. And I was saying to Eman that sometimes, and I think the one that you had with Free Shots, because of just you as men, was able to be a bit more open, and some of the questions that you was asking, you wasn't asking on the day after, because it was there was more women in the audience, whereas in Free Shots it was just like man them talking. I'm saying those are the type of conversations that men need to know, because I could even tell by the faces of like Taser and Marvin, they were like, because I can see they were thinking when you was explaining the case, it's just like, how is that? Do you understand? But these are the type of conversations that people need to have, because, again, we're of a certain age that maybe now we're not behaving a certain way, but there's still a number of people that are younger that are still behaving that way, and they're none the wiser. And there are people that, because they are somewhat celebrities, they have women coming to them, they're entitled, and they think they can continue behaving, this way. So, and also, like you said, I like Iman said, it's about creating unity. It's not about men against women or whatever. It's like, but just trying to speak to us in a way that we understand, because I know you intentionally ask certain questions to get things out of people. You know what the answer is, but you want to get things out of people because you know what the audience maybe need to hear.
Yeah, I swear to God, I didn't know what this cleanup crew was.
again, like I said, you've got such a like the way you say
Yes,
things.
it's like-
Yeah.
yeah.
Even if you didn't know what it is, you can kind of you'll be able to tell by the
Oh, I should. You know,
about the conversation. I'm sure
you
you
added
yeah,
knowledge to me.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
But I do stand by what I said.
What's that?
You don't have to come here and focus on a particular topic each time. It could just be to join in the headlines. For
Yeah,
the
no,
day.
definitely. I'll be honest, I'm not gonna like once a month will be a bit difficult, but I definitely would like to, you know, like, and I to help and you know any way I can and yeah, I don't mind coming back as long as I'm welcome.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, man.
Yeah, as
Open
long
door
as it's
policy,
beneficial
bro.
stuff. Yeah.
That's it, man.
I liked our last conversation, and this one was a bit.
Yeah, you didn't bring the prop this time.
Nah,
The thing is, a lot of our audience don't even know what we're talking about.
Nah, they don't.
They don't even know
one?
that you're a legend in this thing. They don't know that you. You're right. You came out. He said, this is how you make a woman quit. You started doing it.
Oh Lord.
You still have that model.
Of course I do. I was gonna bring it, and I just said, you know what, this is a more serious conversation. I don't want to
Yeah,
start talking about
distracted.
cameos and you know, because again, people know me for different things, and I write about different things. So I wanted this conversation to be quite you know serious and centered.
And it
on,
was.
you know, just so people can know what we're kind of talking about. And again, just to help, like literally, I'm telling you, the conversation you had, you're saving a lot of people. I'm telling you, you don't realize it because that case, and which we can talk about, the Michael Ward case, a lot of people are getting misinformation, especially from the person that shall not be named that loves to kick black men in the face, right? And a number of people wasn't able, even reading the articles, I can see what the newspapers were doing. And Tupac, he actually said this. So when they'll have like, they'll say such and such raped such and such, the court heard. People just see the headline. I mean, he did that. He did it. That's not, even the newspaper, they're not saying that, but people, their ability to read articles is like, no, they'll see a headline and they'll run with it. And that's why for you to kind of explain, because you was at the case and you're explaining that, no, both of you as well, you're advocate for women, and Brent always talking about, you know, women and this and the other. And what was interesting as well, because you came like, oh, I believe all women, and then you actually listen, it was like, what? There's some women that can behave like this. And that's something that maybe you're not really aware of. But I know you was aware of that. There's some women that can behave like that. I know there's some women that can behave like that. But because some men are unaware, and also some women are unaware, they would think again automatically, why would a woman accuse a man? Or why would, and again, sometimes if a woman's felt like she's been mistreated, not non-consensually, like he's just basically done a hit and run, or not saying in Michael Ward's case, or he's just not really been attentive, no aftercare, it's like, oh, F you, that's now one of the things that some people do.
Yeah.
You know, and it's, we're in a climate where it's difficult to kind of say that because you might be accused of being a rape apologist and this, that, and the other. So it's like, how do you broach that conversation and also warning men that need to be careful, not to say that you're accusing women or you're saying that they're all making false allegations. So that's where I appreciated the nuance, because I was like, okay, and I actually shared it to a number of people that are in this space, because one of the things they're always struggling with is, how do we reach men? How do we, and I'm saying you have to speak to them in their language. You have to speak to them in a way that they understand. And it's not a case of just, you know, even maybe the way you're marketing, certain words you're using. It's not that men don't want to listen, but they don't want to feel like they're being, you know, like spoken down to, or make them feel like they are going to do X, Y, and Z. It's like, no, we're not saying, because if you know that you're not that way inclined, why do you need to hear this conversation? It's about, no, you might think you've got consent, but she hasn't given you to consent, and there's different ways a woman can revoke consent.
Yeah.
That's what you need to be aware of. That's what I think a lot of men kind of need to be, you know, have that conversation, have that understanding.
Totally agree, man.
That is wonderful, man.
Again, like Brent said, man, you're welcome anytime, man. You know what I'm saying? I would love, this is just my own personal thing, let's have a conversation on Islam and certain things.
Yeah, man.
I would
That's
love
why
that.
that's why I was trying to bring him in, and then on that day it would just.
But that would be.
Because obviously you know he's a nation fella, innit?
Big up the nation.
And you're not on that at all.
Yeah,
He's my brother. Like,
yeah,
I don't get. You
Thank
you tried to bait me last time when I came on all that.
I did last time.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
That's
you
crazy. I mean, you've been consistently nation.
Yeah.
Even back then, I thought you were.
Why are you Pentecostal or angelic? What,
I like how you said it, like it was a.
no, I'm asking. Why are you? I'm asking why are you? You're a Christian. What?
Who are you?
What are you? I'm wondering. Why? No. What? I don't want to say sect, but what are you? You're Christian, but is it Pentecostal? Isn't it? I'm asking. I don't know. What is
guy,
what is he?
I don't even know nowadays.
He's Seventh-day Adventist.
No, I don't. He's not one of
Is
those.
he Eleha?
He's what?
What did he just say?
That's
what?
What's the one they do white in Nigeria? Is it
Oh, Saleh.
Saleh, sorry.
Oh yeah.
What did you say?
I thought it was Eleha. There's another name.
Ah, Eleha. I'll use that one then.
Nah, maybe I'm mispronouncing.
Eleha!
What is he? What is he?
I don't know. You know.
Because like you say, you're like
Baptist.
Yeah, why are you Baptist or?
Born again Christian, bro.
No, but yeah.
Born again Christian, bro.
All encompassing.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, born again Christian, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got a problem?
No, I'm just because you do like to.
Oh, that's why I'm in church.
Huh?
That's why I'm in church.
Are you in one of those churches that hate Muslims? Like your pastors always say, no, those Muslims are good.
Your pastor's a Muslim.
Your what?
Pastor's a Muslim.
Okay, I can't take this guy
guy.
seriously.
Of course he
Anyway.
Actually, the last thing I was going to say, actually, the story of Prophet or Joseph,
Yeah.
even for those who are Christian and Muslim, because even when I'm speaking to...
As in the Technicolor Dream Coat, Joseph?
No, the sexual assault, like false allegation. Because this is something that some like
Give it a little
Christians and
context.
Muslims. So just by way of benefit, so in Genesis, I think it's Genesis 9, so same story is mentioned in the Quran, 12th chapter. Joseph, who from an Islamic perspective, he's considered to be a prophet. Christian perspective, he's like a righteous man of God. He was enslaved wrongfully by his brothers, who were jealous of him. And then Potiphar, who was a high-ranking official in Egypt of Pharaoh, he bought Joseph, and then he was working as a slave in his house, like a servant. And then obviously as Joseph grew in age, he became very handsome. He was well built. And Potiphar's wife took a liking to Joseph and tried to seduce him a number of times. He said no, he refused.
Is that what you meant?
And then one occasion, he left his cloak, and then she went out and said, Joseph has tried to make love to me, this and the other, tried to have intercourse with me. And then he was imprisoned. Now, the Islamic version, or the Quranic version of that story, it says that Joseph, that she tried to seduce Joseph, says, come and make love to me. He said no. He ran away from her, and then he grabbed her. She grabbed him from the back of his cloak and ripped it. And then when they went to the door, that's when they saw his Potiphar, the husband, and then some other people. And then she said, oh, look what he tried to do to me. Like falsely accusing him. And then he pleaded his innocence. And then someone in the household said, well, basically, if we know that his shirt has been torn, if it was from the front, then she's telling the truth, he's lying. If it's from the back, then we know that she's lying, he's telling the truth. Then they found out that the shirt was torn from the back. But he still was imprisoned. But I'm saying that even when I used to go to church a couple of times, I've heard pastors mention that story as an example of like false allegations of rape. I've heard like it also mentioned it in the mosque. And I'm just wondering, like, even for people that are religious, because some people I've heard, they said that a woman can't falsely accuse someone, like no woman lies. And I'm like, it's mentioned in your Bible, your Quran. How can you? There are some, we know it's a minority, it's rare, but it does happen. And some people say they use that story to just also teach men to be wary, because again, you might find yourself in certain situations that you might be accused. And likewise, it's also the importance of when you hear something, try and see evidential evidence. You don't just make a judgment, because people can look at like, this is a woman, she's rich, assuming she's beautiful, married to a powerful man. Why would she want to sleep with a servant? The power imbalance. That's how most people look at it. But when you actually look at it both from a religious perspective, it's like you still need to ascertain the truth. You can't just go based on your assumption that why would this person do this? Because this is a person in a privileged position. They wouldn't do it. So that's like one of my favorite stories from, both the Bible and the Quran.
Nice.
But I'm sure you've. Do they not teach that when you was growing up? Because that was one of the first stories.
The story I have.
I have not heard it in that. I've never heard that preached as a context.
Really?
Yeah.
Never.
That's how
It's in
my
Genesis.
pastors never said, hey, false accusations.
Yeah.
Genesis. Go and
It's
see.
from the very beginning.
No, everyone knows
accusation.
there's different parts of his story, but in Genesis 9, it's mentioned. That's what happened.
Again, I'm not denying it's in the Bible. I remember the story as you've told it.
Okay,
But
sorry.
the pastor has now said, today we're talking about false allegations and how wicked women are.
No, okay, this is the problem. So this is also now one of the issues. Some religious people, happens both in Christianity and Islam, they will use some of these examples to say all women are like this. I'm not saying that. Or they'll use the story of Eve eating the apple in the Bible and say this is an example of why women are wicked. I don't believe that they're inherently wicked. I don't subscribe to that. So you have two extremes. You can use such examples to say this is how all women are like, or you can use it and say this is an example of.
So any men that say that Especially people that you bring after 8s for. Should they be listened to? Should they be listened to?
Was that
Should
say
they be
what?
taken seriously?
Say what?
Or women?
No, I don't believe that. You can't generalize. You
At
can't-
all, man.
Can't generalize.
No, you can't. Say, you can't say all women are.
Yeah.
Same way you can't say all men are.
Exactly.
All black people are.
Yeah.
And especially again,
all white people
and
are.
especially for black people, because this is a black space. And this also when I
Oh, some
speak to even some of my younger people that I know of, or like when you're black, especially if you are engaged in interracial relationships, you have to be extra careful. Like we have to. This is a conversation
Reality,
that our elders told us, but we have to be.
Oh,
like,
no, is that what was the narrative? That's not.
Wasn't you told that? I mean, not you. Wasn't you? I mean, wasn't you? Like, wasn't the older men telling maybe the men that you know of, you're like when you was younger, you have to be
Away
extra
from white
careful.
women?
Of white women?
Yeah.
No.
Really?
No.
Wasn't you told that?
Not really, no. But I've heard, I've definitely heard it, but not really told.
Yeah.
More so, maybe like the sentiment was, don't bring a white girl home.
Okay.
Yeah, that one was.
That was the sentiment. But not in the warning in the sense that they're gonna.
Oh, I had both.
Yeah. No. That wasn't. It was just don't bring.
No,
don't bring a white. Why are you bringing? Don't bring a white girl like thingy. Obviously, I'm not from a household where I've got a brother or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, but I've heard I've heard that. That was don't bring. But then in other places, I've had conversations where that was never spoken about at all.
Interesting.
That was never that warning.
I just thought that everyone, maybe because a number of my uncles and stuff, and that was just like seen as. I thought everyone was. That's why, like, when I used to go out when I was younger, it was kind of seen as, especially if it's a white girl, if she's somewhat tipsy. I'm not even trusting. Especially if you're going up north and stuff, I'm not even playing that, because that was in the back of your mind. The same way, like in America, because of like police brutality, they are extra conscious with police coming to them, stopping them. Whereas we wouldn't be, because we don't have that.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So, but that was in. Yeah, I was.
How old were you when you stopped messing with white girls?
What was that?
How old were you when you stopped messing with white girls?
Can we? Yeah, it's been a very good conversation.
It's been a good one.
I'm not with a white girl, but it's very good conversation, and yeah.
I know you're not. No.
Yeah.
Because you're not listening
Like,
or heeding their advice.
People can.
But you stopped at a certain age.
This guy. Anyway.
18?
I don't have an issue with interracial relationships.
Of course you don't.
Each
21?
as long as consensual and they're adults.
Consent, guys.
Consent, that's the most important thing.
Consent is sexy.
Consent is sexy.
What's in
Consent
that-
is
what's in that bag?
essential. Yeah, I brought some of my books.
You know the thing is, yeah. This morning I was gonna say to you, oh man, I want you to bring some books because I want to buy some from you and have you sign them.
Come on.
You know, I want to say something as well. This is also why I say context is important. So this book I wrote, I think I mentioned this when I last came.
I think so. It's
about this is about womanizing. And Esther was asking, right?
Yeah.
And at the time, remember when I said that I got banned from a certain university? This is in 2015. Because I was just saying that the same way, if you're messing around, you have to be careful. Like, I'm just giving like practical advice. I wrote this when I was like early 30s, late 20s. Just the same way, like what people told me when I was that age, I was putting that in paper. But that was obviously around the time of Me Too. And the number of, because I used to give talks about Black history and Islam, also around this book came out. And then I got deplatformed by a couple of universities. Wow. And they said, because they did like a digital footprint, and I was saying, you're encouraging men to be like, you're being a pickup artist, and you're encouraging men to do X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, what? And it's also because of the language. I said, no, I'm speaking to, like you could say, men that's under 25, under 30. So the way I'm speaking, I'm not going to be using like words in a sense of how I'll be speaking to a woman.
Yeah.
Like the reality, especially if you want a hookup relationship, they're not looking for long-term relationship. They're not looking for commitment. They're not looking for marriage. So that was also like, and I noticed like the change has shifted in terms of even when you're talking about relationships, and even those articles I saw today, they're now saying that James Bond should be monogamous. So if you know about James Bond, he was a womanizer.
Yeah.
Then they changed it. I don't know if you like the last 3 or 4 only got maybe one or two love interests.
Yeah.
Now they're saying he should be monogamous. So even like action heroes or people that you see, that's changed over time. So this idea of what it means to be a man, or even like when you use the word the game, I was thinking, because I know that some people, when you use the word the game,
You're running game, you're trying to be manipulative.
they see it as manipulative. And it's like, no, that's not what I mean. So now you actually explain, when I say game, when I say you know, you have to be very careful,
Yeah.
you know, with certain wordings and stuff like that. But and yeah, things change very quickly every 5 or 10 years. And then this is the book on. I think you.
That's the book I want. That's
yeah,
the one I
that's what you
wanted.
wanted,
Yes.
that's why I brought this
What's the
through.
book here you want?
About black people and Muslims in Brazil.
Ooh.
Because he's Mr.
Yeah.
Panther.
You have that?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I gave
yeah.
it to you, but I know he wanted.
It's on the wall.
And actually, I actually mentioned I was speaking about the kissing culture in Brazil.
Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, in there as well.
Yeah, because when I was looking back at it, I was saying that, like how sexual tourism is rampant, and then unfortunately, what did I say? That a lot of the, yeah, I went there. A lot of the people that are targeted are poor women who are brown and black, and that's also one of the things that troubled me. That a lot of the people, a lot of the men that were traveling, even people from the UK, America, black men as well, they're going for brown and black Brazilian women, and that didn't sit right. I'm like. Or Americans that you complain about racism, then you go to Brazil and the women that you want to sleep with, they're impoverished brown and black women that look like you. And even if they're escorts or what have you, that's their business. It's like you're taking advantage.
Yeah.
And they didn't even see, they're replicating what the white people did. You understand? That's also another thing that I realized. Actually, hold on, wait. When you're in power, sometimes all of the stuff that you're complaining about, you don't realize. And someone said it to me that, okay, because I used to speak about race a lot in Islam or in Muslim communities, and then someone said, why don't you talk about sexism and misogyny? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Again, me being a man, I don't see it as much. That's why I start thinking, actually, yeah, maybe I do have a blind spot, and there's certain things that I get away with that I don't realize the same way white people have a blind spot, and they do things that they don't realize.
Yeah.
You know, so that's why, again, it's about having conversation, not just being accusing people, saying you're racist, you're misogynist because you said something. Because if the person didn't intend that, at least try and see where they're coming from, and people need to, you know, grow and evolve. You know.
True indeed, man. Thank you very much,
wise
man.
And the fact that you're giving so much knowledge to your community, we need to hold you up, man.
True indeed, 100%, man.
No, I'm a product of also Saturday schools. I'll give
We're still in
Black
Saturday schools, isn't it?
Yeah, no,
That's what I'm talking about.
I'll give them a lot of credit because.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Did you go to a Saturday school?
I did.
I didn't realize how much. Because you know, like even as an African, you just you don't think of blackness. To be fair, you just
Yeah, that's true.
It's only when I went to the Saturday school they were telling me about Pan-Africanism and they're talking about the black heroes and black empowerment and the importance of uplifting black women as well. Then I'm like more conscious. That was instilled in me from like 9-10 years of age. You understand? So even if I was a bit
like playing in the snow and stuff. Yeah.
It was still
it was still there. Back
I wish people could see this. No, it's important because otherwise you wouldn't. That's why you like. There's other people that didn't have that education, that information.
Yeah.
That's why they don't see it.
Sure.
That's why you can't really blame them and stuff. That's why I realized actually where did I get this consciousness from? It was from that Saturday school, and it's the same Saturday school that Miss Dynamite went to.
Oh, is it?
And Akala. Yeah, so you can see the great work they're doing. It's no coincidence. And my friend Victor Adeboden as well, but he sadly passed away. And they were doing a lot of like things specifically for black people because again, it's not a coincidence. We was taught from like our formative years, you have to give back in different ways. Like don't just think that once you're there, you know, you don't think about the community kind of thing. So
we need to bring those things back.
I'm telling you, man.
We need to get them when
all yours, right?
Sorry?
All yours.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And there's more, you know. There's another one I want to get as well, but
the honey one.
No.
I got that too.
It's got the orange front. It's
Illuminating the Darkness.
That's the one. That's the one I want to get.
Oh yeah.
But I thought, you know, let me buy it from you instead of Amazon.
That was the first. That was the one, like the anti-black racism in Muslim communities, and like looking at the curse of Ham. I mentioned that to you before.
Yeah.
How it was interpreted differently by some Muslims, and they racialized that story, and they said that Noah cursed Ham and his descendants with blackness, but that's not mentioned in the Bible. So where some Christians, not all, use that story as justification for the enslavement of black people, some Arab and Persian Muslims, they use that story as the justification for the subjugation of black people, not only in terms of like slavery, but also the mistreatment. So that's also something that I kind of wanted to.
That'd be wonderful for you to come back and talk about that, focus on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That'd be sick and to rattle some people.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, that's a book that kind of got me into a lot of trouble amongst
I can imagine
South Asians and some Arabs because they're like you're causing division and so.
But Yeah, let me
But that's
stop.
another story.
No, you definitely need to come back.
I'd love to. Again, I'm a fan. I've been. I follow your content. I don't just say.
Yeah, mutual.
Yeah,
You know, with fans over here. Family.
Keep up the good work.
Come
and,
on.
No, honestly, I respect a lot of the work that you do. Keep growing.
Yeah, you need to bring. Have you got 2 of those?
The Volvo puppet.
Leave one here, bro.
Okay.
Or a black one.
Okay.
Are you? Are you right?
Why should he bring pink one?
Oh my lord.
Guys, it's been a good one.
Yeah,
Thank
please.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Thank you, Stacey. Thank you, Ed. You have been absolutely wonderful. Appreciate y'all dusting off the Discord. I missed that a bit. It's been a while. Obviously, we've been up and about doing the Lord's work and that. Tomorrow, please God, we're here 8:15.
Who's that?
Probably. I don't know.
I just said no problem. Good night, y'all.
Oh.
Night. Do you have a guest tomorrow?
Nope.
All right, cool. 8:15. Please go to Habeeb's Instagram page. Follow, also purchase as many books as your interests leads you to. He is a very, very knowledgeable man, esteemed gentleman on all sorts, and he doesn't share personal information, which is very good. Very, very good. He will be back, and we will let you know when he comes back, so y'all can be ready, prepared.
True indeed.
Please be kind to one another, drink plenty water, and mind your mother effing business.
Peace.
Bye.
Later.